Human player Ning Qing, ID 520312. Welcome to the deadly dormitory. The red letters looked like they were written with blood, each stroke wriggling in the center of his vision. Ning Qing suddenly sat up from the bed, his back hitting the cold wooden wall hard. If you want to survive, listen closely to the survival rules of the deadly dormitory. The second line of text appeared, and Ning Qing immediately pinched his thigh hard. It hurt. This wasn't an illusion, it wasn't a nightmare. Rule 1, this round of human players is forcibly gathered into the deadly dormitory as a company unit. Rule 2, you are currently on the third floor of building 9527 in the deadly dormitory. Your dormitory number is 302. Rule 3, there are 2,000 dorms on this floor, and your original company, the Compassionate Small Animal Protection Association, has 124 employees, so there are 124 players on this floor. The remaining dorms are occupied by strange creatures, monsters, and animals. Rule 4, the nature of strange creatures, monsters, and beasts is to toy with and kill humans. Rule 5, the deadly dormitory has day and night, each lasting 12 hours. The day belongs to the players, and you need to gather resources as much as possible to strengthen your dormitory. The night belongs to the strange creatures, monsters, and beasts, which will actively attack your dormitory. Rule 6, the relationship between players depends on you. If you are strong enough, you can break into other players' dorms at any time, day or night. Rule 7, when you grow to a certain stage, you will have the opportunity to become an administrator. High-level administrators can leave the deadly dormitory and even become gods. More details about the dormitory must be discovered by you yourself. The last line of text slowly faded, but the smell of blood didn't disappear. Deadly dormitory? Ning Qing mumbled the name to himself. The second before, he had been lying on the bed in a rental apartment, with the game screen of a haunted dormitory lit up on his phone. Nightmare difficulty, he was playing as a player, and his carefully arranged turret setup couldn't withstand the impact of a level 7 ghost. The screen turned red, and the words "Game Over" in pixelated font bounced. He remembered cursing, "This ghost levels up too fast." Then everything went black. When he opened his eyes again, he was here. It wasn't a dream. It hurt. That meant everything was real. Ning Qing forced himself to take a deep breath, the cold air filling his lungs, clearing his chaotic mind slightly. He carefully observed this so-called dormitory. The room was a standard square, roughly 20 square meters. The walls, ceiling, and floor were all made of low-quality wooden planks. The whole room was barren, not a single decoration. The only light source came from the center of the ceiling, a palm-sized stone emitting a cold, pale light. The only piece of furniture was the bed he had just lain on. A rough wooden frame nailed together to form a simple bed, with no pillow. What was more troublesome was that there were no windows in the dormitory, so he couldn't see the sun or moon. Finally, the only exit from the room was the door directly in front of the simple wooden bed. The door was dark brown, with several thin cracks on the surface, and Ning Qing felt he could kick it down with one foot. Could this stop those strange creatures, monsters, and beasts? Just as Ning Qing was wondering, several lines of faint blue letters suddenly appeared above the wooden door in his sight. Wooden door. Level 1. Status 100%. Upgrade requirements, wood times 5, 50 copper coins. A data panel? Ning Qing was stunned for a moment, then understood. Only the wooden door has data? He muttered to himself, his gaze scanning the other parts of the room one by one. The walls, no. The floor, also no. The ceiling, no surprise. His gaze finally fell back on the simple wooden bed. 3 seconds later, relevant data appeared. Wooden bed. Level 1. Function, restores 1% of status per hour. Upgrade requirements, wood times 10, 1 silver coin. Status? Ning Qing frowned, restores whose status? Mine? He looked down, staring at his own hands. 3 seconds later. A faint blue light screen unfolded again. Player name, Ning Qing. Player ID, 520312XXXX. Player dormitory, E-District, Building 9527, 3rd floor, Room 302. Belonging company, Compassionate Small Animal Protection Association. Dorm level, 1. Star rating / rank, none. Level, 1, 0/200. Strength, 8. Speed, 8. Stamina, 8. Note, strength, speed, and stamina are the 3 basic attributes of humans. The average values for adult males are 8/8/8, and for adult females, 4/4/6. Spiritual power, 0. Status, 90%, current status affects the actual performance of strength and speed. Skills, none. Resources, none. Ning Qing's gaze lingered for a moment on the notes about the attributes. 3/8, exactly the average for adult males. Not high, not low, ordinary, just like his past 23 years of life, a normal family, average grades, an ordinary job, living an ordinary life. Status is 90%, which means his body is not in its best condition, and his strength and speed can only perform at 90% of their potential. His gaze shifted downward, and below his personal panel, there were several parallel, semi-transparent virtual module icons. Backpack, channel, equipment, trade, dorm upgrade/construction. His attention first focused on the backpack icon. The light screen in front of him shifted, unfolding into a simple grid interface. There were 20 slots in total, all of them currently empty. In the top right corner of the interface, a small reminder appeared: backpack space can be upgraded. He exited backpack and entered channel. The channel was divided into 3 levels: area channel, zone E, building channel, building 9527, floor channel, 3rd floor. The first 2 were grayed out, unavailable for selection. Only the U floor channel, 3rd floor, emitted a faint green glow, showing real-time numbers beside it, online users 124/124. He clicked on it. In an instant, countless lines of text information flooded in like a tide. 305 Zhang Wei, field supervisor, damn. Where the hell is this place? Who's messing with us? Let me out. 855 Li, breeding supervisor, there are no windows. I'm so scared. It sounds like there's something inside the walls. 1507 Zhao Qian, finance supervisor, help. There's something moving under my bed. It's really moving. 418 Sundihai, boss, quiet down, I'm Sundihai, listen up, everyone, stay calm and observe the situation first. 1389 Wu Jiqiang, operations supervisor, you're right, boss Sunday. Everyone, don't panic. First, see if you notice any strange words in front of you. I saw a rule hint. 1507 Zhao Qian, I saw it too. It says something about a dangerous storm. We need to survive here. 305 Zhang Wei, survive my ass, some bastard's definitely messing with us, wait until I get out of here. 1507 Zhao Qian, boss son, what should we do now? Do we really have to stay here, with those filthy things? 418 Sundihai, I'm studying this rule, everyone check your panel and summarize the situation. Remember, we are all members of the Love for Animals Protection Association, we must stay united in times like this. 1389 Wu Jiqiang, right, unity. Everyone, don't open the doors recklessly, wait for boss son's instructions. Ning Qing quickly scanned through the information, his eyes gradually becoming colder. Zhang Wei, the field supervisor, and the company's top enforcer, had a tattoo of a green dragon on his arm. He was usually in charge of stopping the cat trucks. In reality, this meant he would lead a team to block trucks transporting cats, all staged, steal the cats, film videos, and collect donations and traffic from brainless online users. Lili, the breeding supervisor, spoke in a soft voice, but Ning Qing had seen her expressionless face as she threw a litter of sick kittens to their deaths before tossing them into the trash bin. Wu Jiqian, the operations supervisor, always talked about animal welfare and public service ideals, but secretly, he had suggested to Sundihai that they dispose of the elderly, sick, and disabled cats to save on food expenses. Zhao Qian, the finance supervisor, always had impeccable makeup, and her nails were always painted in bright red. Ning Qing had seen her smiling as she counted the donation money, pulling a stack and shoving it into her own bag. Sundihai, the company boss, was in his 50s, bald, with a big belly, and always wore a poorly fitting suit. He talked about saving lives, but in reality, he treated the cats, the company, and the employees as tools for profit extraction. In short, the Love for Animals Protection Association was essentially a business focused on making dirty money. Ning Qing had started working there 7 days ago, in the operations department, as a video editor. In these 7 days, he had witnessed the evil of human nature that would be hard to forget for the rest of his life. So this morning, he slammed his resignation letter onto Wu Jiqian's desk. Then he was told, resignation? Sure, according to the contract, if you leave before 1 month, you need to compensate 3 months of salary. And if you leave now, you won't receive a single penny for this month's salary. Ning Qing remembered that as he turned to leave, the laughter of his colleagues echoed behind him. And now, these 123 colleagues were all trapped here. Ning Qing closed the channel, his eyes devoid of any warmth. He had not found any valuable information amidst the chaotic messages. Only fear, evasion, and the false authority that Sundihai was trying to establish. He exited the chaotic floor channel and opened the equipment module. The interface expanded, displaying 12 equipment slots, divided into different areas: head, armor, weapon, necklace, 2 bracelets, 2 rings, feet, belt, and 2 special equipment slots. Without a doubt, all the slots were empty now. Next was the trade module. It was also divided into 3 trade markets: area, building, and floor. Currently, only the floor trade market, 3rd floor, was unlocked. Entering it, the interface was empty, with no items listed for sale. Finally, was the Dormitory Upgrade/Construction module. This module's interface was slightly more complicated, divided into two parts. On the left was Dormitory Overview. Dormitory Level 1. Upgrade requirements: 1. Have at least 6 different dormitory functional units, currently owned, 1/6 wooden bed. 2. Pay 10 gold coins. Upgrade effect: expands the dormitory's basic space and unlocks more advanced building construction permissions. Current dormitory functional units list: wooden bed, level 1. On the right was the functional unit construction/upgrade interface. It was a tree-like interface, and currently, only one icon was lit up, the wooden bed, in his room. The icon displayed upgradable below it, with the required materials: wood x10, 1 silver coin. Besides that, there was a large area of grayed out, unavailable icons. These icons took various forms, some looked like rough wooden tables, others like simple wooden cabinets, and some like strange runic engravings. Each grayed out icon had a small note underneath: requires a construction blueprint to unlock building. I see. Ning Qing quickly connected and digested all the information he had gathered. Rule number 4 is very clear. During the day, players must gather resources to strengthen their dormitory. His gaze swept again over the blood-red rules, especially the 4th and 5th ones, chewing on them repeatedly. During the day, it belonged to the players, who needed to gather resources. At night, it belonged to those things, who would actively attack. Former allies might turn into resource thieves or even life-threatening enemies in the next moment. No laws, no moral constraints, only the most primitive jungle law: the weak are prey to the strong. I can't just sit here and wait to die. Sitting here, nothing would change. He had to act, to gather resources as much as possible during the limited daytime and strengthen his dormitory. Just as he made up his mind to walk towards the wooden door, a sudden flash of red appeared in his vision. Fierce Deceptive Dormitory is now open. Current time, 12 hours 5 minutes and 15 seconds. Time until night, 7 hours 54 minutes and 45 seconds. Fierce Deceptive Dormitory is now open. Current time, 12 hours 5 minutes and 17 seconds. Time until night, 7 hours 54 minutes and 44 seconds. Fierce Deceptive Dormitory is now open. Current time, 12 hours 5 minutes and 19 seconds. Time until night, 7 hours 54 minutes and 41 seconds. He only had a little over 7 hours of safety left. No more hesitation. Ning Qing took a step towards the wooden door. What was behind the door? He didn't know. But he knew, if he stayed here and waited for the night to fall, he would most likely die, and die horribly. Taking a deep breath, Ning Qing reached out and gripped the wooden doorknob, then slowly pulled it towards him. The door hinge made a dull, dry creaking sound, which was amplified in this utterly silent environment, sending a shiver down his spine. The door opened a crack. Ning Qing peered through the narrow gap. Looking outside the door. Chapter 2, The Dead. When the door opened, a cold, eerie breath instantly slapped against Ning Qing's face. The smell was freezing and sharp, making Ning Qing feel physically nauseous. Suppressing the discomfort, Ning Qing squinted his eyes and looked around. The first thing that caught his eyes was the rough concrete floor, with some dark red stains scattered across it. The walls were pale white, like dry, cracked skin, covered with various marks, scratches, dents from impacts. Then there was a straight, deep corridor, stretching endlessly into the dark. On both sides were closed wooden doors, almost identical, each with a rusty metal number plate. Dead silence. The entire corridor was dead silent, not a sound to be heard. Ning Qing forced himself to calm down. His gaze first landed on the door directly across from him. The number on the door was 1698. The number plate was metal, with rust around the edges, but the numbers were still clear. What caught Ning Qing's attention was that the color of the number plate was green. He then shifted his gaze to the rooms to the left and right of 1698. On the left was 1699, with a white number plate. On the right was 1697, with a black number plate. Different colored room numbers? What did green, white, and black represent? Just as he was thinking deeply, the green door of 1698 suddenly made a soft click sound. The doorknob turned. Ning Qing's whole body froze. Almost instinctively, he wanted to shrink back into the room. The door was pulled open slightly from the inside. A woman's head cautiously poked out. She was about 27 or 28 years old. She had a gentle, graceful face, but right now it was filled with panic. Ning Qing's pupils contracted slightly. He recognized this woman. Lin Liqing. A caretaker from the breeding department of the Animal Protection Association for Love and Care. 7 days ago, when Ning Qing first started his job, he bumped into her in the corridor. At that time, she was holding a box of cat food, wearing a simple white knitted sweater and jeans. Despite the loose clothing, her curves were still noticeable. She smiled at him then, and because of her stunning figure and beauty, Ning Qing remembered her. But now, she was wearing a tight black dance outfit, very thin, hugging her body and outlining her full chest. The dance outfit seemed empty inside, as Ning Qing could see the small goosebumps on her collarbone and her slightly trembling shoulders. She was shaking. Lin Liqing's eyes darted around the corridor in a panic, soon meeting Ning Qing's gaze. The moment their eyes met, the fear in her eyes intensified. She quickly shrank her neck but didn't immediately close the door. Ning Qing had no desire to talk to Lin Liqing, especially in such a strange place. The fifth rule was clear: players could attack each other. His gaze returned to the number plate on Lin Liqing's door, 1698, green. Green represented human players? His mind raced, and he quickly turned to look at the number plate of his own dorm. 302. The number plate was also green. So, a green number plate meant the room housed human players? The black ones were probably 4 monsters, demons, creatures, animals. What about white? Empty rooms? Or unknown? This thought had just formed in his mind when another door opened about 5 meters away from him. Both Ning Qing and Lin Liqing turned to look. It was room 305, with a green number plate. A middle-aged man stepped out. Ning Qing's breath caught for a moment. Zhang Wei. Supervisor of the Field Operations Department, with a dragon tattoo on his arm, also the company's top enforcer. He was wearing a dirty gray jacket and jeans. The long scar on his left cheek looked even more grotesque under the dim light. He stood at the door, cautiously looking around. His eyes barely lingered when they swept over Ning Qing. But when he saw Lin Liqing in a dance outfit at the door of 1698, his eyes suddenly brightened. It was an unmistakable look, filled with raw, unhidden desire. Lin Liqing flinched at the way he looked at her. His face instantly turned pale, like a frightened rabbit, and he jerked his head back, slamming the door shut with a loud bang. Zhang Wei licked his lips, shrugging his shoulders as he walked toward Ning Qing. Hey, little brother, know where this is? Zhang Wei clearly didn't recognize Ning Qing. Ning Qing's body tensed slightly, his right hand quietly moving behind his back, loosely gripping the doorknob. I already said it when the rules were announced, this is the mysterious dorm. Mysterious dorm? Bullshit. Zhang Wei spat, his face showing disdain. I was playing mahjong, just fine, then everything went dark. I opened my eyes, and here I am in this damned place. What rules? What weird monsters? Nonsense. He cursed, clearly not believing in the story, insisting that he had been knocked out and kidnapped. Once I get out of here, I'll find out which bastard did this, and I'll make sure to kill their whole family. Zhang Wei's eyes were fierce, his fists cracking with anger. After complaining, his gaze shifted back to the tightly closed door of room 1698, and he staggered over to it. Sister Lin, don't be scared, it's your brother Zhang. Open the door, brother Zhang needs to ask you something. There was no response from within. Zhang Wei knocked twice more, then turned to Ning Qing. Got a cigarette? I'm dying here. I don't smoke, Ning Qing replied coldly. Tisk, no cigarettes, boring. Zhang Wei clicked his tongue, then knocked on Lin Liqing's door again. Sister Lin, got a smoke? Give brother Zhang one. Inside, Lin Liqing's trembling voice came, tinged with tears. Brother Zhang. I don't smoke, you should ask someone else. Don't smoke, huh? Zhang Wei stroked his chin, a little disappointed, but his gaze shifted around the door again, as if deep in thought. A few seconds later, he gave up, turning toward the adjacent 1697 room, the one with the black doorplate. Ning Qing's heart skipped a beat as he took a step back, preparing to shut the door and hide at any moment. Zhang Wei noticed his movement and scoffed. Coward. Ning Qing ignored him, his eyes fixed on Zhang Wei's every action. Zhang Wei walked up to the 1697 door and knocked on it. Thud, thud, thud. The sound echoed through the silent hallway, with no response. Hey, inside, say something. Zhang Wei raised his voice, kicking the door impatiently. I just want a cigarette, if you've got one, make a sound. Still, nothing. Playing dead, huh? Zhang Wei was completely pissed off now. He took 2 steps back, stretched his shoulders, then charged forward, throwing his whole body weight against the door. Bang! Zhang Wei staggered but regained his balance, spitting into the doorway. Damn it, asking for trouble. He cursed as he stepped inside. Ning Qing's heart was in his throat. He stared at the open door, trying to make sense of what was happening inside. But strangely, no matter how hard he focused, the interior seemed shrouded in a thick fog, impossible to see clearly. This was exactly the same as when he looked into Lin Liqing's room earlier. Zhang Wei's figure was soon swallowed by the gray mist. Then, the door slowly closed on its own. The hallway returned to its eerie silence. But Ning Qing's pupils suddenly contracted. Because, just as the door closed, he clearly saw the number on the doorplate, 1697, change color. From black to a glaring red. Red? Before he could think more, a line of new blood red text suddenly flashed in his vision. Room 305, Zhang Wei, death. The 7 simple words, without any cause, without any process. Ning Qing's back was drenched in cold sweat. Dead? He didn't hear any sound. Zhang Wei had died silently. How did he die? Ning Qing quickly assessed Zhang Wei's combat ability. Although Zhang Wei was shorter, Ning Qing 178, Zhang Wei about 170, his build was solid, his muscles well developed, and his actions vicious. In a real fight, he would definitely be no match for him. Yet, it was this very person. When facing the existence inside room 1697, there was not even the slightest sign of resistance. Instantly eliminated. What about myself? Ning Qing instinctively took a step back again, but his gaze remained locked on the door. At that moment, he noticed that the color of the room number had changed again. Red turned back to black. A flash of insight struck Ning Qing's mind. Red might represent invasion status or an event occurring. Black equals room with dirty things. Green equals human player. Then, what about white? To verify, he gathered his courage and took a few steps forward, looking at Zhang Wei's original room, 305. White. It was indeed white. The white room number represented an empty room. Because Zhang Wei was dead, his room turned white. With that, Ning Qing fully understood the meaning behind the door number colors. Just as he sorted out his thoughts and breathed a little easier, a door opening sound came from behind him. It was Lin Qing from 1698. She had opened the door slightly, her face ashen as she peeked outside. Seeing Ning Qing turn around, she shrank back in fear, but this time, she didn't close the door immediately. Ning Qing was not in the mood to care about her. His gaze shifted back to room 1697. What exactly was inside? Just as he stared at the black door for more than 3 seconds, something strange happened. Suddenly, a row of golden text appeared in his vision. Room 1697. Resident, Evil Wolf Warrior, 2-star, 2nd tier. Type, Monster. Level, 5. Strength, 35. Speed, 30. Constitution, 15. Status, 64%. Skills, Charge, Trample. Plunderable resources, Bone Greatsword, Wolf Meat, 1 gold. Attack advice, no advice, the gap is too large. The golden text floated in his vision. Ning Qing's heart began to race wildly. So this monster called Evil Wolf Warrior killed Zhang Wei instantly. Looking at these attributes, it was far stronger than his own 3/8. Of course, what shocked Ning Qing even more than the monster's stats were the words themselves. I can see the resident information inside the room? The thought hit him, and Ning Qing was overjoyed. Wait, can everyone see this? Or, is it just me? He quickly shifted his gaze away from room 1697's doorplate, and the golden text slowly faded away. Ning Qing forced himself to calm down, he needed to test, to verify. He turned around, facing the direction of 1698, and spoke as calmly as possible. Do you know what's inside there? He pointed at room 1697's door, which had returned to black. How did the person just now die? What's inside? He added, his gaze locked on Lin Qing's eyes behind the door crack. Lin Qing was clearly startled by the sudden question, her body shrinking back. After 2 seconds, she timidly shook her head. No, I don't know. I don't know anything. Her fear was genuine, not a disguise. But Ning Qing did not fully trust her. In a place like this, anyone could lie. Lin Qing seemed to notice Ning Qing's disbelief. After a hesitation, she added softly, I don't know what's inside, but it's definitely something very, very terrifying. You should stay far away. Her words were full of concern, and the trembling in her voice didn't sound fake. Ning Qing nodded, showing a bit of fear on his face. You're right. As he spoke, he obediently moved a few steps away from 1697. However, when his footsteps stopped, his position happened to face the door of the room next to his, 304. The room number was black. His gaze seemingly casually swept past the 304 doorplate. He silently counted, 1, 2, 3. Familiar golden text appeared again. Room, 304. Resident, Chu Renmei, 3-star. Type, Spectre. Level, 8. Strength, 4. Speed, 50. Status, 100%. Skills, Charm, Illusion. Plunderable resources, Cursed Bracelet, 10 gold. Attack advice, physical attacks are ineffective, so don't go seeking death. Hiss. Ning Qing took a sharp breath. Though he forced himself to suppress the expression on his face, his heart still pounded wildly. Chu Renmei. That blue-robed, black-haired childhood nightmare, the one who crawled out of the water. That Aunt May, who sang airy opera and mercilessly took lives. She is actually right next door? Only a wall apart? He quickly scanned the data and compared it with the information about the evil wolf warrior he had just seen. Evil wolf warrior, type monster, strength 35, speed 30, constitution 15. Chu Renmei, type phantom, strength only 4, but speed as high as 50. The most critical thing is, physical attacks are ineffective. Phantom immune to physical attacks? Could she pass through walls? Could she seep out of the walls in the middle of the night, creeping up to his bedside? A chill ran down his spine, and cold sweat instantly formed on his back. But he also knew that fear wouldn't solve anything. He quickly turned his attention to the other black doors along the corridor. Since he was testing, he might as well gather a few more samples. Room 301. Resident, liquor, 1 star. Type, monster. Level, 1. Strength, 8. Speed, 8. Constitution, 15. Status, 100%. Skills, claw strike, bite. Plunderable resources, strengthening potion, 1 silver coin. Attack suggestion, slightly stronger than you, not a good target. Liquor. Isn't that from the Biohazard series? Its strength and speed are similar to his, but its constitution is as high as 15, obviously much more durable. It also has skills, and the suggestion clearly indicates that it's stronger than him, making it a bad target. Room 303. Resident, Rooster. Type, ordinary animal. Level, 1. Strength, 2. Speed, 3. Constitution, 2. Status, 100%. Plunderable resources, tender chicken meat, 10 copper coins. Attack suggestion, a chicken that has grown for 2.5 years, are you sure you won't take it down? Rooster? Ning Qing blinked, confirming that he hadn't read it wrong. The type was ordinary animal, and its attributes were pitifully low. Tender chicken meat could solve his food problem, and 10 copper coins were a good starting fund. It was an easy target. Ning Qing, what are you doing? Lin Liqing suddenly spoke up. Ning Qing turned his head and saw Lin Liqing leaning out, looking at him with a puzzled expression. She had obviously been observing him, seeing him standing in front of several black doors in a daze, so she couldn't help but ask. How did she know my name? Ning Qing became alert instantly, but then thought of the floor channel. Every human player had an ID, and she must have seen it there. This Lin Liqing had sharp observation skills. She wasn't the type to be big-chested and brainless. Room 1698 definitely has something terrifying in it. You'd better stay away. Lin Liqing spoke again. Ning Qing glanced at her but didn't respond. His eyes once again moved to the door number behind Lin Liqing. Since he could see the dirty things behind the black doors, what about the green doors for player rooms? He focused. Room 1698. Resident, Lin Liqing. Type, human player. Level, 1. Strength, 4. Speed, 4. Constitution, 6. Spiritual power, 0. Status, 75%. Skills, none. Plunderable resources, a dance costume with the smell of sweat. Attack suggestion, you won't get anything useful from her. It really works. Then what about the white room? Ning Qing couldn't wait to move his gaze to the room next to Lin Liqing's, 1699. 3 seconds later. The ability to see golden text was confirmed. Viewable targets, black doors, phantom monster ordinary animal, green doors, human player, white doors, empty rooms, will give a prompt. Information content, resident name, type, level, attributes, status, skills, plunderable resources, attack suggestion. Others probably can't see this information. Otherwise, Zhang Wei would never have barged into room 1697. I am special. It must be kept secret, and he could not reveal it to anyone. He took a deep breath. The cold air quickly cooled his overheated mind. This wasn't the time to indulge in thoughts. With more than 7 hours left until nightfall, he had to take action. With this ability, he didn't need to gamble with his life like a headless fly. He could choose his targets precisely. His gaze once again fell on the black door of room 303. The Rooster. An ordinary animal, with extremely low attributes. It could yield chicken meat and 10 copper coins. The risk was almost zero, but the reward was related to food and initial funds. Without hesitation, Ning Qing walked straight toward room 303. Ning Qing? Lin Liqing saw that not only did he ignore her advice to stay away from the black door, but he also walked toward another black door, unable to help but whisper again in surprise. Rooms with black door plates must have something dirty inside. Zhang Wei died after entering a room with a black door plate. You shouldn't. Ning Qing stopped in front of room 304, his hand already gripping the cold door handle. He turned his head and glanced at Lin Liqing. This Lin Liqing had a bit of kindness. But Ning Qing was no saint, and he wouldn't expose his greatest secret or carry a burden just because of this small kindness. You should have read rule number 4. Sitting and waiting for death will kill you. You will have to take the first step sooner or later. These words were his way of returning her kindness, reminding her that avoiding wasn't a solution. After speaking, Ning Qing no longer looked at her and pressed the door handle of 304 with force. The next second, a gray mist rushed at him. As he stepped through the door, his vision blurred briefly, then cleared up again. What appeared in Ning Qing's eyes was a small space roughly 10 square meters, simply surrounded by a rough bamboo fence. This was not a dorm room, it was a simple chicken coop. In the corner of the chicken coop, there was indeed a big rooster. Its feathers were bright, the comb was red, and its eyes looked somewhat dull. It was muscular, with a thick chest, sturdy legs, and claws. Just as the information had said, it was incredibly fat. At this moment, the fat rooster tilted its head and looked at the unexpected guest with its small, round eyes. It didn't charge at him, but instead, when Ning Qing looked at it, it nervously shuffled to the side of the fence. There was really no threat. The last bit of doubt in Ning Qing's heart vanished, the information had been completely accurate. He didn't act immediately but quickly surveyed the chicken coop room. It turned out that the rooms in the violent dormitory were not all standard square wooden houses like his. The rooms of the native residents changed according to their types and habits. Would the wolf warrior's room resemble a beast's den? Would the room of Chu Renmei be a pond? This discovery expanded his understanding of the violent dormitory and prepared him mentally for future exploration of other types of rooms. After observing, the resources were right in front of him, and Ning Qing no longer hesitated. He walked to the edge of the chicken coop and pulled out a bamboo stick. Then he licked his somewhat dry lips, showing a slightly ferocious smile, one he often wore while hunting. He slowly approached the rooster. Little chicken, don't be afraid, it won't hurt. Chapter 4, The Conflict Begins. How long does it take to kill a rooster? Ning Qing quickly realized that he had made an error in judgment due to experience. He thought that by just swinging a bamboo stick, the chicken would run around like a farm animal ready for slaughter, eventually tiring itself out and being caught. But when he struck the first time, the rooster simply hopped lightly to the side, avoiding the hit. The second strike, the third strike. The rooster hopped skillfully inside the narrow coop, and Ning Qing chased it around twice, with the bamboo stick only making dull thud sounds against the fence. Damn, Ning Qing took a deep breath, realizing this approach wouldn't work. He stopped and stared at the rooster, which was now standing in the corner, tilting its head at him. The chicken's eyes were small, its pupils jet black, and there was no visible emotion, but Ning Qing couldn't help but feel that its gaze carried a hint of mockery. Alright, no wonder it had grown into a 2.5-year-old chicken. The rules said this was the violent dormitory. Even the most ordinary animals couldn't be judged by common sense. Ning Qing threw away the bamboo stick and scanned the chicken coop. The fence was made of bamboo, rough and crude, with a few bamboo sticks already loose. He forcefully broke off a thicker bamboo stick, with a sharp, jagged end. This time, he didn't chase after it. He stood still, suddenly lifting his foot and stomping down onto the ground. The dull thud startled the rooster, which flapped its wings and jumped sideways. Ning Qing was waiting for this exact moment. He sprinted forward, not using the bamboo stick to stab, but to sweep sideways. His target wasn't the rooster's body, but the spot where it would land after jumping. In midair, the rooster couldn't change direction and landed right when the bamboo stick swept across its feet. Cluck! The sharp, desperate chicken cry exploded in the confined space. It lost its balance, tumbling to the ground, its wings flapping wildly. Ning Qing didn't hesitate, his second foot already following through, this time aimed directly at the rooster's head. There was no holding back this time. Crack! A faint sound of bone cracking. The rooster's cry suddenly stopped. The rooster's body twitched twice, its wings flapped once more, then it lay still. The whole process took less than a minute. The moment the rooster stopped twitching, a prompt appeared at the bottom right of Ning Qing's vision. Successfully killed rooster, gained 5 experience points. Gained, chicken meat times 3 kilograms. Gained, copper coins times 10. He immediately opened his backpack interface. In the originally empty 20 slots, the first slot now contained a piece of raw meat, labeled chicken meat times 3 underneath. The second slot showed an icon of copper coins, labeled copper coins times 10. He then looked at his personal panel. Level 1, 5/200. The experience bar had moved a small bit forward. Ning Qing stared at the rooster's corpse, then at the chicken meat in his backpack. So after killing, resources are automatically gathered and stored in the backpack. That certainly saves some trouble. After dealing with the rooster, Ning Qing began to carefully search the chicken coop. The bamboo fence enclosed space was clear at a glance, the ground was hard earth, and there were some dry hay stacked in the corners. Other than that, there was nothing. After confirming that there was nothing else to find, Ning Qing walked toward the door. The moment he grasped the door handle, he hesitated for a moment and looked back at the tiny chicken coop. This place was completely different from his square wooden dormitory, more primitive, more simple. So, the definition of dormitory was quite broad. Human players live in standard rooms, while these non-human residents have rooms adapted to their habits. So, what would Chu Renmei's room look like? A water body? Would the licker's rooms be filled with blood and flesh, with slime everywhere? Ning Qing suppressed the images that popped up in his mind and opened the door. A grey mist surged in, enveloping him, and the next second, he was standing in the corridor. Turning back. Room number 304, originally black, had now turned white. He stared for 3 seconds, golden text appearing, "Stop looking, this room has nothing." Verification successful. After the room was emptied, the doorplate turned white, and the golden prompt also changed accordingly. Just as he was about to plan his next move, a sound came from the far end of the corridor. It wasn't the eerie silence from earlier, but voices. Ning Qing turned his head to look at both sides of the corridor. On the right was the direction he came from, number 302, 303, 304, 305. On the left was an unknown stretch, with numbers starting from 301 and decreasing. The voices came mainly from the far left. It seemed more players had gathered the courage to step out of their rooms. Ning Qing glanced at the countdown in the corner of his vision. Time until night, 7 hours 44 minutes and 12 seconds. More than 7 hours left. He now had 10 copper coins and 3 kilograms of chicken meat. Upgrading the wooden door required 50 copper coins and 5 wood, while upgrading the wooden bed required 1 silver coin, 100 copper coins, and 10 wood. He was still far from that. He needed to speed things up. Ning Qing quickly assessed his current situation. Strength 8, Speed 8, Stamina 8, Condition 90%, no weapons, no skills. A being like the Wolf Warrior, Strength 35, or Chu Renmei, Physical Immunity, if he touched them, he would be dead. The Licker, Strength 8, Speed 8, Stamina 15, had similar attributes, but with skills, and the system clearly warned not a good target. The only targets he could bully were ordinary animals. The Rooster was a perfect example, low attributes, no skills, easy to kill, decent rewards. So, the next target was clear, find the next ordinary animal room. Ning Qing made up his mind and turned to walk down the left hallway. He moved along the wall, walking lightly, his eyes constantly scanning the door plates on either side. Green, black, white, most of them were still black. Occasionally, he saw a green door crack open a little, with someone peeking out, but as soon as Ning Qing got closer, the door would immediately slam shut. Fear was spreading. Ning Qing understood. If he didn't have the golden prompt, he too would be hiding in his room, trembling, hoping someone else would go out first. It was only when he passed by room 301, the liquor, that 4 blood red system messages suddenly popped up in the center of his vision. Room 406, Xia Chang, dead. Room 598, Li Ziru, dead. Room 1098, Lin Yang, dead. Room 1965, Qin Peng, dead. 4 messages, almost all popped up in 1 second. Ning Qing's steps faltered. 124 human players, how long has it been since? From when he woke up until now, no more than 20 minutes. 5 have already died. The death rate is terrifyingly high. And Ning Qing noticed a detail, the death room numbers for these 4 people were 406, 598, 1098, and 1965. They are scattered across different floors. What does this mean? It means that it's not a specific high-risk room being broken into continuously, but multiple players are encountering accidents in multiple locations at the same time. They most likely, like Zhang Wei, saw the black doorplate, thought there were people or resources inside, rushed in recklessly, and were instantly killed. This guess made Ning Qing even more certain, others cannot see the room information. The golden prompt is truly one of a kind. Ning Qing suppressed the relief in his heart and opened the floor channel. Sure enough, it had exploded. 855, Li, breeding supervisor, someone died again. Someone died again. Xia Chang died. I knew him. He was from the External Operations Department. 1507, Zhao Qian, finance supervisor, what should we do, will we be next? 1389, Wu Jichang, operations supervisor, everyone stay calm. Don't panic. Boss Sun is figuring something out. 712, Wang Lei, operations department, what's he figuring out? Hide in the room and wait to die? The rules say we have to go out and find resources during the day. 933, Lu Yang, external operations, going out means death. Didn't you see that Manager Zhang is dead? He was so strong, and he still died. 418, Sun Dihai, boss, quiet. Listen to me. The channel went silent for a moment. 418 is Sun Dihai, boss, the situation is unclear, rushing out will be suicide. I suggest everyone stay in the room temporarily, wait for the senior management to hold a small meeting, and after we come up with a unified plan, we'll act together. We must stay united, trust the company. 601 Ichenhao, Breeding Department, Boss Son, stop joking. This is a goddamn deadly dormitory. Not a company conference room. A meeting with the senior management? Do you think it's a board meeting? 418 Sun Dihai, Boss, Jinhao. What's your attitude? This is a critical time, we must uphold discipline. 1245 Zheng Ting, Finance Department, Boss Son, it's not that we don't listen, but is hiding really useful? The rule said something will attack us during the night, our doors aren't even upgraded, how do we block that? 1389 Wu Jichun, Operations Supervisor, Zheng Ting, shut up. Boss Son has his own arrangements. 1123 Zhou Wei, External Operations, Arrangements? Manager Zhang Wei is dead. You office people don't get it. Now, the one with the strongest fist speaks. 418 Sun Dihai, Boss, Zhou Wei. You're out of line. The channel was in chaos. Ning Qing watched carefully. Sun Dihai was still trying to maintain his authority as a boss, but in this environment where law and order had collapsed, and life and death were on the line, that authority was quickly losing its power. Zhang Wei's death was like a heavy hammer, shattering many people's illusions about the throne. Even the most powerful person in the company had been killed in seconds, so what right did Sun Dihai, a boss who only knew how to talk, have to command everyone? The signs of division had already appeared. But what really made Ning Qing wary was the next message. 777 Li Ming, Operations Department, I just opened a room, the doorplate was black, but there was only a cat inside. I killed it, and then it dropped a bottle of soda and a piece of bread. 855 Li Li, Breeding Supervisor, really? What's there to eat? 1507 Zhao Qian, Financial Supervisor, what room? What kind of room would have food? 777 Li Ming, Operations Department, I don't know, I just opened it randomly, the doorplate is black, but there's really only a cat inside, very weak. 1123 Zhou Wei, Field Department, Li Ming from room 777, right? You're lucky, huh? 777 Li Ming, Operations Department, a brother Zhou, don't get me wrong, I only have this one bottle of cola and a bread, it's not even enough for myself. 1123 Zhou Wei, Field Department, get what wrong? We're all colleagues, we share the good stuff. Just wait, I'll come over to find you. The moment this message was sent, the channel suddenly went quiet for a few seconds. Ning Qing's heart sank suddenly. Oh no. Li Ming made a fatal mistake, he exposed that he had food in the channel, and more importantly, he revealed his room number, 777. In a world where the sixth rule clearly states players may attack each other, this was like turning himself into a target. Sure enough, a few seconds later, Li Ming's message popped up again, his tone in panic. 777 Li Ming, Operations Department, Brother Zhou. Brother Zhou, don't come. I really only have this little bit of food. I need to survive too. 1123 Zhou Wei, Field Department, why panic? I'm just coming over to have a look, I'm not taking your food. Just open the door and wait. The conversation ended there. Ning Qing closed the channel, his back breaking out in a cold sweat. He could almost imagine the scene that was about to happen. Zhou Wei would find room 777, knock on the door, threaten him, or maybe even break in. Li Ming would either hand over the food, or for a bottle of cola and a piece of bread. The speed at which human nature deteriorates was faster than he had expected. Can't I hide my room number? Ning Qing muttered softly to himself. He quickly reopened the channel interface and his fingers slid quickly across the virtual screen. Chat box, member list, settings. Finally, in a corner, he found a gear-shaped icon. Clicking it. Inside, there was an option, anonymous speaking. Below, there was a small description. After enabling this, your room number will be hidden when you speak, showing as mysterious person. Each message sent will consume 1 copper coin. Need to pay? Ning Qing frowned, but still chose to enable it without hesitation. Anonymous feature enabled, current copper coins, 9. 1 copper coin deducted. Worth it. He tried sending a message in the channel. Mysterious person, asterisk. Once the message was sent, his ID indeed changed to mysterious person. Almost at the same time, several others in the channel also became mysterious person. Mysterious person, you can speak anonymously now. 855 Li Li, Breeding Supervisor, how did you do that? Teach me. Mysterious person, look for it in the settings yourself. Ning Qing closed the channel and breathed a little easier. At least now, not many people would know he was in room 302. The arguing down the corridor grew louder, now mixed with banging on doors and shouting. Open the door. I know you're in there. Zhou Wei. Don't push me. Push you, huh? Hand over the food. Otherwise, when I get in, I'll kill you. You dare. I'll fight you to the death. The voices echoed through the empty hallway, tightening everyone's heart. Ning Qing didn't stay any longer, quickening his pace as he moved toward the left side of the corridor. He had to gather as many resources as possible and strengthen himself before more people realized that looting players was also a way to survive. As he walked, he scanned the black room doors on both sides with his golden vision. Starting from room 301, heading left. Room 300. Resident, skeleton, 1 star, level 1. Type, monster. Level 3. Strength, 12. Speed, 5. Constitution, 8. Status, 100%. Skill, Bone Blade. Lootable resources, Bone Powder, 50 copper coins. Attack suggestion, Bone Structure, but your small body will still get hurt. Skip. Room, 1700. Resident, Wandering Soul, 2 stars, level 1. Type, monster. Level, 4. Strength, 2. Speed, 20. Constitution, 1. Status, 100%. Skill, Scare. Lootable resources, Soul Silk, 5 silver coins. Attack suggestion, physical attacks are ineffective, don't even try. Skip. Room, 299. Resident, Werewolf, 1 star, level 1. Type, monster. Level, 2. Strength, 18. Speed, 10. Constitution, 12. Status, 100%. Skill, Claw Attack, Howl. Lootable resources, Wolf Fur, Wolf Meat, 80 copper coins. Attack suggestion, may transform on a full moon night, but can still tear you apart now. Skip. Room, 1701. Resident, Evil Centipede, 2 stars. Type, monster. Level, 3. Strength, 10. Speed, 15. Entangle. Lootable resources, Centipede Venom Sac, Shell, 250 copper coins. Attack advice, this thing is poisonous, you do not want your whole body to rot and die, right? After looking through more than 10 rooms in a row, they were either strange evil things or demon things, or monsters with crushing attributes. Ning Qing's heart sank more and more. Could it be that normal animals are this rare? Or was his luck bad, and the area he chose just happened to have none? Just as he walked to a black door with the number 287, and habitually stared at it for 3 seconds. Golden words finally showed different content. Room, 287. Resident, Woodpecker. Type, normal animal. Level, 1. Strength, 1. Speed, 12. Constitution, 2. Status, 80%. Lootable resources, woodpecker meat, 10 copper coins, 20 wood. Attack advice, this bird is a bit hard to catch, but you can handle it. Chapter 5 Hunting a Woodpecker. Why would a woodpecker drop wood? This doubt flashed through Ning Qing's mind. But the thought vanished in an instant. Now was not the time to think about game logic. He only knew 3 points. First, this was a normal animal. Second, it could provide wood. Third, the golden hint said you can handle it. That was enough. However, when his hand rested on the cold door handle of 287, Ning Qing suddenly stopped. He turned his head slightly and swept the corridors on both sides with the corner of his eye. Deep in the left corridor, there were faint voices and footsteps, but the distance was still far. On the right side, toward 302, there was complete silence. The door of 1698 was tightly closed. Lin Liqing should still be hiding inside. No one noticed him. Only then did Ning Qing feel a little relieved. He exerted force with his hand and pushed open the door of 287. Gray fog surged in. Just 1 second after his figure disappeared inside the door, at the corner of the left corridor, 2 adjacent doors almost opened at the same time. Room 277 and Room 276. 2 men walked out, both around 30 years old. They were the golden partner of the operations department of the Universal Love Small Animal Protection Association, copywriting planner Chen Dong, and public opinion manager Lu Ming. Chen Dong was the one responsible for cooking up all kinds of extreme love cats opinions. He was best at writing things like "If you do not repost you are not Chinese" and "Cat abusers die with their whole family," deliberately stirring online opposition to bring traffic to company videos. The methods were dirty, but the traffic was indeed high. Lu Ming was his partner, responsible for leading the rhythm in the comments section, inciting netizens to cyberbully anyone who raised objections. During the 7 days Ning Qing worked in the operations department, he had many conflicts with them. Once, Chen Dong wrote an article titled "Delivery Man Killed a Cat by Throwing It, Is It the Collapse of Humanity or the Lack of Law?" with a picture of a dead cat. In fact, it was a cat that died of illness in the company's breeding department, which they used for staged photos. Ning Qing refused to edit this video, saying this was spreading rumors. Lu Ming then spoke in a mocking tone, "Yo, quite a sense of justice. Do you know what the company lives on?" Ning Qing remembered he replied, "Living on eating human blood buns?" The two of them had darkened faces at that time. Now, this golden partner was huddled together, lowering their voices to talk. "That person just now, was it that new guy? Seems to be called Ning Qing?" Chen Dong squinted his eyes and looked at the tightly closed door of 287. Lu Ming frowned. "Ning Qing? The good guy who can't stand our work? Not sure, it was a bit far. Forget it, don't bother with him." Chen Dong waved his hand, with a trace of excitement in his tone. "I just saw someone in the floor channel say that rooms with black door numbers are actually safe." "Really?" Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Chen Dong lowered his voice, "Of course it's real. Why would I lie to you? Someone opened a black room, inside there was only a cat, after killing it dropped cola and bread. And look." He pointed at the door of 287, "That kid just went into a black room, it's been almost a minute now, right? Did the death announcement come out?" Lu Ming shook his head, "No." "Then that's it. Black rooms have no danger at all. Those dead people must have opened white rooms, or screwed themselves." This logic was very rough, but under the double effect of fear and lucky thinking. The two of them looked at each other, and in each other's eyes, they saw greed. Resources. Food. A chance to survive. Chen Dong pointed at room 286, next to room 287, "This room is also black. You go in and take a look, and I'll find another black room. We'll split up, it's more efficient." Lu Ming hesitated for a moment, but thinking of the tempting cola and bread in the channel, he nodded. He grabbed the door handle. "It will be fine, it must be safe." He murmured to himself, exerting force on the handle, and the door opened. Gray mist swallowed his figure. Meanwhile, in room 287, Ning Qing was standing inside a giant cylindrical birdcage. The diameter was about 3 meters, and the height was over 4 meters, surrounded by wrist-thick wooden bars, with narrow gaps so small that even a hand couldn't pass through. The ground was packed dirt, scattered with small wood chips and feathers. The whole room was just a giant version of a birdcage. In the center of the cage, on a horizontal beam, stood a woodpecker. It looked no different from a regular woodpecker, black and white feathers, a bright red top of its head, a slender and hard beak. It tilted its head, staring at Ning Qing with its small black eyes, occasionally tapping the wood with a tap-tap sound. Status, 80%, speed, 12. It must be hungry, right? Ning Qing moved his arms and legs, slowly approaching. The woodpecker didn't fly away, it just moved to the other end of the beam. 2 meters away. 1.5 meters. Now. Ning Qing suddenly lunged forward, arms outstretched, trying to catch it. But the woodpecker was much faster, with a speed of 12. Even though its status was only 80%, its actual speed was 9.6, while Ning Qing's speed, at 90% status, was only 7.2. The woodpecker flapped its wings and slipped through Ning Qing's fingers, landing on another horizontal beam, continuing to tilt its head and stare at him. Ning Qing missed, his knee hitting the hard ground. It hurt badly. He wouldn't give up. He got up and tried again. This time, he was smarter. He moved slowly, then suddenly accelerated. The woodpecker flew away again. On the third try, he attempted to use a swipe. The woodpecker easily dodged, and even pecked his hand on the back. The injury wasn't serious, but the humiliation was immense. Ning Qing let out a rough breath and glanced at the status bar in the corner of his vision. Status, 85%. It had dropped by 5%. Just a few minutes of chasing, and his status had dropped by 5%. The physical exhaustion, along with that sense of frustration, were all draining his status. Ning Qing's heart sank. What would happen if the status dropped to 0? Unconsciousness? Or direct death? He didn't know, but he couldn't take the risk. "I can't waste any more status." Ning Qing forced himself to calm down. He needed a tool, something to increase his attack range. His eyes scanned the birdcage. Wooden bars? They couldn't be bent. Dirt? Useless. Finally, his gaze landed on himself. He was wearing a pair of jeans and a gray long-sleeved shirt. The shirt. Ning Qing's eyes brightened. He took off his shirt and held it in his hands. Made of pure cotton, not too thick but strong enough. He tried to twist the shirt into a rope, but the dry fabric was too stiff, it wouldn't twist tightly. It needed to be damp. Ning Qing didn't hesitate. He turned around, facing away from the woodpecker. Though he knew it was just a little bird, human instinct still made him not want that little creature to see his big bird. He undid the button of his jeans and urinated on the shirt. The warm liquid soaked into the fabric. He quickly twisted it dry, then twisted the damp shirt even tighter, shaping it into a rough cloth strip. The urine softened the fabric fibers, making it easier to shape. A faint, unpleasant odor spread. Ning Qing frowned, but there was no time to be disgusted. He held one end of the cloth strip, the other end hanging on the ground, like a simple whip. Let's try again. Ning Qing slowly moved closer to the woodpecker. The woodpecker seemed to sense something, hopping uneasily on the beam a couple of times. 2 meters away. Ning Qing suddenly swung his arm, the cloth strip arcing through the air with a whip sound. The woodpecker instinctively tried to fly, but the length of the cloth strip exceeded its expectations. Bang! The end of the cloth strip struck its wing. Though the force wasn't strong, it was enough to make it lose balance. The woodpecker screamed and fell to the ground, flapping its wings trying to get up. This was the opportunity Ning Qing had been waiting for. He dashed forward, threw the cloth strip aside, and quickly clapped his hands together. He caught it. The woodpecker struggled wildly in his hands, its long beak pecking at his fingers, but the force was light, leaving only a few white marks. Ning Qing sighed in relief, about to squeeze it to death, when suddenly a line of golden text appeared in his view. You have captured the woodpecker alive, it can be tamed. Taming cost, 10 copper coins. Ning Qing was stunned. Tamed? This thing can be tamed? He looked down at the bird still flapping in his hands. It was about the size of a palm, and aside from being fast, it had almost no combat ability. What good would taming it do? As a pet? A warning? But 10 copper coins? Sorry. Ning Qing gripped the woodpecker's body with both hands, holding it steady with his left hand and grabbing its head with his right hand, twisting hard. The woodpecker's body stiffened suddenly, then went limp. Almost at the same time, a series of prompts appeared in the bottom right corner of his vision. Successfully killed woodpecker, gained 8 experience points. Gained 0.5 kilograms of woodpecker meat. Gained 10 copper coins. Gained 20 wood. His personal panel updated, level 1, 13/200. Experience went from 5 to 13, the woodpecker gave 8 points. The woodpecker was indeed a bit harder than the rooster, maybe that's why the experience was higher? Ning Qing murmured, but his gaze was already on the birdcage's surroundings. The thick wooden bars that originally made up the birdcage were now gone. The wood came from the structure of the room itself. Not bad, not bad. This trip's worth it. Just 31 more copper coins and I can upgrade the dormitory door. He took a deep breath, calming himself. The countdown was still ticking, and the night was closing in. Ning Qing didn't stay in the room, he opened the door and went back into the corridor. The development steps couldn't stop, so Ning Qing immediately checked the next target room. However, Room 286. Resident, Goblin. Type, Monster. Level, 1. Strength, 7. Speed, 7. Constitution, 7. Status, 22%. Lootable resources, lighter, decayed short sword, 20 copper coins. Suggested attack, a player has already weakened the goblin, you can deliver the final blow. Chapter 6, this goblin even doesn't spare males. Ning Qing stared at the golden prompt on room 286's door, his expression fluctuating. Suggested attack, a player has already weakened the goblin, you can deliver the final blow. A player has already weakened the goblin. He quickly analyzed in his mind. Just a moment ago, before he entered room 287, the door plate for 286 was still intact. Now, as he stepped out, the goblin's status was only 22%. What did this mean? It meant that during the few minutes when he was catching the bird, killing the bird, and observing the room, someone had entered 286, fought with the goblin, and then died. So the person who entered traded their life to take away 78% of the goblin's health. 22% health left. Ning Qing quickly calculated, the goblin's attributes were Strength 7, Speed 7, Constitution 7. The status affects the actual performance ratio, and at 22% health, its real attributes were only Strength 1.54, Speed 1.54, Constitution 1.54. Meanwhile, his status was 85%, Strength 8, Speed 8, Constitution 8, so his actual attributes were Strength 6.8, Speed 6.8, Constitution 6.8. More than a fourfold advantage. This is my chance, with the Dragon Knight's advantage, I can't lose. Ning Qing took a deep breath and gripped the cold doorknob of room 286. He applied force, and the door opened. Gray mist surged in. At the same time, on the other side of the corridor, the door to room 277 cracked open slightly. A head carefully poked out, it was Chendong. His face was pale, his eyes fixed firmly on the door of room 286. Just a few minutes ago, he had watched Lu Ming enter 286, and then, nothing more. Room 276, Lu Ming, dead. Lu Ming was dead. He had tricked Lu Ming. The black room is safe was a lie he made up on the spot. He wasn't sure what was in the black room, but he needed someone to scout it out. Lu Ming had been that scout. Now the path had been revealed, the black room was dangerous, and it could kill. Chen Dong should have immediately shrunk back into his room and locked the door. Shivering in fear, waiting for the night to fall. But it didn't. Because he saw Ning Qing. The Ning Qing who had just come from room 287, the new guy in the company. This guy actually came out alive? Chen Dong's mind buzzed. He was of similar build to Lu Ming and Ning Qing, all having the unhealthy physique of office workers. If Ning Qing could come out alive from the black room, did that mean he could too? No, not could too, but could have. If it had been him who entered 287 just now, then the one coming out alive with resources would be him, Chen Dong. Damn it, if I had known, I would have gone to 287. A twisted sense of regret and jealousy surged within him. Chen Dong stared intensely at the door of room 286, his mind racing with calculations. Now Ning Qing was in 286. If Ning Qing died inside, then fine, he would hurry back to his room and hide. But what if Ning Qing didn't die? What if, like he just came out of 287, he came out alive from 286? The black room was dangerous, but it definitely had resources. Ning Qing coming out alive meant he had gotten something, but since Lu Ming, who was almost the same build, had died, he must have been injured too. He would be weakened and exhausted. In that case, Chen Dong licked his cracked lips, a glimmer of greed flashing in his eyes. He quietly slipped out of his room, pressing against the cold wall, moving to the side of door 286. He had to wait. Wait for Ning Qing to come out. Rule number 6 was very clear. Players could attack each other. Chen Dong's mind had already begun to fantasize, if he snatched Ning Qing's resources, he could upgrade his dormitory and survive. Once he developed, he could win over those pretty female employees in the company one by one. Zhao Qian from the finance department, although harsh, had a good figure. Li Li from the breeding department, though a bit older, still had charm. And then there was Lin Liqing, that exquisite young woman he had longed for a long time. I'll sleep with one today, and one tomorrow. Chen Dong muttered softly, the corner of his mouth involuntarily twisting into a distorted smile. Inside room 286. Ning Qing's first feeling was stench. An indescribable foul odor assaulted him, mingling decayed earth, rotten plants, and some sort of disgusting animal smell. He held back his nausea, squinting to adjust to the light. This was not a standard room but a cave. About a dozen square meters in size, the floor was damp soil, the walls were rough rock, covered in dark green moss. A few crude torches were wedged in the rock crevices, burning with dim light. The air was humid and stuffy, making it a bit hard to breathe. And in the center of the cave, Ning Qing saw a goblin. He also saw Lu Ming. Lu Ming's corpse lay on the ground, face up, his clothes torn apart, and his exposed skin was covered in dark bruises and scratches. His eyes were wide open, pupils unfocused, clearly dead in terror and despair. His death was tragic. But what made Ning Qing's stomach churn even more was, the goblin was doing something horrifying. Ning Qing felt an inexplicable wave of nausea. He had heard about some of the goblin's habits from various films and entertainment works, but seeing it with his own eyes exceeded his limits. It didn't even spare the males. This race was truly disgusting to the core. Just then, the goblin noticed Ning Qing's arrival. It abruptly looked up, a flash of panic in its small red eyes. Then it jumped away from Lu Ming's body, staggering back to the corner of the cave, baring its uneven yellow teeth and hissing a threatening sound. But Ning Qing could clearly see, it was shaking. The goblin had multiple wounds, which must have been left by Lu Ming before he died. An office worker, a mere planner, managed to injure a monster like this before dying, which could be considered giving it his all. A complex emotion flickered in Ning Qing's heart but was quickly suppressed by reason. Now was not the time for sympathy. Take advantage of its illness and take its life. He quickly scanned the cave with his eyes, finally landing on a stone the size of a fist at his feet. Ning Qing bent down to pick up the stone and weighed it in his hand. Then, without a word, he swung his arm, and the stone flew toward the goblin. This was a pure display of brute force, without any technique. But the goblin was in terrible shape. At 22% health, it was slow to react and sluggish in its movements. Thud. The stone struck its left shoulder wound perfectly. Gah! The goblin let out a shrill scream, green blood gushing from the wound. In pain, it rolled on the ground, scratching at its wound with its hands. In Ning Qing's vision, the goblin's health bar flickered. Health, 20%. It dropped by 2%. Effective. Ning Qing did not stop. He continued to bend down to pick up stones. There were many small rocks in the cave. the second, third, fourth. The goblin tried to fight back, but it couldn't even stand steadily. It wanted to escape, but the cave was so small, there was nowhere to hide. It could only curl up in the corner, protecting its head with its arms and letting out desperate wails. The stones hit it with dull thuds. Health continued to drop. 18%. 16%. 14%. When Ning Qing threw the seventh stone, the goblin finally stopped moving. It collapsed on the ground, its body twitching slightly, green blood flowing from countless wounds, forming a puddle beneath it. Its crimson eyes were still open but had lost their sparkle. Health, 0%. Ning Qing stopped, breathing heavily. He glanced at his own health. The throwing had cost him quite a bit of stamina, dropping from 85% to 80%. But it was worth it. Almost simultaneously, a system notification popped up. Successfully killed goblin, gained 20 experience points. Gained, copper coins times 20. Gained, lighter times 1. Gained, decayed short knife times 1. Ning Qing immediately opened his backpack to check. The backpack slots were now as follows: chicken 3 kilograms, woodpecker meat 0.5 kilograms, copper coins 39, wood 20, lighter 1, decayed short knife 1. His personal panel also updated. Level 1, 33/200. Experience rose from 13 points to 33 points, the goblin provided 20 points, which was indeed much higher than ordinary animals. As expected of a monster, the experience is way higher. Ning Qing sighed in relief, focusing his attention on the two newly acquired items. First was the lighter, clearly a modern item. Ning Qing even guessed it might belong to Lu Ming. Then there was the decayed short knife. With a thought, the short knife appeared in his hand. It felt heavy, much heavier than he had expected. The blade was about 20 centimeters long, severely rusted, riddled with dark red rust spots and black stains. The hilt was made of crude wood, already cracked and crudely wrapped with dirty cloth. Overall, this was a piece of junk that no one would pick up even if left in a trash heap. But after Ning Qing stared at it for 3 seconds, light blue item information emerged. Decayed short knife. Level, decayed, decayed/ordinary/excellent/superior/perfect/epic/legendary. Equipment requirement, strength greater than or equal to 2. Effect, strength plus 5. Special effect, 10% chance to infect the target with tetanus upon attack. Friendly reminder, this game contains various abnormal statuses. Tetanus effect, loses 2% health per hour for 10 hours, after 10 hours, deteriorates to 5% health loss per hour. Ning Qing's eyes brightened. Good stuff. Although it looked shabby, the actual effects were amazing. Strength plus 5 meant that if he equipped this knife, his strength attribute would rise from 8 to 13. Although health would affect actual performance, it would still be above the average line for adult males. More importantly, there was that tetanus effect. This meant that even a minor cut could leave the opponent weak for a while, possibly even lead to death. Finally, I have a weapon for self-defense. I might not rely on it against strange creatures or monsters, but at least I feel more confident facing human players. Feeling satisfied, Ning Qing put the short knife back into his backpack. He took one last look at the cave. The goblin's body began to slowly dissolve, turning into green light spots and dissipating. But Lu Ming's body still lay there. His eyes wide open. He shook his head and then opened the door. The gray mist dispersed. The pale light in the hallway pierced his eyes. Ning Qing squinted, just getting used to the light, still unable to clearly see his surroundings. A voice full of malice rang in his ear. "New guy, what good stuff did you find in there?" Chapter 7 First Kill. When Ning Qing recognized Chen Dong, there was no warmth on his face. Firstly, they never got along at the company. Secondly, in this environment where death could come at any moment, Ning Qing remained wary of everyone. So, he couldn't be bothered to respond to Chen Dong and simply walked around him. But unexpectedly, Chen Dong came around to block him again. "Mute. What did you find in 286? Ning Qing stopped, his eyes fixed on Chen Dong's greed-filled face. "What does it have to do with you?" Chen Dong sneered, his voice particularly sharp in the quiet hallway. "My good brother Lu Ming just went in and died. You went in afterwards and managed to come out unscathed. You think that has nothing to do with me?" He emphasized good brother, yet his expression showed no sadness whatsoever. Ning Qing looked at Chen Dong, quickly calculating in his heart. What does this guy really want? Simply wanting to extort resources? Or so? Ning Qing replied with just one word. Chen Dong was provoked by his attitude, his fake smile fading. "You better share half of what you got from 286 with me." "Why should I give you anything?" "Why?" Chen Dong scoffed, leaning forward, lowering his voice. "If you don't give it to me, I will say in the communication channel that you killed Lu Ming." Ning Qing's pupils constricted slightly. "I killed Lu Ming? Which eye of yours saw that? Are you making things up?" Chen Dong laughed even more arrogantly, seeing it or not doesn't matter. You're a newcomer, with no foundation in our company, as long as I say it, who do you think they'll believe, me or you? He paused and added, in this hellish place, people are anxious, everyone needs a scapegoat. So, if I portray you as a killer harming colleagues for resources, what do you think will happen? Ning Qing was silent for 2 seconds. At this point in the conversation, he had completely seen through Chen Dong's true colors. This was no longer extortion, it was a matter of wanting to destroy him. Seeing Ning Qing silent, Chen Dong thought he was scared, becoming even more arrogant. Hurry up, don't hesitate, or I'll immediately expose this in the channel. After those words, Ning Qing lost his previous indifference, his voice showing clear panic. No, don't say it, I'll give you. Chen Dong's triumph almost overflowed. TSK, that's what we call being wise. Listen up, from now on, any resources you get must be shared with me. He extended his hand, palm up, waiting to receive the loot. Okay. I'll definitely give it to Brother Dong. Ning Qing said while hurriedly manipulating his backpack interface. A few seconds later, a dark red piece of meat appeared in his hand, chicken, about 1 kilogram. Wow! Chicken? Chen Dong's eyes lit up, greedily staring at the piece of meat. In a place like this, food was more precious than gold. Brother Dong, come a bit closer. Ning Qing lowered his voice, looking around, acting as if afraid of being seen by others. I'll share all the good stuff from my backpack with you, but it can't be seen by anyone else. Chen Dong, suspicious of nothing, immediately leaned closer to Ning Qing, his 2 hands eagerly reaching for the chicken. His face was very close enough for Ning Qing to see the little triumphant look in his eyes. Close enough. The chicken in Ning Qing's hand suddenly disappeared. In its place was a rusted short knife. The blade was dark red, covered in rust. Chen Dong's eyes widened in an instant. He wanted to retreat, wanted to scream. But it was all too late. Ning Qing's arm tightened like a spring and then thrust forward violently. The short knife did not stab at the chest, nor at the abdomen. It stabbed straight towards Chen Dong's wide-open mouth. Because the distance was too close, because Chen Dong was completely unprepared, because this strike was swift and forceful. Put! The blade easily penetrated the soft lips, cutting through the gap between the teeth, piercing the tongue, and deeply stabbing into the throat. The tip of the knife even protruded a little from the back of Chen Dong's neck. Ugh! A strange muffled sound came from Chen Dong's throat. Because his mouth was pierced by the short knife, he couldn't even scream. The sharp pain caused his body to convulse violently, and his hands instinctively grabbed Ning Qing's right hand that held the knife. His fingers dug deep into Ning Qing's skin. But Ning Qing didn't let go. In the corner of his vision, Chen Dong's status bar began to rapidly fluctuate. Status, 92%. Status, 80%. Status, 60%. Status, 30%. Blood gushed from the corner of Chen Dong's mouth, coloring his entire chest red. His body started to go limp, and the grip on Ning Qing's hand gradually weakened. For the first time killing someone, Ning Qing could not be calm, nor could he feel no fear. At this moment, his heart raced at high speed, thumping loudly. His stomach churned violently, his throat tightened, nearly making him vomit. But he knew that since he had already struck, he could not let Chen Dong live. In this place without laws, without morals, only survival and death, being soft-hearted equaled suicide. So he exerted force again with the hand holding the knife, driving it deeper inside. At the same time, his other hand supported the back of Chen Dong's head, preventing him from falling and from struggling. Their faces were very close. Ning Qing could smell the scent of blood and could feel Chen Dong's breath growing weaker. He lowered his voice to a volume only the two could hear, and said, "Take a deep breath, feeling dizzy is normal." Chen Dong's eyes began to dull, his pupils dilating. Ning Qing continued to speak softly, "Be obedient, just sleep for a while." Status, 4%. Status, 0%. Chen Dong's body completely went limp. The grip on Ning Qing's hand loosened, falling weakly by his side. He was dead. Successfully killed player Chen Dong from Dormitory 277, gained 5 experience points. Gained, Huazi, half a pack. When the system notification popped up, Ning Qing was stunned for a moment. He never expected that killing Chen Dong would also grant experience. He didn't expect that Chen Dong's experience was only 5 points, just like a big rooster. As for that half pack of Huazi, it was a surprise. This also made him realize, after killing a player, the resources in the player's backpack would automatically go into his own backpack. Ning Qing stood still and took a deep breath. He struggled to suppress the urge to vomit, forcing himself to calm down. He killed someone. He killed a person, not a monster, not a strange being, but a living human being. Even though this person deserved to die, even though it was self-defense, the guilt surged uncontrollably. Ning Qing closed his eyes and opened them again. He pulled out the short knife that was stuck in Chen Dong's mouth. Then he squatted down, wiped the blood off the short knife with Chendong's clothes, and then put it back in his backpack. Then he stood up and looked around. His current position was near dormitory 276, still a distance away from his own 302. The corridor in this area was relatively empty, with doors on both sides tightly closed. But just as he looked up towards the left front, his heart suddenly tightened. About 10 meters away, the door of room 268 was open. Through the crack of the door, there was a shadow of a person. That person clearly saw everything that just happened and was now hiding behind the door, revealing only half of their face. In the instant their eyes met, Ning Qing clearly saw that face. It was Su Ziyuan, another thug from the External Operations Department, who usually hung out with Zhang Wei. Su Ziyuan also saw Ning Qing, and his face instantly filled with panic as he quickly shrank back, slamming the door shut with a bang. Ning Qing stood still, his mind racing. A witness. Should he chase after them? This thought flickered in Ning Qing's mind for a moment, but it was quickly suppressed. His current status was at 78%, and killing the goblin and killing Chendong had both consumed quite a bit of stamina. Su Ziyuan is a tough guy from the field department, though he is not as strong as Zhang Wei, his physical ability is definitely better than his. More importantly, Su Ziyuan has now closed the door. In the Mengue dormitory, players' rooms are protected by rules, they can go out during the day, but others cannot forcibly intrude. This is something he learned from the statement of 777 Li Ming in the communication channel. That kid almost thought he was going to be robbed of his cola and bread. So it was useless for Ning Qing to chase after him, he could not open room 268's door. Now, he is trying hard to maintain a calm appearance, slowly retreating towards his own room, 302. His steps are steady, but only he knows that his legs are slightly trembling. He must return first, adjust his mindset, and also observe whether Su Ziyuan will expose him in the communication channel. The corridor is very long. Each step feels like walking on the edge of a knife. He can feel that behind the doors on both sides, it seems there are countless eyes watching him. At the same time. Floor channel, 3rd floor. 268 Su Ziyuan, field department, boss son, it's bad, I saw someone kill Chendong. 418 Sun Dihai, boss, what? Who? Who killed Chendong? 268 Su Ziyuan, field department, it's Ning Qing. That newcomer from the operations department, Ning Qing. I saw it clearly, he killed Chendong in the corridor. 1389 Wu Jiqian, operations supervisor, Ning Chang? That kid who just handed in his resignation this morning? 268 Su Ziyuan, field department, it's him. He stabbed Chendong in the mouth with a knife, and Chendong died right there, right in front of room 276. 418 Sun Dihai, boss, damn it. This is outrageous. Hurting colleagues at a time like this is rebellion. 855 Li Li, breeding supervisor, god killing, I can't believe it. 1507 Zhao Qian, finance supervisor, what's there to doubt? In a place like this, what won't people do for resources? I said long ago that kid is no good. 418 Sun Dihai, boss, everyone listen up, Ning Qing has harmed a colleague, a terrible crime. From now on, he is the public enemy of our Animal Protection Association. If anyone finds him, report immediately, whoever catches him will be heavily rewarded. 1389 Wu Jiqiang, operations supervisor, boss son is right, this rotten apple must be removed. Everyone unite and find Ning Qing. In the corridor. Ning Qing sees room 302 is just ahead. But just as he is about 10 meters away from 302. Creak. A door suddenly opens to the left front. 1698. Lin Liqing peeks out from behind the door. She lowers her voice and speaks quickly. Ning Qing, Su Ziyuan said in the channel that you killed Chendong. Boss son is now asking for your room number, be careful. Ning Qing stops in his tracks and looks at Lin Liqing. Why is this woman suddenly warning him? Compassion? Or? Ning Qing quickly opens the channel and glances at the latest news. Sure enough, Sun Dihai is asking for Ning Qing's room number. 418 Sun Dihai, boss, who knows Ning Qing's room number? Report it. Heavy rewards. 268 Su Ziyuan, field department, boss, I just saw him walking toward 276, but I'm not sure which room he lives in. 1123 Zhou Wei, field department, search. Check each door one by one. Start searching near room 276. 987 Fong Na, operations department, I think everyone should stay calm. Even if Ning Qing killed Chendong, we still don't know the reason. 268 Su Ziyuan, field department, Fong Na, what do you mean? Pleading for the murderer, do you have a thing for that guy? 987 Fong Na, operations department, you better roll away. Seeing these messages, Ning Qing's heart raced. If Sun Dihai really organizes people to search from near room 276 toward 302. Ning Qing takes a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. He looks at Lin Liqing. Lin Liqing is still looking at him. Thank you for the reminder. Lin Liqing bites her lip and softly says, you should go back to your room quickly, lock the door, and don't come out. Boss Sun and the others might come looking for you. After saying that, she tries to retreat back into her room. But at that moment, a thought suddenly flashes through Ning Qing's mind. Lin Liqing knows her room number. If she... Should I kill her? Then no one would know that 302 is his room. Chapter 8, The Company's Internal Chaos. In the end, Ning Qing's reason overcame his impulse. He looked at Lin Liqing's eyes filled with anxiety, and finally just tightened his fists, said nothing, did nothing. He turned around and left. He was not a killer. Chen Dong deserved to die because he wanted to extort, to frame, to drive others to death. But Lin Liqing? She only kindly reminded him. If killing to silence someone for this reason, what difference was there between himself and Chen Dong, and those like Sun Dihai? Ning Qing pushed open the door of 302 and walked in. The moment the door closed, he leaned against the rough wooden door, his body slowly sliding down, collapsing onto the floor. Gag! His stomach churned, he covered his mouth but couldn't hold back that wave of nausea. The scene of killing Chen Dong kept replaying in his mind. This was not a game. Not a monster. It was a living person. Ning Qing huddled, dry heaving for a while, but nothing came out. A few minutes later, he slowly calmed down. He lifted his head, wiped his face. The sticky feeling of blood remained on his hands, and his face was smeared with dirt and sweat, mixing together, very uncomfortable. If only I could wash my face, he murmured softly, his voice sounding particularly dry in the empty small room. Then, he felt a sudden pain in his lower abdomen. Now, the physiological need had returned. I also need a toilet. He smiled bitterly for a moment. In this hellhole, even the most basic needs of life had become a luxury. He opened the dormitory upgrade/construction function, a virtual light screen unfolded before him. He carefully browsed those gray, unlocked icons, his finger sliding across the screen. Soon, he found what he wanted. Water supply system. The icon was a simple faucet and a few pipes. Construction conditions, water supply system blueprint X1, iron block X2, 2 silver coins. Effect, provides clean water, drinkable and for washing. Automatically generates 1 liter of purified water daily. Toilet. The icon was a simple squat toilet. Construction conditions, toilet blueprint X1, stone X5, 2 silver coins. Effect, addresses physiological needs, maintains dormitory hygiene. Automatically processes waste. Ning Qing looked at those conditions, shaking his head helplessly. Blueprints, iron blocks, stones, silver coins, he had none of these. He closed the construction interface, redirecting his attention back to reality. The countdown in the corner of his vision was still ticking. Current time, 16 hours 45 minutes and 15 seconds, time until night, 3 hours 14 minutes and 45 seconds. More than 3 hours. He had to stay calm. Ning Qing took a deep breath, forcing himself to shift his focus to the current situation. He opened his personal panel, counting resources, chicken X3 kg, woodpecker meat X0.5 kg, copper coins X39, wood X20, lighter X1, decayed short knife X1. Then he looked at the dormitory upgrade requirements. Wooden door upgrade, level 1 level 2 wood X5, copper coins X50. Wood bed upgrade, level 1 level 2 wood X10, silver coin X1, which is copper coin X100. The deficit in copper coins is too large. The wooden door must be upgraded. A level 1 wooden door, he felt he could kick it apart, how could it possibly block those things in the night? Chu Renmei was right next door in 304, who knew if she could walk through walls? The glutton in 301, what if it tried to break down the door? If the wooden bed could be upgraded, recovering status would definitely be faster, which related to continuous combat ability and injury recovery. Although he hadn't been injured yet, in this place, injury was only a matter of time. The total deficit was 111 copper coins. He had to go out again. But outside. Ning Qing opened the floor channel. Messages were still crazily refreshing, more chaotic than before. 418 Sun Dihai, boss, everyone listen up. This is an extraordinary time, we must unite. Ning Qing killed Chen Dong, this is a fact. We must catch him and give our deceased colleague an explanation. Those willing to participate in the hunt, message me privately. 1389 Wu Jiqiang, Operations Supervisor, Sun is right, I've already contacted a few brothers from the field department, let's start searching from near 276, Ning Qing definitely can't run far. 268 Su Ziyuan, Field Department, Supervisor Wu, count me in. I saw it with my own eyes. That kid ran ahead. He has a knife, everyone be careful. Wait a minute, I think it's better for everyone to stay calm. As soon as this message came out, the channel fell silent for 2 seconds. Fang Na, another colleague from the operations department, is responsible for online pet supply sales and joined the company 6 months earlier than him. She usually doesn't talk much but is very efficient at her work. Ning Qing has a good impression of her. Wu Jiqiang, the operations supervisor. Fang Na, what do you mean? Do you want to shield the murderer? Fang Na, operations department. Wu Jiqiang, stop putting labels on me. I just think that the situation is unclear. We have no idea why Qingdong was killed. Su Ziyuan only saw Ning Qing make a move, but what happened before that? What if Qingdong tried to rob Ning Qing's things first? Is it strange to kill for resources in a place like this? Su Ziyuan, outdoor department, bullshit. Qingdong is a veteran employee, how could he do such a thing? Fang Na, operations department, veteran employee? Ha, you don't know what kind of person Qingdong is? Last month, he posted an online delivery worker's information to grab attention, causing that person to get bullied online and lose their job. Have you forgotten this? What kind of person would do anything for profit in a place like this? Can you even imagine? Zhou Wei, outdoor department. Fang Na, don't change the subject. We're talking about Ning Qing killing someone now. Fang Na, operations department, I'm talking about human nature. In a place like this, what wouldn't people do to survive? Can you honestly say you've never had thoughts of taking someone else's resources? Zhou Wei, weren't you going to grab Li Ming's cola and bread before? These words seemed to hit a nerve. The channel fell silent for a few more seconds. Lili, breeding supervisor. I think Fang Na makes sense right now. We don't even know what's outside, but we're fighting among ourselves. Night is coming, and my door is still at level 1. Zhao Qian, finance supervisor. Lili. Why are you talking nonsense too? President Sun organized everyone to eliminate hidden dangers to ensure everyone's safety. Fang Na, stop instigating people here. No matter how problematic Qingdong was, that's a matter for our company. It's not for Ning Qing to solve with murder. The most important thing now is to follow President Sun's lead and unite. Wu Jiqiang, operations supervisor. Zhao Qian is right. Fang Na, you're just sowing discord. Fang Na, operations department. Wu Jiqiang, stop flattering me. I know very well what you are. Last time during team building, you tried to get me drunk. Do I need to say where your hands went? Should I drag out the sisters who were there too at Zheng Ting and Li Li at Lin Liqing? Wu Jiqiang, operations supervisor, you're slandering me. That was a misunderstanding. Zheng Ting, finance department, I can testify that Supervisor Wu indeed is not very proper. That time his hand was on my waist and didn't let go for a long time. Lili, breeding supervisor, I also one time when we worked overtime, he got really close. Lin Liqing, breeding department, Supervisor Wu, please show some respect. I've also encountered a similar situation. Zhao Qian, finance supervisor, what are we even talking about right now? Is this the time to discuss old matters? President Sun, I suggest we focus on dealing with Ning Qing's problem first. Some people are just causing trouble intentionally. Sun Dihai, the boss, alright. Stop arguing. Wu Jiqiang, your nonsense can wait. Fang Na, and you others, now is the time to focus on the big picture. Zhao Qian is right, the primary task now is to catch Ning Qing, the troublemaker. Mysterious person, come on, President Sun, catch someone? We can't even afford to upgrade our doors. What do we do if ghosts come at night? If you have that kind of time, why not think about how to get resources? Mysterious person, exactly, Qingdong deserves to die. There must be a reason Ning Qing killed him, all I want now is to survive. Mysterious person, Wu Jiqiang is really disgusting, I've always thought he's not a good person. The channel turned into complete chaos. Sun Dihai and Zhao Qian tried to steer the topic back to hunting down Ning Qing, but the accusations against Wu Jiqiang for sexual harassment that Fang Na raised had already lit the fuse. More and more female colleagues, even some male colleagues, began to speak out about the injustice and harassment they faced in the company. Discussions about Ning Qing were quickly drowned out by the condemnation of Wu Jiqiang, the dissatisfaction with Sun Dihai's favoritism, and the mutual exposure of flaws and arguments. Ning Qing turned off the channel, leaned against the door, and let out a long breath. The situation was more chaotic than he had anticipated. People's hearts were scattered. Everyone had their own agendas. This gave him time. Ning Qing waited for about 10 more minutes, keeping a close watch on the channel's movements. The hunt for him had really stalled. Sun Dihai was still calling for action, but fewer and fewer people were responding. More people began discussing how to obtain resources, how to upgrade their dorms, and even some started trading information. Almost there. Ning Qing stood up and stretched his stiff body. His condition was still at 78%, not recovered. The wooden bed only recovered 1% every hour, which was too slow. He had to go out, earn copper coins, and upgrade. This time, he chose the corridor on the right. He kept close to the wall, walked quietly, and constantly scanned the door signs on both sides. White, black, and occasionally green. The green doors were mostly tightly shut, but a few doors were open just a crack, and when the people inside saw the knife in his hand, they quickly shut the door in fear. Ning Qing ignored them. His target was the black rooms. Fighting them would be low risk. As he walked, he scanned with his golden vision. Room 306. Resident, Caveman, 1 star, 1 level. Type, Monster. Level, 1. Strength, 9. Speed, 4. Constitution, 10. Status, 100%. Skill, Stone Club Strike. Plunderable resources, Rough Stone Club, Cave Mushroom, 15 copper coins. Attack suggestion, tough but slow. You have a knife, you can try, but you may get hurt. Skip. The constitution is too high, it would be hard to fight. Room 307. Resident, Mag, 1 star, 1 level. Type, Monster. Level, 1. Strength, 5. Speed, 7. Constitution, 6. Status, 100%. Skill, Fireball Throw. Plunderable resources, Small Fireball Scroll, 1 time, Sulfur Powder, 20 copper coins. Attack suggestion, a ranged unit, you might take a hit before you rush in. Skip. Ranged attacks are too dangerous. Ning Qing continued walking. 308, 309, 310 all were monsters. Big-eared monster, Strength 6, Speed 5, Constitution 8, Skill, Club Strike, Fairy, Strength 4, Speed 9, Constitution 5, Skill, Precise Shot, Werewolf, Strength 12, Speed 8, Constitution 10, Skill, Frenzy. Most attributes were between 5 and 12, similar to his base attributes, with some even lower. If he equipped a short knife, his strength could reach 13, theoretical value, actually around 10, plus the weapon's tetanus effect, he could actually fight. But he didn't dare. He wasn't sure about the injury mechanism in this world. The wooden bed recovered status, so if he were cut, bled, or broke a bone, would his status decline while the injury healed automatically? Or did status only represent energy and stamina, with real injuries needing medical treatment? He didn't know. Too afraid to take the risk. Life was only one. After walking through a dozen rooms. Was there really no ordinary animals on this side? Just as he was passing room 322, another big-eared monster, ready to turn around and explore a different direction. His gaze swept over the black door sign of room 328. Room 328. Resident, Stray Ragdoll Cat X1, Stray Calico Cat X2. Type, Ordinary Animal. Level, 1. Strength, 211. Speed, 622. Constitution, 211. Status, 100%-30%-25%. Plunderable resources, Orland's Chicken Wings X1, Spicy Chicken Leg Burger X1, Cat Meat 2 kilograms, 20 copper coins. Attack suggestion, can an adult man take down 3 cats? Chapter 9 The First Pet. How could a person possibly lose to cats? So Ning Qing did not hesitate and pushed the door open with force. The gray mist surged in and instantly dissipated. The scene before him momentarily stunned him. This was not a standard dormitory, nor was it a cave or birdcage he had seen before, but a broad space of about 50 square meters. The entire area was empty, with only a half-person high iron cabinet standing alone in the center. The blue and yellow colors were intertwined, with the Meituan delivery logo printed on it. In front of the cabinet, a large, fluffy white ragdoll cat was struggling with its front paws to pry open one of the small doors. Click! A soft sound, and the small door was actually pushed open by it. A paper takeout bag with a KFC logo slid out partially from inside. The ragdoll cat's eyes brightened, and it let out a rumble from its throat, leaning in to bite the bag. Almost simultaneously, a few lines of golden text appeared at the edge of Ning Qing's vision. Lootable resources, Orland's Chicken Wings X1, Spicy Chicken Leg Burger X1, Cat Meat 1.5 kilograms, 10 copper coins. So that's it. The bag contained his spoils of war. He couldn't let this beast get to it first. Ning Qing didn't stop his steps and rushed straight towards the takeout drawer. The sudden footsteps startled the ragdoll cat. It abruptly turned its head, a pair of azure cat eyes cautiously watching Ning Qing, its body instinctively leaping back to dodge the takeout bag. It didn't run away immediately but arched its back, its fur standing on end, already entering a defensive dragon-like posture. Then, it opened its mouth, revealing sharp teeth. Ha! 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 Ning Qing halted, looking at the cat hissing aggressively at him. Out of nowhere, a surge of irritation and ferocity rushed up from the depths of his heart. He recalled the 7 days spent working at the Bohai Animal Protection Association. Besides editing the staged rescue videos, he also needed to check the comments section of the videos. It was a true mire of human nature. On one side were the so-called extreme cat lovers. They called themselves kind-hearted people, cat dads and moms, worshipping cats as if they were deities. Any negative news about cats, even objective reports, would invite a torrent of insults and doxing from them. They cursed delivery workers, attacked neighbors, and even committed online violence against veterinarians who offered rational pet care advice. While chanting all beings are equal, love and compassion, their words were filled with unkindness and cruelty towards their own kind. On the other side were the opposing cat abusers, who were equally as violent in their words. Ning Qing held no goodwill towards either group. But if he had to compare, he loathed the hypocrisy of the former, who practiced bullying in the name of love, even more. Those who lost their humanity, worshipping cats as ancestors, yet showed no empathy towards living people, made him feel particularly disgusted. As for his own attitude towards stray cats, it was very simple. As long as they didn't affect him, he didn't care whether they existed or not. Occasionally, he would glance at the stray cats by the street, but he would never deliberately feed them, nor would he harm them. However, once these animals affected his life or threatened his safety or interests, his choices depended on his mood at the moment, either drive them away or take ruthless action. At this moment, looking at the ragdoll cat in front of him, baring its teeth and hissing protectively over its food, Ning Qing felt very bad. He had just killed someone, his nerves still tense, needing resources desperately, and this beast not only wanted to steal his things but also dared to provoke him. The impulse to strike hard became clear and intense. It was as if to confirm his murderous intent. After hissing a few times, the ragdoll cat, seeing that Ning Qing didn't back down, actually pushed off with its hind legs and jumped towards him. Looking for death. Ning Qing's eyes turned cold, his body reacting faster than his thoughts. He stepped forward sharply with his left foot, precisely stepping on the attacking ragdoll cat. This move was called War Trample. After that, Ning Qing moved his left hand, fiercely pressing down on the ragdoll cat's neck, firmly pinning it down. This move was called Unbreakable Grip. The ragdoll cat began to emit a terrified meow sound, its limbs struggling wildly. But Ning Qing showed no mercy. After a flurry of moves, his right hand's short knife mercilessly plunged into the cat's crucial chest and abdomen. Soon, the ragdoll cat started frantically twisting, convulsing, and jumping. This was street dance. Its state quickly dropped from the initial 80% to 0. Successfully killed ragdoll cat, gained 2 experience points. Gained, copper coins times 10. Gained, cat meat times 1.5 kg. On his personal panel, the experience points flickered, level 1, 4200. After the ragdoll cat died, Ning Qing took out the KFC bag. Obtained, Orleans chicken wings times 1. Obtained, spicy chicken leg burger times 1. Food in hand, Ning Qing finally had time to carefully look at the other corners of the room. His gaze fell to the right side of the takeout cupboard. There, curled up, were 2 small figures. They were 2 little calico kittens. They were huddled closely together at that moment. One of them was a bit shyer, and the instant Ning Qing's gaze swept over, it whoosh-darted behind the takeout cupboard, leaving only a small quivering tip of its tail exposed. The other one, however, raised its head. It was a very beautiful calico kitten. The white, orange, and black fur was perfectly distributed, with a small round face and amber eyes. There was no fear in its gaze, only confusion, or perhaps, foolishness. It met Ning Qing's gaze for a few seconds. Then, it mewed towards Ning Qing. What a cute sound. Seeing that Ning Qing did not respond, it took a small step forward and mewed again. After that, it began to walk toward Ning Qing. After a few wobbly steps, it reached beside Ning Qing's shoes. Then, it lifted its little head, looked at Ning Qing, and softly mewed. Next, it lowered its head, gently rubbed its furry little head against Ning Qing's shoe. Ning Qing's hand holding the knife suddenly relaxed. He looked at this little life, actively showing friendliness and having no aggression, and his heart, once tightened by the violence, was pried open a small gap by this soft touch. The fierceness faded, hesitation emerged. He sighed. In the end, he found it impossible to harm such an actively friendly and non-threatening little creature. He flipped his wrist and put the short knife back into his backpack. Then, he bent down, pinched the soft skin and fur on the back of the kitten's neck, and gently lifted it to eye level. The little one suddenly left the ground with all 4 paws, instinctively shook a bit, but did not struggle. Its forelimbs naturally hung down, its amber eyes blankly staring at Ning Qing, and it softly mewed again. Not noisy, not chaotic, not reaching out its claws, its gaze clear and confused. Oh. Ning Qing suddenly remembered that when he caught the woodpecker earlier, the system had prompted, "can be tamed," indicating a cost. But for this little kitten, the system had no reaction at all. Forget it, don't think too much. Little one, do you want to come with me? Ning Qing looked at the little furry ball in his palm and casually asked. If so, meow twice. If not, just meow once. He didn't really expect a cat to understand human words. However, the little kitten in his palm lifted its head, its amber eyes looked at Ning Qing, then it opened its small mouth. Meow. Meow. Ning Qing was stunned for a moment, then the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. Alright. The last trace of hesitation in Ning Qing's heart dissipated. This little one, he couldn't resist, oh no, adopted it. Little one, from now on you will be called Yuan Bao. Meow, responded Yuan Bao in his arms. Ning Qing took one last look at the other little calico hiding behind the cupboard. He had no interest in wiping out all of them, so he turned and walked toward the door. When he placed his hand on the doorknob, he suddenly thought that carrying a cat might not be convenient, perhaps he could. He tried to silently think of putting Yuan Bao into his backpack. Tip: living creatures cannot be placed into backpack space. I can only return once. Ning Qing opened the door, quickly and cautiously crossed the corridor, and returned to room 302. He closed the door and placed Yuan Bao on the wooden bed. The little one curiously walked a few steps on the rough bedboard, sniffed a bit, then curled up beside him, its eyes still staring at Ning Qing. Ning Qing took out the Orleans chicken wings and spicy chicken leg burger that he had just obtained from his backpack. As the paper bag opened, the smell of fried food mixed with spices instantly filled the small room. His stomach immediately growled without shame. He was hungry. Since entering the dorm full of dangers until now, he had been highly tense and physically exhausted, and he was already starving. Although there was chicken before, he really had no conditions and no mood to deal with the raw meat. Meow. On the bed, Yuan Bao was also attracted by the smell, stood up, and softly called out to the hamburger in Ning Qing's hand. Are you hungry too? Ning Qing looked at the spicy chicken burger in his hand, hesitated for a moment. If it were any other time, he probably wouldn't give a cat such oily, salty, and spicy food. But now, having something to eat was already good enough. He tore open the burger wrapper and ripped off about half of the golden, crispy fried chicken breast inside. Yuan Bao leaned over, first cautiously sniffing, then licking it with its tiny tongue. In the next second, it suddenly shook its head, its little nose wrinkling, and its pink tongue quickly licking around its nose and mouth. It was evidently burned by the spice. But it was too hungry. After a short hesitation, it leaned over again and began to nibble in small bites. While eating, it continued to shake its head and lick its nose, looking rather funny. Seeing it like this, a slight smile finally appeared on Ning Qing's otherwise tense face. This was his first smile since entering the dorm of horrors. Yuan Bao, you must remember, only the strong are worthy to be my pet. A true strong one's first step is to conquer spiciness. From then on, both man and cat began to feast happily. When he finished the last bite of chicken, he noticed the status bar on his personal panel. The number was slowly and steadily rising. 78%, 79%, 80%. Eventually, it stopped at 84%. So food can also restore status. With his status restored and stomach filled, Ning Qing felt much more spirited. The countdown of the night was still ticking away. He had to continue. Yuan Bao, wait at home. Meow. Yuan Bao called out to him and continued to show off that piece of chicken. Back in the corridor, Ning Qing continued to explore to the right. He walked past room 328 and kept going forward. After passing more than 10 rooms, he stopped at the opposite side of room 328. Door number, 1668. Color, black. Room, 1668. Resident, biting teddy. Type, ordinary animal. Level, 3. Strength, 5. Speed, 9. Constitution, 7. Status, 90%. Plunderable resources, 8 kilograms of dog meat, 30 copper coins. Attack suggestion: a biting dog must not be left alive. Go for it. Chapter 10, Level 3 Wooden Door. The door opened. A strong stench made Ning Qing's stomach churn, almost causing him to vomit the hamburger he just ate. He squinted to adapt to the light. This was a doghouse. More precisely, it was a room transformed into a giant dog cage. In the center of the room, a brown curly-haired dog, much larger than an ordinary teddy, almost half a person tall, was squatting there. Hearing the door open, it suddenly turned its head, eyes filled with irritability and hostility. Its mouth opened, revealing uneven yellow teeth, its throat emitting a low woo-woo sound. Biting teddy. Status, 90%. Attack suggestion: a biting dog must not be left alive. Go for it. Woof. The teddy kicked off with its hind legs, directly lunging at Ning Qing at the doorway. Ning Qing's pupils constricted, his body's instincts faster than thought. He had no time to draw out his short knife, so he could only jerk to the side while raising his left arm to block. Sizzle! The teddy's sharp teeth couldn't bite into his neck, but they fiercely tore at the sleeve of Ning Qing's left arm. A huge impact made Ning Qing stagger back, his back crashing hard against the doorframe. Sharp pain shot through his left arm, though the teeth did not penetrate his clothes and hurt his flesh, the fierce tearing still made his arm tingle. Damn it! Ning Qing cursed, his right hand finally grabbing the short knife from his bag. The teddy, missing its attack, landed almost without any pause, turned around, and lunged at him again, barking wildly. Now prepared, Ning Qing advanced instead of retreating, his right foot kicking hard forward. Bang! The dull sound made the teddy's movement slightly pause. Now's the time. Ning Qing drew the short knife, the rusty blade slashing upwards diagonally toward the teddy's chest and abdomen. Without enough precision, the tip of the knife only grazed its side, drawing out a line of blood droplets. Woof, woof, woof. Pain ignited a fiercer beastly nature in Teddy. It no longer lunged, instead, it started to circle Ning Qing quickly, baring its teeth and growling as it searched for the next opportunity. This dog was so damn clever, it even understood tactics. Ning Qing gripped the short knife tightly, his eyes fixed on this unusually agile and fierce dog. His arm still throbbed, and his heart raced. He had underestimated this level 3 ordinary animal. Teddy attacked again, and Ning Qing flipped his wrist, blocking with the side of the blade. Clang! The immense biting force made Ning Qing's wrist sink, and he almost lost the knife. Seizing the chance, he swung his left fist and struck hard at the dog's head. His fist crashed against the tough skull, and Teddy yelped in pain, but Ning Qing felt a pain in his left hand too. In that foul, cramped doghouse, a brief but intense struggle erupted between man and dog. Teddy's speed and ferocity exceeded expectations. Despite having a knife, Ning Qing couldn't get a chance to build up a deadly blow since it constantly attacked with quick bites and distractions. Ning Qing's breathing grew heavier, his status bar slowly dropping from 84% onward. He couldn't waste time like this. Deliberately, he feigned a weakness, swaying his body back as if about to fall. Teddy indeed fell for the trap, leaping up with its mouth wide open, aiming for Ning Qing's neck. Now was the moment. A cold glint flashed in Ning Qing's eyes, his seemingly staggering body steadied in an instant, his weight sank, and he poured all his strength into his right arm, thrusting the short knife upward hard into the direction of Teddy's leap. This time, there was no trickery. Only speed and strength. Thud. The blade pierced upward from below Teddy's open jaw, sinking deeply into its skull. Teddy's body froze midair, its fierce barking turning into harsh gasps. Ning Qing struggled to maintain his stance, causing Teddy's condition to drop rapidly. Soon, it twitched on the ground, losing control of its bowels. Ning Qing gritted his teeth, tightened his grip on the handle, and twisted hard again. Teddy's last struggle came to an end. Successfully killed the biting Teddy, gained 15 experience points. Gained, copper coins times 30. Gained, dog meat times 8 kg. Level 1, 50/200. Ning Qing leaned against the dirty wall, gasping for breath. Ordinary animals, level 3. Almost took a dive. After a moment to catch his breath, he left the stinking room behind. The door plate behind him turned white. He didn't stop. Time was tight, and the copper coin gap was still present. With the golden prompt, he moved like the most efficient hunter, continuously seeking out the next ordinary animal target. Monkey, in a simulated forest room, a furious monkey attacked him with stones and fruits. He paid the price of being hit in the arm by the rocks but resolved it with the short knife. Gained, experience points 8, copper coins 25, monkey meat 5.5 kilograms, monkey brain times 1. Pig, a huge stone pig pen. Inside was not a domestic pig, but a wild boar with thick skin, long tusks, and a fierce temperament. This was the hardest battle. Ning Qing circled with it for a full half an hour in the mud and pig dung. He used the low wall of the pig pen to dodge its charges, repeatedly stabbing and slashing at the softer sides and hind legs of the wild boar with his short knife. The wild boar's brute strength was astonishing. Several charges put him in peril, and the splattered mud and pig's blood completely dyed him into a bloody figure. Finally, he took the risk of wedging the short knife in a gap of the low wall, luring the wild boar to charge again, driving the blade deep into its neck to end the brutal fight. While clearing the battlefield, he found that part of the rough stone wall of the pig pen was identified as stone times 5. Gained, experience points 15, copper coins 30, pig meat 124 kilograms. Sheep, relatively easier. In a room on a hillside with sparse dry grass, a normal goat. Besides using its horns to butt, it posed no significant threat. Ning Qing approached from the side and ended it with a single strike. Gained, experience points 7, copper coins 20, goat meat 32 kilograms. When the last sheep fell, Ning Qing felt like he was falling apart. Covered in pig's blood, mud, sheep wool, and sweat, a mixed odor that was hard to describe enveloped him. The status has dropped to 71%. But he gained a lot. He opened the panel. Level 1, 85/200. Resource list updated. Food, 3 kilograms chicken, 0.5 kilograms woodpecker meat, 5.5 kilograms monkey meat, 1 monkey brain, 124 kilograms pork, 32 kilograms sheep meat, 3.5 kilograms cat meat, 8 kilograms dog meat. Currency, 1 silver coin, 54 copper coins. Materials, 20 wood, 5 stones. Tools/equipment, 1 lighter, 1 rotten short knife. While checking the resources, Ning Qing noticed a new module on the panel. Pet. Yuanbao, cat. Level 1, 0/200. Strength 1. Speed 2. Physique 1. Spirit 0. Status 99%. Skills none. Growth potential 1.5. Each level up increases strength, speed, and physique by 1.5. In the corner of his vision, a blood-red countdown flashed. Time until night, 48 minutes and 17 seconds. Less than an hour. It's time to go back. Ning Qing dragged his weary body to head back. At this moment, the atmosphere in the corridor was clearly different. The pressure of the countdown forced more players to nervously leave their rooms. Some had a relieved smile on their faces, while more returned empty-handed, filled with fear. When the bloodstained Ning Qing appeared in the corridor, it caused a small commotion. It's Ning Qing," someone whispered in fear. "How did he end up like this? Did he kill someone again? Stay away from him. Hurry, hurry." Those who recognized him hurriedly backed away as if avoiding a plague, rushing back to their rooms or pressing against the walls to make way. Ning Qing paid no attention to the reactions around him. At this moment, he didn't care about anyone's opinion, he just wanted to quickly return to room 302. As he approached 302, he sharply felt several gazes directed at him from behind. He suddenly stopped, slowly turned his head, his eyes cold. Bang! Bang! Almost simultaneously, several doors were tightly shut. Only then did Ning Qing turn back and walk to the door of 302. However, just as his hand was about to touch the doorknob, the door across from 1698 opened. Lin Liqing leaned out, her gaze falling on Ning Qing, and she froze instantly. She covered her mouth, her eyes wide, filled with astonishment and fear. However, she eventually gathered the courage to speak. Ning Qing, do you have a cat in your room? I think I just heard a cat meowing, meow." Ning Qing's hand, ready to open the door, paused. "A cat's meow? Yuanbao?" He was stunned for a few seconds before he nodded in realization. Coincidentally, a cat's meow came from room 302 at that moment. Meow. Meow. Ning Qing's heart suddenly stirred. A detail he had overlooked emerged. He had explored so many rooms with black door plates, regardless of what was inside, he had never heard any sounds from outside the doors. But the sound of Yuanbao's meowing could come out. Also, earlier, Zhang Wei called Lin Liqing from outside, and she heard and responded. Does this mean only human players' dormitory rooms are not soundproof? Rooms of strange objects, monsters, and creatures are in their own space, isolated from the corridor? This discovery sent a slight chill down his spine. If that's true, then when monsters attack at night, will the sounds they make? Can those inside hear them? Conversely, will the noise from players' rooms also reach the corridor? He was quickly pondering these thoughts when Lin Liqing's voice rang out again. "You're so kind, even protecting the cat. By the way, from the sound of your cat's meowing, I guess it has some separation anxiety. You should comfort it more when you get back." Ning Qing was stunned for a second, then nodded. He twisted the doorknob, ready to enter the room, but his action stopped at the last moment. He turned back to face Lin Liqing again, and she felt a bit uneasy under his gaze. Ning Qing said nothing but sent Lin Liqing a friend request through the game system. "Ha?" Her face was filled with confusion, and a few seconds later she reacted, choosing agree with a mix of daze and nervousness. "You and 302 Ning Qing have become friends." The prompt just flashed, and immediately another system message popped up. "Your friend 302 Ning Qing has gifted you, port times 3 kg. Ah! Lin Liqing was completely stunned. Bang! The door to 302 had gently closed, isolating her outside. Lin Liqing stood in the corridor, staring at the tightly closed door of 302. Complex emotions. But in the end, he stepped forward and knocked on the door of 302. "Thank you." Inside room 302. Yuanbao had long heard the owner's movements and rushed over, meowing, rubbing against Ning Qing's blood-stained pants. Ning Qing locked the door, and his tense nerves finally relaxed a bit. He took off his blood-stained shirt, squatted down, and scratched Yuanbao's chin with relatively clean fingers. The little guy let out a comfortable purr, his amber eyes full of dependence. After a brief moment of warmth, Ning Qing stood up and opened the dormitory upgrade/construction module. Primary goal, wooden door. Cost, wood times 5, copper coins times 50. A flash of light passed, and the originally rough, thin, and cracked dark brown wooden door underwent a noticeable transformation. The door panel thickened by more than double, the wood grain became dense and solid, with rough but sturdy iron sheathing around the edges, and the door hinges appeared much thicker. Wooden door. Level 2. Status, 100/100. Upgrade requirement, wood times 10, 1 silver coin. After the upgrade, remaining resources, 15 wood, 1 silver coin, 4 copper coins. Enough to upgrade the wooden door to level 3, or upgrade the wooden bed, requires wood times 10, 1 silver coin. Ning Qing looked at the remaining resources, his gaze drifting between the level 2 wooden door and the level 1 wooden bed. Upgrading the bed would definitely speed up the recovery of status. After a moment of weighing the options, Ning Qing believed that in the face of absolute safety, a slower recovery was bearable, but if the door was not sturdy enough, there might not be a future. Continue upgrading the wooden door. Cost, wood times 10, 1 silver coin. An even brighter light enveloped the wooden door. This time, the change was even more significant. The material of the door panel changed from ordinary wood to a kind of dense hardwood, with a dull sheen. The iron sheathing became thicker, and the edges were even polished with slight bevels. A solid metal door bolt appeared in the center of the door, tightly fitting with a lock ring made of the same material on the doorframe. Wooden door. Level 3. Status, 100/100. Upgrade requirement, wood times 20, 5 silver coins. Gazing at the completely new level 3 wooden door, Ning Qing's heart, which had been hanging in the balance, finally settled. But just at that moment when he felt a little relieved, 3 rows of glaring red text suddenly burned into the depths of his mind. Warning, in 30 minutes, night will descend upon the dormitory. Warning, in 30 minutes, night will descend upon the dormitory. Warning, in 30 minutes, night will descend upon the dormitory. Chapter 11 Night Falls. The crimson text lingered for a full 5 seconds before slowly fading away. Ning Qing instinctively looked at the countdown in the corner of his vision. Night countdown, 29:47. Night countdown, 29:46. Almost at the same time, the entire floor erupted. 1092 Wang Tao, Field Department, it's coming, it's coming, it's coming. Did you see the warning? Warning. 712 Wang Lei, Operations Department, damn. Only 30 minutes. My door is still level 1. 933 Liu Yang, Field Department, what do we do, what do we do, what do we do? I only have 5 copper coins. Can't even buy a piece of wood. 855 Li Li, Breeding Supervisor, woo woo woo. I don't want to die. I really don't want to die. 1507 Zhao Qian, Financial Supervisor, everyone shut up. What good will panic do? Those with resources hurry up and upgrade the door. Those without resources find a way. 1389 Wu Jiqiang, Operations Supervisor, Director Sun. Director Sun, say something. What should we do now? 418 Sun Dihai, Boss. Sun Dihai rarely fell silent for more than 10 seconds. This once eloquent boss, who used to keep employees working 996 with various dreams and motivational speeches, was now rendered speechless in the face of the bloody countdown. But no one in the channel was waiting for him. Fear had completely taken over rationality. 601 Shenhao, Breeding Department, who is wood? I will trade my life for it. When I return to reality, I will serve as a slave. 1245 Zhang Ting, Financial Department, I have 3 copper coins, but 0 wood. Who will sell me wood? Once I go out I can. 777 Li Ming, Operations Department, stop dreaming. Who will give you resources now? I don't even have enough for myself. 1123 Zhou Wei, Field Department, I just got 8 copper coins, but still far from enough. Damn system. The channel was filled with desperate wails, hysterical curses, and expressionless. Ning Qing quickly scrolled through the messages. His gaze swept across those familiar IDs, all stripped of their disguises, laid bare under the pressure of survival. Then, a message popped up. 508 Ma Jiangwo, Field Department, my door has leveled up to level 2. The channel suddenly fell silent for a moment. 855 Li Li, Breeding Supervisor, really? 508 Ma Jiangwo, Field Department, yes, just leveled up. Wood X10, Copper Coins X50. 1507 Zhao Qian, Finance Supervisor, Brother Ma. How did you get so many resources? 508 Ma Jiangwo, Field Department, I went out 3 times during the day, opened 3 black rooms, and got lucky, all ordinary animals. 1389 Wu Jiqiang, Operations Supervisor, Ma Jiangwo, no. Brother Ma, you're awesome. You are now the most hopeful person in our floor to survive. 418 Sunday High, boss, little ma, well done. After we get through this crisis and return to the company, I will immediately promote you to deputy supervisor of the field department. Looking at Sunday High's message, Ning Qing's lips slightly curled up. Still the same old trick. Drawing big promises. Using the illusory future to win people's hearts. 508 Ma Jiangwo, field department, thank you, President Sunday. I will try my best to survive. 933 Lu Yang, field department, Brother Ma. Brother Ma is amazing. I will stick with you from now on. 712 Wang Lei, operations department, Brother Ma, can you lend me some copper coins? I just need 10, no, 5 will do. 508 Ma Jiangwo, field department, sorry, I don't have many myself, let's all work hard. The refusal was very straightforward. Disappointment and curses resonated in the channel, but soon drowned by new messages. Ning Qing noticed that in just a few minutes, Ma Jiangwo's status had subtly changed. Earlier, the authority of speech in the channel was firmly held by figures like Sun Dihai and Wu Jiqian, those in management. But now, with the death countdown looming overhead, as everyone worried about their level 1 wooden doors, a person who owned a level 2 wooden door naturally became the strongest in everyone's eyes. Company system? Workplace rules? In the face of survival, those things are as thin as paper, easily torn apart. Mysterious person, who's selling wood? I'll pay a high price. After returning to reality, I'll give you $1 million. Cash. Mysterious person, I have 2 gold bracelets passed down from my grandmother, worth at least 200,000. Trade for 5 units of wood. Mysterious person, I'm a woman, 24 years old, 168 centimeters tall, 49 kilograms. Who is willing to protect me, give me resources, I can do anything, photos can be sent privately. When this last message appeared, the channel fell silent for a few seconds. Then, more similar messages emerged. Mysterious person, I'm also a woman, 25, can dance. Mysterious person, my husband owns a company, as long as I can survive, he will definitely find you and give you a lot of money. Mysterious person, hello, guys, can you help me? I'm really scared. Barefaced temptation. Clear-cut transactions. Using bodies, using money, using every imaginable bargaining chip to exchange for a chance to live. Ning Qing closed the channel. He leaned back against the cold wooden wall, slowly sliding down to the ground. Yuan Bao approached, nudging his fluffy head against Ning Qing's hand, making a soft purring sound. Ning Qing stroked its head, his gaze falling on his resource list. Wood X5, copper coins X4, nearly 200 kilograms of meat. Enough for him to eat for months. But the next second, a problem he overlooked popped up. It's all raw meat. How can he eat it? He needs fire. He needs a pot. He needs a kitchen. Ning Qing suddenly sat up straight, clicked on the dormitory upgrade/construction module. Simple stove, iron pot, water storage bucket, water purification device. Found it. Kitchen functional area. Construction conditions, dormitory level must reach level 2, kitchen blueprint X1, iron blocks X5, stones X10, 5 silver coins. Effect, provides basic cooking and water purification functions. Unlocks construction permissions for simple stove, iron pot, and water storage bucket. Warm reminder, raw food carries the risk of infection with parasites and bacteria, cooked food provides extra status recovery effects. Dormitory level 2. Ning Qing immediately clicked to view the overall information of the dormitory. Dormitory level 1. Upgrade conditions 1. With at least 6 different dormitory function units, currently owned, 1/6 wooden bed. 2. Pay 10 gold coins. Upgrade effect, the dormitory expands basic space and unlocks more advanced construction permissions. 10 gold coins. He glanced at his currency bar, for copper coins. 1 gold coin equals 100 silver coins equals 10,000 copper coins. I'm still lacking resources. Just as he stared blankly at the construction interface, the friend message icon flashed. It was Lin Liqing. Ning Qing opened it. 1698 Lin Liqing, Ning Qing, thank you for the pork. 1698 Lin Liqing, really, thank you. I haven't eaten anything for a day. The message was very short. No exaggerated gratitude, no sob story, no request for more. Ning Qing looked at these 2 lines of text and remained silent for a few seconds. Because the question he thought of was, is this woman eating it raw? 302 Ning Qing, whom? After sending the message, he thought the conversation would end there. But a few seconds later, Lin Liqing sent another one. 1698 Lin Liqing, I hope we can both survive until tomorrow morning. Ning Qing stared at this sentence for a long time. He thought Lin Liqing would ask him how he got so much pork. Would ask him about that cat. Would subtly or directly propose a trade like those women in the channel. Exchanging information for information. Exchanging body for protection. Exchanging anything that could be used for a chance to live. But she didn't. 302 Ning Qing, if you are still alive tomorrow, there will be good luck. After sending the message, Ning Qing closed all the interfaces. He picked up Yuan Bao and returned to sit by the wooden bed. Yuan Bao adjusted to a comfortable position in his arms, curled up with half-closed eyes. Ning Qing gently stroked its soft fur with one hand, while the other rested on his knee, fingers unconsciously tapping. The countdown in the corner of his vision was still ticking down. Night countdown, 1522. Night countdown, 1521. Occasionally, sounds of doors opening and closing, and hurried footsteps could be heard in the corridor. Those were the last people struggling, trying to make a last effort before the countdown reached 0. But soon, those sounds also faded away. The entire floor fell into a deathly silent wait. The countdown entered the final 5 minutes. No one in the channel was speaking anymore. Night countdown, 001. Night countdown, midnight. Night descends. Four bloody characters abruptly occupied the entire vision. In the next second, the words exploded and turned into countless tiny blood droplets. Almost at the same time. Creak. Bang. Thud. In the corridor, the sounds of doors being opened echoed in succession. Roar. Hiss. Cluck, cluck. Various strange sounds came from outside the door. 712 Wang Lei, Operations Department, Def. 1092 Wang Tao, Field Department, Def. 2 death notifications popped up 3 seconds after the night descended. Ning Qing immediately understood that these 2 people had not returned to their rooms before the countdown reached 0. So, at the moment night descended, they were processed. Fortunately, he respected the game rules. Bang. 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 Heavy banging on the door suddenly sounded. Immediately, more banging followed. Someone finally couldn't help it in the channel. 635 Shinweiwei, Operations Department, my door is being smashed. What is breaking my door? Shinweiwei, it's a goblin. I saw it through the peephole. It's a goblin. It's smashing my door with a wooden stick. My door is still level 1. The condition is dropping. It's already 76%. Shinweiwei, Manager Wu. Boss Sun. Please, just lend me a little wood, just 5 units. And 20 copper coins. After I survive, I'll give you both 20% of all resources I get. No, 50%. Shun Weiwei. A newcomer in the operations department, who arrived a day later than Ning Qing, a girl who graduated not long ago, usually quiet, and a bit timid in her actions. The channel fell into dead silence. No one responded. Shun Weiwei, Wu Jiqiang. Sun Di Hai. Speak up. Didn't you say during the day that we should unite? Didn't you say the company is a family? Shun Weiwei, help me. I really don't want to die. 1389 Wu Jiqiang, Operations Manager. 418 Sun Di Hai, Boss, Little Shin, it's not that we don't want to help you. We ourselves are not enough, you need to understand. Understand. Shun Weiwei, I understand your mother. You beasts. Hypocrites. During the day, you preach righteousness and morality, but at night you won't save anyone from dying. Shun Weiwei, I curse you. I curse all of you to die a bad death. Your doors will be smashed. You will be dragged out and eaten by those things. Shun Weiwei, I am waiting. I'm waiting for you below. The messages stopped here. But the death notification did not pop up. The channel fell into eerie silence. A few seconds later. Shun Weiwei, my door is at 34% now, the goblin is still smashing it, I know I won't survive. But I want to tell you something, Wu Jiqiang, last Wednesday night when you cornered me in the stairway and your hand touched my thigh, I wanted to say. Shun Weiwei, you are just trash. After this message was sent, the channel exploded completely. 1389 Wu Jiqiang, Operations Supervisor, Shun Weiwei. You are slandering me. Stop defaming me here. Shun Weiwei, slander? Do you need me to repeat what you said then? Do you want me to add Zheng Ting and Li Li who were also working overtime at that time? 1245 Zheng Ting, Finance Department. 855 Li Li, Breeding Supervisor, Weiwei, don't say anymore. Shun Weiwei, why not say? I'm going to die anyway. Wu Jiqiang, I tell you, even if I become a ghost, I will watch you from the head of your bed every night. Shun Weiwei, the door's status, 21%. Shun Weiwei, lastly, Sun Di Hai, you are also not a good thing. Last time at the team building event you forced me to drink and put your hand on my waist for a long time, you thought I was drunk and wouldn't remember? None of you men are good people. After this last message was sent, Shen Weiwei's avatar darkened. Player 635, Shen Weiwei, death. The channel fell deathly silent. No one spoke. Ning Qing turned off the channel, his face expressionless. Shen Weiwei's dying accusation was nothing but a confirmation of the company's corruption from top to bottom for him. Bang! Another loud bang on the door interrupted his thoughts. This time the sound was closer. Ning Qing took a deep breath. He walked to the door and leaned close to the peephole. The corridor was dimly lit. He saw them. A hunched skeleton dragging a rusty iron sword walked by slowly. Then, a large-eared monster appeared. It was short, with dark green skin, exaggerated big ears, and holding a rough wooden stick. After that came the goblins. Not just one. Groups of 3 to 5 ran by chattering. Besides these, he also saw wolves. And hyenas. In 1 minute. He saw at least 12 different monsters and animals pass by the door. No strange creatures? Or can I not see them? Those that are immune to physical attacks, and can only be dealt with in special ways, did not appear at all. I didn't see any monsters either. Ning Qing continued to observe. Indeed. What he saw were all monsters and ordinary animals. Though still dangerous, at least they were tangible beings that could be chopped with a knife or smashed with a stone. Because today is the first night, so the dirty thing's strength is not that high? Ning Qing had this suspicion in his heart. If that's the case, then his level 3 wooden door should be safe enough. He also noticed another detail: these monsters and animals did not smash the door as soon as they saw it. The number of players attacked on the first night might be limited? Ning Qing continued to speculate. While he was thinking. Bang bang bang. The banging on the door suddenly became closer. Ning Qing leaned close to the peephole again. Then he saw, across room 1698, Lin Liqing's door. Outside the door stood a nearly 2-meter-tall half-orc. It wielded a gigantic wolf fawn club and continuously smashed against 1698's wooden door. Is your luck this bad? He knew he couldn't provide Lin Liqing with wood and copper coins since his resources were running low too. He could only hope in spirit that she would hold on. After all, this woman had goodwill towards him. Ning Qing stared at the peephole. A half-orc swung its club down again. Ning Qing could even see wood chips falling from the edge of the doorframe. The door of 1698 remained tightly shut. No sound came from inside. Lin Liqing did not call for help. No cries were heard. Maybe she's stronger than I imagined, Ning Qing thought. But at that moment, the view through the peephole suddenly went black. Chapter 12, The First Night. As the blood-red mouth pressed against the peephole, Ning Qing's hair stood on end. He stared intensely at the peephole, where there was complete darkness. But the golden vision gave unimpeded information. Hyena. Type, common animal. Level, 4. Strength, 14. Speed, 9. Constitution, 18. Status, 80%. Plunderable resources, 32 kilograms of hyena meat, 2 silver coins. Attack advice: focus on the disgusting attacker from the back. Protecting your bell is especially important. Of course, right now you are just its food. Ning Qing's breath halted. There was no time to think about whether Lin Liqing's door would be broken down, because now it was his turn. Ning Qing quickly compared the hyena to the teddy he had killed during the day. Teddy, Strength 5, Speed 9, Constitution 7, Level 3. Hyena, Strength 14, Speed 9, Constitution 18, Level 4. They were completely different beings. The hyena was much stronger. Its strength was almost 3 times that of Teddy, and an exaggerated constitution of 18 points meant it was extremely resilient. Bang! The first knock on the door sounded. The hyena slammed its front paw hard against the wooden door, shaking the entire panel. Ning Qing immediately retreated 2 meters from the door, gripping the short knife tightly in his right hand. His eyes fixed intently on the level 3 wooden door. In his vision, the status bar of the door began to flicker. 100%, 99%. Bang! The second sound. 98%. Bang! The third sound. 97%. Ning Qing silently calculated in his mind. With each strike, the status of the level 3 wooden door would drop by 1%. If this hyena kept hitting, after 100 hits, the door would break. This beast won't keep attacking, will it? Ning Qing felt a bit nervous, his eyes glued to the status of the wooden door. Yuanbao had already arched its back on the bed, its fur all bristled. Though it was just a little cat, its instincts made it feel the deadly threat outside the door. Ning Qing was afraid it would panic, so he extended his left hand, beckoning it. Yuanbao hesitated for a second, then jumped down from the bed, quickly running to Ning Qing's feet, rubbing against his pant leg. Ning Qing bent down, gently stroking its head with his left hand. Bang! Bang! The knocking continued. The status of the wooden door continued to drop. 96%, 95%, 94%. Ning Qing stared unblinkingly at the number. He silently counted in his mind. And began to think about what to do if the door really broke. This dorm room was only 20 square meters, with almost no space to maneuver. He had to counterattack at the first moment, but the problem was the gap was too large. Ning Qing did not dare to think further. Bang! Bang! 17, 18, 19, 25. The knocking stopped. After waiting a few seconds, there was no more sound. Ning Qing stared at the status bar of the wooden door, 75%. He forced himself to calm down and began to review. The wooden door's initial state was 100%. The hyena caused a 1% drop with each hit. From the time he saw the hyena until now, exactly 1 minute had passed. In 1 minute, it hit my level 3 wooden door exactly once. Ning Qing slowly exhaled, and the hand gripping the knife finally relaxed a bit. 3 more minutes passed. The knocking had ceased completely. Ning Qing then bravely moved closer to the peephole. In the corridor, the monsters continued to wander, but none approached the door of 302 again. Does this mean that only one filthy creature will attack the player each night? And the duration of the attack is limited to 1 minute? Ning Qing was unsure if this guess was correct. So he continued to stay alert. 5 minutes. 10 minutes. 15 minutes. The door of 302 had not been attacked again. Occasionally, when a monster passed by, it would stop and sniff at the crack of the door, but soon left. Ning Qing finally determined that he was safe tonight. Then he slumped to the ground, feeling as if all his strength had been drained. Yuan Bao came over and nudged his arm with its head, and Ning Qing reached out to pick it up. Those short 20 minutes were tenser than when he killed Teddy, the wild boar, or even Shen Dong during the day. Ning Qing held Yuan Bao for a long time. Until his heartbeat gradually calmed down and his breath returned to normal. He raised his head and glanced at the wooden door. The status was still at 75%. It seemed that the wooden door itself would not automatically restore its status, it could only be repaired. Ning Qing opened the Dormitory Upgrade/Construction module and found the repair option for the wooden door. Level 3 wooden door repair. Requirements: wood times 2, copper coins times 15. Effect: restores 25% status. He currently has 5 pieces of wood and 4 copper coins. Not enough. If the strength of monsters increases on the second night, I need money. After reviewing the events of tonight, a wave of intense fatigue hit Ning Qing. He had experienced too much in one day. Now that the crisis was temporarily resolved, the tense nerves relaxed, and drowsiness surged like a tide. Ning Qing picked up Yuan Bao and lay down by the bed. The bed board was very hard, digging into his back painfully. But he could sleep. A night without dreams. When Ning Qing woke up. Current time, 6:20. Time until daylight, 1:40. There was still over an hour until daylight arrived, meaning he couldn't go out yet. Ning Qing looked down at the heater in his arms. Yuan Bao was still asleep. Ning Qing didn't wake it up and gently shifted his body, sitting up from the bed. He first glanced at the wooden door. The status was still at 75%. It seemed that after he fell asleep last night, room 302 was not attacked again. This confirmed his suspicion: each player would only be attacked once per night, lasting 1 minute. Of course, this was just the situation of the first night. He didn't know if there would be changes on the second night. Ning Qing opened the level 3 communication channel. The channel was very quiet, only a few scattered messages from the early morning. Ning Qing directly looked at the online players. Online players, 78/124. When he entered yesterday, there were 124 people. Now, only 78 remained. This meant that 46 people died in the first night, nearly a 40% death rate. Ning Qing suddenly felt a bit cold, he hugged his arms tightly, and his gaze swept over the friends list. There was only one name, Lin Liqing. Her name was still green. Lucky her. Ning Qing closed the friends list and opened his personal panel. Player name, Ning Qing. Player ID, 520312XXXX. Player dormitory, District E, Building 9527, Level 3, Room 302. Affiliated company, Love Little Animal Protection Association. Dormitory level, 1. Star rating/rank, none. Level, 1, 85/200. Strength, 8. Speed, 8. Constitution, 8. Spirit, 0. Status, 86%. Skills, none. Resources: copper coins 4, wood 5, stone 5, chicken 3 kilograms, woodpecker meat 0.5 kilograms, monkey meat 5.5 kilograms, monkey brain x1, pork 121 kilograms, mutton 32 kilograms, cat meat 1.5 kilograms, dog meat 8 kilograms, lighter 1, decayed short knife 1. Pet, Yuan Bao, cat. Status 86%. Ning Qing calculated. His status before sleep was 71%, and he slept for about 9 hours. The wooden bed restored 1% per hour, so it restored 9%. Added together, it should be 80%. The extra 6%. Ning Qing quickly figured it out. It was because of his constitution. Constitution 8 probably affected the natural recovery speed of the status. This meant that the higher the constitution, the faster the status recovered. It seems that if there's a chance to gain free attribute points in the future upgrades, I must prioritize constitution. He looked at the resource list again. There was still a lot of food. But the currency and materials were almost at the bottom. So the main goal for today was clear: get wood, and get copper coins. It would be best to find water, too. Ning Qing licked his cracked lips. From yesterday until now, he hadn't had a drop of water. During the day, he hadn't felt it because of the tension. Now that he relaxed, he was extremely thirsty. His throat felt like it was burning with fire. He glanced at the raw meat in his backpack. He became even thirstier. At that moment, the friend message icon flickered in the bottom right corner of his vision. Friend 1698, Lin Liqing has gifted you a bottle of Hua, 500 milliliters. Chapter 13, Lin Liqing's passive skill, Ha1. When Ning Qing received the bottle of Hua from Lin Liqing, his fingers trembled. The transparent plastic bottle, with a familiar red cap. In this place, this 500 milliliters of water was more precious than any gold or silver. He twisted off the cap and tilted his head back, drinking half the bottle. The cool liquid slid down his cracked throat, like a long-awaited rain after a drought. Then he poured some water with the cap and placed it in front of Yuan Bao. The little cat came over. A pink tongue licked the water inside the bottle cap, making satisfied gurgling sounds in its throat. Ning Qing opened the friend interface and sent a message to Lin Liqing. 302 Ning Qing, where did you get this water? Did you go into the room? The reply came almost instantly. 1698 Lin Liqing, no, I didn't dare to go in. I exchanged 2 kilograms of pork with someone for 2 bottles of water. Ning Qing stared at this line of text for 2 seconds. So that's it. A trade. In this world, resources are hard currency. He looked down at the little Yuan Bao, who had already licked the water clean from the bottle cap and was looking up at him with amber eyes eagerly. Greedy little thing. Ning Qing joked and scolded, pouring a little more water for it. Then he looked back at the friend interface. Lin Liqing had shared such precious water with him, and this kindness was worth responding to. 302 Ning Qing, green nameplates are players, black are weird objects, monsters, animals, and white are empty rooms. This was the most important rule he had summarized so far. The other side was silent for a few seconds. 1698 Lin Liqing, thank you, really. I appreciate it a lot. Ning Qing didn't reply again. His attention was caught by another question. 2 kilograms of pork exchanged for 2 bottles of water. So, where did the person who took the pork get the water from? And how would they deal with this raw meat? Eat it raw? Ning Qing imagined the scene, a person squatting in a room, biting into bloody raw pork, their mouth full of blood. His stomach churned. Frowning, he sent another message to Lin Liqing. 302 Ning Qing, how does the person you exchanged water with plan to eat that pork? This time, the reply took a bit longer. About half a minute later. 1698 Lin Liqing, it's Fong Na. She has a complete kitchen in her dorm, with a stove and a faucet. It can even generate 2 liters of water automatically every day. Ning Qing stared at this line, stunned for 3 seconds. A complete kitchen? 2 liters of water every day? What the heck? This game system can be so unfair? A feeling of absurdity surged in his heart. While others are fighting for a drop of water, some have a built-in water source and cooking facilities from the start. But the next second, that feeling extinguished. Because he thought of himself. Golden vision. The ability to see information about all the room's occupants was already a huge cheat. He had no right to talk about fairness. Ning Qing took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. Then, suddenly, an idea popped into his head. Fong Na has a kitchen. He has meat. A lot of meat. If 302 Ning Qing, can you tell Fong Na that I will provide meat, and if she helps cook it, I can give her a cut? Everything will be through trade, safe. After sending the message, Ning Qing added one more thing. 302 Ning Qing, don't mention it's me first. Lin Liqing's reply came quickly. 1698 Lin Liqing, okay, I'll tell her right now. Ning Qing leaned against the wall, watching the countdown in the corner of his vision. Time until daytime, 1:22. There was more than an hour left. If he could solve the food cooking problem, he wouldn't have to eat raw meat anymore and wouldn't have to worry about parasites and bacterial infections. More importantly, cooked food could provide extra health recovery. This was crucial for his survival. A few minutes later, the friend message flickered. 1698 Lin Liqing, Fong Na agreed, but she wants a 10% cut. For example, if you give her 10 kilograms of meat, she keeps 1 kilogram as payment. 10%. This ratio wasn't excessive. Ning Qing almost didn't hesitate. 302 Ning Qing, okay. He opened his backpack, 3 kilograms of chicken, 124 kilograms of pork, 32 kilograms of lamb, 8 kilograms of dog meat, 1.5 kilograms of cat meat, 5.5 kilograms of monkey meat, and 0.5 kilograms of woodpecker meat. That's nearly 200 kilograms. Even if he ate 1 kilogram a day, it would last him over 6 months. Ning Qing selected 2 kilograms of pork and gifted it to Lin Liqing through the friend system. 302 Ning Qing, these 2 kilograms go directly to Fong Na as my sincerity. Then he selected 3 kilograms of chicken. 302 Ning Qing, have her cook these 3 kilograms for me, and after she's done, let you know, I'll give you the payment. Lin Liqing replied quickly. 1698 Lin Liqing, okay, I'll take care of it now. The trade matter was temporarily settled. Ning Qing's thoughts returned to that earlier question. Fong Na started with a kitchen and a water source. What about Lin Liqing? Did she have any special starting rewards? And Ma Jiangwo, that employee from the field department, how could he level up the door to level 2 so quickly? Did he have some advantages too? Ning Qing stared at the friend interface, hesitating for a few seconds, then finally sent a message. 302 Ning Qing, Fong Na has a kitchen, and I have some advantages too. Did you get anything special at the start? Rewards, abilities, resources, anything? After sending the message, the other side didn't reply for a long time. Ning Qing waited for 2 minutes but still heard nothing. He frowned. Don't want to talk? Forget it. Everyone has secrets. In a place like this, keeping a trump card is a wise choice. Ning Qing closed the friend interface and sat down by the bed. Yuan Bao jumped onto his lap, curled up in a comfortable position. Ning Qing stroked its soft fur with one hand while the other unconsciously tapped on his knee. The countdown in the corner of his vision was still ticking down. Time until daytime, 1:07. Just when he thought Lin Liqing wouldn't reply, a message notification suddenly rang. 1698 Lin Liqing, Fong Na agreed. She said she could finish in an hour. Also, I do have a starting reward. Ning Qing's eyes widened instantly. Sure enough. Everyone has rewards at the start. He immediately replied. 302 Ning Qing, what is it? This time, the other side remained silent even longer. So long that Ning Qing thought Lin Liqing didn't want to talk again. In dorm room 1698, Lin Liqing leaned against the cold wooden wall, her face burning fiercely. She stared at her personal panel, the glaring entry in the skill column making her breath a bit ragged. Passive skill, Ha1. Effect, sharing a room with any male player will earn a 100% attribute reward. The male player will also receive 50% of that reward. Cooldown time, 24 hours. Current status, usable. Chapter 14 announcement, Wood Resource Dormitory appears. Looking at her talent skill, Lin Liqing covered her face, her fingertips feeling the scorching temperature of her skin. Sharing a room. Attribute reward. 24-hour cooldown. Each word felt like a needle stabbing into her eyes. How should she tell Ning Qing? Should she say, my skill is that I can get stronger by sleeping with men? Or say, if you sleep with me, you can benefit too? How could she even start? Lin Liqing took a deep breath, forcing herself to calm down. She wasn't an innocent little girl. At 27, married for 3 years, a widow. Yes, a widow. Her husband died a month ago. The reason was absurd, he was stabbed by a woman from the street because he took that woman's boyfriend. Even more absurd was that her marriage itself was a joke. Her parents forced her to marry a sickly man for money. A sickly man who had no interest in women. For 3 years of marriage, they slept separately, and her husband looked at her like she was just furniture. She lived as a widow while pretending to be happy in front of others. Until her husband died, she finally felt relieved. But before she could start a new life, she was dragged into this hellish place. Then she got this skill. Ha1. Ironically absurd. Living as a widow in life, and after death, or rather, being trapped, receiving a skill that gained power through sex. Ning Qing bit her lip. She wasn't stupid. She understood what this skill meant. All she needed was to find a strong enough man, then rely on him, binding him with this skill, to survive in this world. She could even live well. No, it wasn't called reliance. This was called investment. She was investing her body and abilities for protection and resources. A fair trade. But, who to find? Sun Dihai? That bald, pot-bellied boss who preached morality? At the company, he often looked at her with that greasy gaze and accidentally touched her hand several times. Zhang Wei? That thug with a dragon tattoo on his arm and a fierce look? He looked at the woman like he was eyeing prey. Ning Qing had seen him flirt with the new female employee, his words crude and unbearable. Wu Jiqian? The operations supervisor who acted all righteous but secretly touched female colleagues' thighs? No, not him. None of them. They're not reliable partners. They'll treat her like an object, using her and then throwing her away. So who then? Ning Qing's mind flashed with faces. Then she thought of Ning Qing. That new employee in the operations department. He looked like a younger version of Li Ming, about 1.8 meters tall, but a bit thin. She had seen him in the company hallway a few times, always with his head down, walking quickly, not talking to anyone. Later, she heard he had argued with Qin Dong because he refused to edit a video spreading rumors. Can't stand our work? Lu Ming had sarcastically said back then. Do you even know what this company survives on? Ning Qing replied, survives on eating human blood buns? Ning Qing had been at the next desk, and she heard those words. Her heart shook for a moment. In this company where everyone wore masks and spoke words they didn't mean, there was actually someone brave enough to speak the truth. Although it was childish, and it might cost him his job. But at least he wasn't bad. So when she saw Ning Qing walk out of room 302 across the hallway through the peephole, she made up her mind. She would approach him. Observe him. If he seemed right, she would choose him. That's why she had warned him about Su Ziyuan's betrayal in the channel. That's why when he was going back to his room, she purposely mentioned hearing a cat meowing, to bring up the topic. That's why she shared half of the precious water with him. It was all an investment. And now, Ning Qing asked her about her skills. She had to answer. If she didn't, Ning Qing would surely think she was hiding something, and the little trust she had built with him would disappear. The relationship couldn't go any further then. But how should she say it? Ning Qing stared at the skill description, her face even redder. She took a deep breath and finally decided to be honest. But right after, she covered her face, too embarrassed to look at the reply. Room 302. Ning Qing stared at the message Ning Qing sent, completely stunned. 1698 Ning Qing, I have a passive skill called Ha 1. The effect is after sharing a room with a player of the opposite sex, both parties receive attribute rewards. I get 100%, the other gets 50%. Cooldown 24 hours. Ning Qing stared at this line of text, reading it 3 times over. Then he took a deep breath. Sure enough, everyone gets a reward at the start. But Ning Qing's is too. He shook his head, unsure how to describe it. Unbelievable? It certainly was. Just sleep one night, and become stronger, while making your partner stronger too. This was practically a dual cultivation sheet. But the problem was. Ning Qing rubbed his temple. What did Ning Qing mean by telling him about this skill? Was she being friendly? Was she showing sincerity? Or was she giving a hint? Ning Qing wasn't a fool. In a place like this, a woman with such a skill telling a man about it could mean nothing else. She was picking a partner. Or rather, she was picking a companion. Ning Qing stayed silent for a few seconds, not replying. He didn't know how to respond. Say, okay, let's cooperate? Or say thanks for letting me know? Neither felt right. He closed the friend interface and decided not to respond for now. Then, Ning Qing turned his attention to the communication channel. Most of the survivors had woken up by now, and the channel was bustling. Many people were at ING Ma Jiangwo. 855 Li Li, breeding supervisor, at 508 Ma Jiangwo brother Ma, how did you find those resources yesterday? Teach us. 933 Lu Yang, field department, at 508 Ma Jiangwo brother Ma is amazing. Can you share some experience? 712 Wang Lei, operations department, at 508 Ma Jiangwo brother Ma, please take me with you. I'll follow you from now on. Ma Jiangwo had been at Ed dozens of times before he finally spoke up. 508 Ma Jiangwo, field department, everyone calm down, I figured it out myself. I found that rooms with black door plates might house dirty things, but some of the black rooms only have weak things, like cats and dogs. I only got resources by opening a few of these rooms. Ning Qing raised an eyebrow at this message. Ma Jiangwo's guess was basically correct. But he didn't mention the golden vision, nor did he specify the meaning of the different colored door plates. He simply summarized from his own experience that some black rooms are easy to bully. That's already quite impressive. Without any cheats, reaching this level indicates that Ma Jiangwo is not only bold but also meticulous. 508 Ma Jiangwo, Field Department. However, I suggest everyone be careful during exploration. I opened 3 rooms yesterday. The first 2 were ordinary animals, but in the third room, I encountered a fire-breathing fairy and almost didn't make it back. 508 Ma Jiangwo, Field Department. My advice is, if you decide to open a black room, it's best to be psychologically prepared. When the door opens, it could be life or death. The channel fell silent for a few seconds. Then another wave of compliments and thanks came in. 855 Li, breeding supervisor. Thank you, Brother Ma. Brother Ma is such a good person. 1389 Wu Jiqiang, operations supervisor. Comrade Ma Jiangwo's selfless spirit of dedication is worth everyone learning from. At everyone, we should all look up to Comrade Ma Jiangwo. 418 Sun Dihai, boss, well done, Xiao Ma. When you return to the company, I will commend you greatly. Ning Qing looked at these messages and couldn't help but sneer. It's still the same routine. Ma Jiangwo shares his experience, and Sun Dihai and Wu Jiqiang immediately jump out to claim credit, attributing it to company spirit and good leadership. Ridiculous. But Ma Jiangwo seemed to not care. 508 Ma Jiangwo, Field Department. You're overpraising me, President Sunday. I just did what I was supposed to do. What's most important now is for everyone to unite and survive. Good-hearted person. Ning Qing labeled Ma Jiangwo in his mind. Capable and brave, but too kind and too idealistic. In a place like this, kindness may cost him his life. The higher a tree grows, the more it attracts the wind. The more outstanding a person is, the more he is targeted. Brother Ma, take it easy. Not finding anything valuable in the chat, he was about to close the chat channel when a system notice suddenly popped up. Announcement, 1 hour countdown until daytime. Announcement, today on the 3rd floor, a lumber resource dormitory will appear. Carrying specific props can obtain a large amount of lumber resources. The rules are as follows. Ning Qing's pupils shrank and immediately sat up straight. Lumber resource dormitory? A large amount of lumber? He stared intently at the line of text that was slowly unfolding. The rules are as follows. Only one person can enter at a time, a single person can stay in the room for a maximum of 10 minutes, and an individual cannot re-enter the same day. The text stopped here. Ning Qing's heart started to race. Lumber. What he lacked the most right now was lumber. The wooden door needs repairs, upgrading requires more lumber, and constructing other facilities also needs lumber. If he could really get a large amount of lumber. But, how much competition would he face? Chapter 15, The Refresh Mechanism of White Dormitories. A large amount of lumber, the most needed thing by all the living on the entire floor right now. Doors need to be upgraded, beds need to be upgraded, maintenance is necessary, and construction also requires it. Yesterday, on the first night, 46 people died. What about tonight? How many of those still guarding the level 1 wooden doors will survive until tomorrow morning? Everyone wants lumber. Everyone must compete for it. But the problem is... Ning Qing glanced at the chat channel. Su Ziyuan shouted in the channel yesterday, saying he saw him kill Chen Dong with his own eyes. Now the entire floor knows that 302 houses a murderer. If he swaggered to the resource room's door, what would happen? An ambush? Or would he be directly treated as a public enemy and targeted? Ning Qing took a deep breath. He can't go. At least not immediately. He needs to wait, he needs to observe, he needs to survive. He opened his personal panel. Level 1, 85/200. Still need 115 experience points to level up. Leveling up will gain free attribute points, and then I can put the points into physique, which will allow for faster recovery and higher margin for error. Moreover, the rules state that entering the resource room requires specific props. What is that? An axe? A saw? Or something else? Ning Qing didn't know, but one thing was certain, he was empty-handed right now, and even if he rushed over, he couldn't get in the door. Wait. 12 hours in the daytime, the resource room will be there, it won't run away. Going in the last 2 hours, by then, everything that needed to be fought would have been fought, the dead would be dead, and what's left will be the remaining soldiers and defeated generals. That would be his chance. The communication channel was buzzing. 855 Li, breeding supervisor, wood. Who has wood? I'll pay a high price. When we return to reality, I'll give you a house. 933 Lu Yang, Field Department, where is the resource room? Who knows the location? Share it, come on. 712 Wang Lei, Operations Department, at 508 Ma Jiangwo, Brother Ma, you organize it. We will follow you. Ma Jiangwo was at again. This time he didn't respond immediately. After a few minutes, his message popped up. 508 Ma Jiangwo, Field Department, everyone, don't panic. I suggest we act in groups. The resource room will definitely have dangers, going alone is just asking for death. I already have a few people here, but we don't have enough. Groups? Ning Qing raised an eyebrow. As expected, Ma Jiangwo, this nice guy, first thought of unity. But the problem is, in a place like this, how much is the word unity worth? Soon, a second small group emerged. 1123 Zhou Wei, Field Department, Brothers of the Field Department, follow me. We have more people, let's grab the wood and split it. Zhou Wei. Another tough guy from the Field Department, who wanted to grab Li Ming's cola and bread yesterday. Now he wants to be the boss? But Zhou Wei does have the capital, there are originally many people in the Field Department, and even though Zhang Wei died, there are still 7 or 8 who can fight. These people gathering together do make a formidable power. The third group appeared more subtly. 987 Fong Na, Operations Department, ladies, we need to form our own group. Is anyone willing to join? Private message me. Fong Na. The woman who comes with a kitchen. She is rallying female players. Ning Qing silently gave her a thumbs up in his heart when he saw this message. Smart. In a place like this, female players are naturally at a disadvantage. If they don't band together, they can easily become prey. But another problem arises, how much fighting power do female players have? Fong Na has a kitchen, but does she have combat strength? Li? Zhao Qian? Lin Liqing? These people usually sit in the office, can they fight anyone? Ning Qing shook his head. There would definitely be blood at the door of the resource room. He could almost foresee the scene, several small groups confronting each other at the door, probing each other, then suddenly someone strikes, and then it's a melee. How many would die, he didn't know. But the ones who could survive and get in would definitely be those with the hardest hearts and the darkest hands. Delicate self-interest. Ning Qing whispered this phrase again. The Animal Protection Association. The name sounds nice. But how many people inside, from top to bottom, from the boss to the employees, are not self-interested? Usually scheming against each other in the company, grabbing credit, shifting blame, flattering. Now that they are at a life and death moment, can they still expect them to suddenly become saints? Dream on. Ning Qing turned off the channel and leaned against the wall to wait. The countdown in the corner of his vision was still ticking. Time until daytime, 47 minutes and 22 seconds. Less than an hour left. In the meantime, a friend message flashed. 1698 Lin Liqing has sent you an item, roast chicken times 2.5 kilograms. Ning Qing clicked to receive it, and then it materialized. The food packaging bag wrapped it up, still steaming, with the surface of the chicken roasted golden and sprinkled with cumin and chili powder. The fragrance instantly filled the whole room. This Fong Na woman didn't see her as a cook before. After smelling the aroma, the cat, Yuan Bao, jumped down from the bed with a meow, circling around Ning Qing's feet. Ning Qing broke off a small piece, blew on it to cool it, and handed it to him. Then he tore off a piece for himself and stuffed it into his mouth. The meat was tender, crispy on the outside and juicy on the inside, the aroma of cumin mixed with fat exploded in the mouth. Ning Qing ate while returning a favor to Lin Liqing. 302 Ning Qing has sent you an item, roast chicken times 0.5 kilograms. Gifts in return. 1698 Lin Liqing, thank you. Ning Qing didn't reply anymore. He continued to eat. A person and a cat feasted in the small room. By the time the person finished off 2 kilograms of chicken, Ning Qing was already burping loudly. Status recovery, plus 2%. Hey! Not bad, not bad. Daytime has arrived. The countdown hit 0. Ning Qing stood up, moving his hands and feet. His status was now 88%. The moment he opened the door, the scent in the hallway made him squint. The door of room 1698 across from him also opened. Lin Liqing walked out. Her hair was a bit messy, with a few strands sticking to her sweaty forehead. Her face looked a bit pale, and her eyes carried fatigue and anxiety. But in that awkward state, combined with her charming face and the figure barely concealed under her dance outfit, Ning Qing's throat moved. He forced himself to look away. Why are you out? Lin Liqing blushed a little and whispered, I still need to level up, or I might not survive tonight. Ning Qing understood. Indeed. Lin Liqing's harmonious skill sounded incredible, but at this stage, it was simply useless. She needed a strong male player as her partner, but the problem was, where would you find such strong players in the early game? Moreover, in this place where anyone could die at any moment, strength was the only truth. Without strength, there was no qualification for negotiation. So she had to go out, had to get strong, had to prove her worth. Otherwise, she was very likely to die tonight. Be careful, Ning Qing said, as a reminder. Lin Liqing nodded, following him out of the room. But after Ning Qing took just 2 steps, he stopped. He stared at room 1699 across the way. Yesterday, the doorplate of this room was white. An empty room. But today, black. Ning Qing's pupils shrank. Room 1699. Resident, squirrel. Type, ordinary animal. Level, 1. Strength, 2. Speed, 4. Constitution, 2. Status, 99%. Plunderable resources, squirrel meat 1.5 kilograms, candied chestnuts 1 kilogram, 10 copper coins, axe 1. Attack suggestion, delicious candied chestnuts, don't you want to eat? Ning Qing's eyes lit up, another new discovery. The white rooms refresh, every day new residents are generated. Of course. Without this mechanism, if players cleared all the black rooms, how would they develop later? Ha! Yesterday room 1699's number was white, how did it turn black? Lin Liqing noticed too. Ning Qing came back to his senses and lowered his voice, saying, rooms without residents should have a daily refresh mechanism. He explained briefly, but his eyes were already looking at the adjacent room 1700. It was also white yesterday. What about today? Black. Ning Qing focused his gaze. Room 1700. Resident, Queen Bee. Type, animal. Level, 2. Strength, 1. Speed, 10. Constitution, 3. Status, 90%. Plunderable resources, pure wild honey 1 kilogram, 20 copper coins, axe 1. Attack suggestion, just a sting, go ahead. Axe. Both rooms had an axe among their plunderable resources. Lumber resource rooms require specific tools. The axe logging. Ning Qing was almost certain, the axe was the ticket to enter the resource room. To enter the resource room, one must first open black rooms to get the axe. And opening black rooms carries risks. This game really knows how to play. Ning Qing took a deep breath and looked at Lin Liqing. You go into 1699. Lin Liqing froze for a moment, huh? Oh. She didn't ask why or if it was dangerous inside. She only hesitated for a second before walking in front of room 1699, placing her hand on the doorknob. This woman so easily trusting others? Ning Qing thought to himself. The next second, the door opened. Gray mist poured out, wrapping around Lin Liqing's body, pulling her inside. The door closed. The doorplate's color changed from black to red. Ning Qing withdrew his gaze and approached 1700. He placed his hand on the doorknob. With a strong push, gray mist rushed toward him. Dormitory number 1700. The environment was a forest. Underfoot was soft soil and fallen leaves, surrounded by tall trees. The air was filled with the fresh scent of grass and wood. And a sweetness. Ning Qing looked up and saw the beehive. Hanging from a branch of an old tree, golden and as big as a basin. Swarming around the beehive were countless worker bees. And right above the beehive, a queen bee the size of a fist was resting there. The moment Ning Qing appeared, the queen bee noticed. Then, it took off into the air. Buzz buzz buzz. The sound of wings vibrating changed from gentle to sharp. The queen bee dived towards Ning Qing. It was incredibly fast. At a speed of 10, even at only 90% condition, it had an actual speed of 9. But Ning Qing's speed was 8, with a condition of 88%, giving him an actual speed of 7.04. There was a difference of 2 points. Ning Qing instinctively rolled to the side. Whoosh! The queen bee zipped past his ear. Ning Qing quickly climbed up, his right hand already gripping the dagger. But the queen bee did not give him a moment to breathe. It changed direction and dived again. This time targeting Ning Qing's face. Ning Qing swung the dagger. The blade drew an arc in the air. But the queen bee was too agile. It twisted midair, dodging the blade, then accelerated and slammed into the back of Ning Qing's hand. A sting like a needle. Ning Qing's hand jolted, the dagger nearly slipping from his grasp. He looked down at the back of his hand. A red bump had already formed there. Condition, -1%. Just being stung once caused a 1% drop in condition. Ning Qing gritted his teeth and swung the dagger again. The queen bee used the same tactic, elegantly dodging in the air. Its speed was faster than Ning Qing's, its reactions quicker, and its small size made it hard to hit. Ning Qing swung the dagger 7 or 8 times, barely grazing the edge of the queen bee. Instead, he was stung twice more. Left arm, right shoulder. Condition, 85%. Another 2% drop. This couldn't continue. Ning Qing stopped moving, his eyes locked on the queen bee circling in the air. The queen bee seemed to be observing him too, not attacking immediately. It was waiting. Waiting for Ning Qing to show a flaw. Ning Qing took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. He looked around. Mountains, forests, trees, fallen leaves. No tools, no weapons, just a dagger. But Ning Qing's gaze fell on the old tree with the beehive. The trunk was thick, needing 2 people to hug it. The bark was rough, with many cracks and tree holes. Ning Qing had an idea in his mind. He gradually approached the old tree. The queen bee noticed his intention and immediately dove down. This time, Ning Qing didn't dodge. He raised his left arm to protect his face and neck. Puff! The bee's stinger pierced into the muscle of his arm. Excruciating pain. But Ning Qing endured it. He swung the dagger fiercely, not at the queen bee, but at the trunk of the old tree. Chop! The blade sank into the bark, getting stuck. Ning Qing pried it off with all his might, removing a piece of bark the size of his palm. Then he turned and ran. The queen bee pursued relentlessly. Ning Qing ran behind the old tree, squatted down, and held the pried bark in front of him. The queen bee charged in, crashing into the bark. Puff puff puff. 3 consecutive hits. The bee's stingers sank into the bark, unable to pull out. The queen bee struggled frantically, wings flapping fiercely, emitting a sharp buzzing. But its stingers were stuck too deeply, unable to escape for a while. Now's the time. Ning Qing extended his hand from behind the bark and struck down with the dagger. Swoosh! The blade struck the queen bee's fat abdomen. Green fluid splattered out. Ning Qing did not stop. He withdrew the dagger and struck again. Twice. 3 times. Until the queen bee's body no longer moved. Successfully killed queen bee, gained 12 experience points. Gained, copper coins times 20. Gained, pure wild honey times 1 kilogram. Gained, axe times 1. Ning Qing was breathing heavily, slumped on the ground. His arm still hurt. The stung area had swollen, red, and itchy. Condition dropped to 82%. Damn! He cursed, getting up from the ground. The queen bee's corpse began to dissipate, turning into green light spots. The beehive remained on the tree. But the golden prompt only said that honey could be looted, without mentioning the beehive could be taken. Ning Qing tried to reach it with the dagger but couldn't touch it. He gave up. Turning around, he walked towards the door. Gray mist surged in, returning to the corridor. Ning Qing glanced at 1699 at first sight. The doorplate was still red. Lin Liqing hadn't come out yet. He leaned against the wall and waited. He took a look at the newly acquired axe. Rough lumberjack's axe. Level, ordinary. Effect, lumbering efficiency plus 100%. Special effect, must have tool for entering the lumber resource room. Sure enough, just as he guessed. The axe was a ticket. Ning Qing took another look at the experience bar. Still 103 points short. The revolution is not yet successful, comrades must strive harder. Ning Qing walked along the corridor, his eyes scanning the door signs on both sides. Green, black, white. He stopped in front of room 315. Room 315. Resident, silver carp. Type, animal. Level, 1. Strength, 3, in water. Speed, 6, in water. Constitution, 5, in water. Status, 90%. Pillageable resources, 3.5 kilograms of silver carp meat, 20 copper coins, 1 axe. Attack suggestion, can you catch the fish in the water? Ning Qing didn't hesitate and placed his hand on the doorknob. With a strong push. Gray mist surged out. The next second, Ning Qing felt the ground disappear beneath his feet. Splash! He fell into the water. The icy water instantly submerged him to his waist. Ning Qing wiped his face and opened his eyes to look around. This was a pond, about 20 square meters. The water was murky, tinged with green algae. In the center of the pond, a silver carp nearly half a meter long was staring at him with its dead fish eyes. Ning Qing. He looked down at the short knife in his hand. Then he glanced at the fish in the water. Then he looked up at the gray mist above, like a ceiling. Damn it! This is really a scam. Chapter 16, Can You Catch Fish? Ning Qing was indeed a country boy when he was little. In the summer, he would go bare-bottomed into the river to catch fish, use a bamboo basket to scoop up shrimp, and chase dragonflies along the field embankments. But that was more than 10 years ago. After passing the college entrance exam and leaving the village to work in the city, living in a rental room and ordering takeout, he had long forgotten how to catch fish with bare hands. Let alone a big guy like this half-meter-long fish. Ning Qing took a deep breath and cautiously moved towards the silver carp. His feet sank deep into the muddy bottom of the pond, making a puff sound as he pulled them out. Waves rippled. The silver carp flicked its tail and easily swam away. Ning Qing continued to approach. 3 meters, 2 meters, 1.5 meters. Just as he reached out to grab it, the silver carp suddenly turned and slipped through his fingers. Damn! Ning Qing cursed and turned to chase again. The fish was swimming at a speed of 6 points in the water. Even with a 90% status, its actual speed was 5.4. As for Ning Qing in the water, he discovered he couldn't swim at all. His speed was at most 2 points. He simply couldn't catch up. Ning Qing stopped, panting. Just now, that little struggle had consumed quite a bit of energy. He glanced at the status bar. Status, 84%. It had dropped by 1%. Just a few minutes. Ning Qing gritted his teeth and changed his strategy. He stopped chasing. He stood still, waiting for the fish to come to him. The silver carp seemed to sense his intention, hovering not far away, occasionally flicking its tail, as if taunting him. A standoff between man and fish lingered in the pond. Time passed second by second. Ning Qing's patience was gradually wearing thin. He moved again. This time, it was not to chase, but to corner. He wanted to drive the fish into a corner. The pond was small, 20 square meters, with 4 corners being natural traps. Ning Qing slowly moved, arms spread wide, like a net. The silver carp seemed to detect danger and began swimming faster. It circled around the pond, and Ning Qing followed. But a person's reaction is always half a beat slower than a fish's. 10 minutes passed. Ning Qing hadn't even touched the fish's tail. His status continued to drop. 83%, 82%, 81%. When his status dropped to 80%, Ning Qing stopped. He stood in the water, his chest heaving violently. Damn it! He wanted to give up. He couldn't catch it. Really couldn't catch it. Without tools, without a net, without a spear, trying to catch a half-meter-long fish with just 2 hands in the water was simply impossible. But the problem was, without catching this fish, he couldn't get out. The escape rule of the dormitory was simple: kill the resident to leave. Ning Qing looked at the silver carp that was still swimming leisurely. A wave of helplessness surged in his heart. Was he going to be trapped here? He forced himself to calm down. He couldn't panic. There must be a way. Ning Qing looked around. Pond, water, mud, and air? Suddenly, an idea struck him. Fish need to breathe. Even in water, they need oxygen. Ning Qing looked down at the mud beneath his feet. He bent down, plunged his hands into the mud, and dug out a big chunk with all his strength. The mud was sticky, carrying a foul smell of decomposing matter. He held this lump of mud and slowly approached the silver carp. The silver carp looked at him warily but did not swim away immediately. It was waiting. Waiting for Ning Qing to come a little closer, so it could easily escape. But Ning Qing did not get closer. He stopped 2 meters away from the silver carp and suddenly threw the lump of mud above the fish. Splash! The mud slammed into the water, missing the fish, but creating a cloud of murkiness around it. The water got dirty. Visibility decreased. The silver carp seemed a bit uneasy and began to swim faster. But Ning Qing did not stop. He scooped up another lump of mud and kept throwing. 1 lump, 2 lumps, 3 lumps. The entire pond's water became murkier and a layer of sludge floated on the surface. The silver carp's swimming pattern started to become frantic. It needed clean, oxygen-rich water. But now, the surrounding water was all stirred up. Ning Qing took this opportunity to slowly get closer. His movements were very light and slow, trying not to create waves. The silver carp seemed unaware. It was still trying to find a clean area of water. Ning Qing was only 1 meter away from it now. Half a meter. 30 centimeters. Now's the time. Ning Qing lunged forward suddenly, arms wide open like a hunting heron. The silver carp sensed danger, and with a flick of its tail, it tried to escape. But the murky water affected its perception and speed. Ning Qing's left hand caught the fish's tail. Slippery. The fish scales were so slick that he couldn't hold on. The silver carp struggled desperately, its tail thrashing wildly, splashing water everywhere. Ning Qing's right hand quickly followed, trying to press down on the fish's body. But the fish was too slippery, he almost lost his grip several times. Don't move! Ning Qing growled, gripping the fish tightly. The silver carp was strong, its power amplified in the water, twisting to try to break free. Ning Qing was nearly thrown off balance in the water, almost falling. He clenched his teeth, using all his strength to press the fish toward him. The fish's gills. He suddenly remembered that to catch a fish, he needed to grab its gills. That was the fish's most vulnerable spot. Ning Qing freed his right hand and reached for the fish's head. The silver carp seemed to sense his intent and struggled even harder. It suddenly shook its head, its mouth hitting Ning Qing's arm. It didn't hurt, but startled him. In that moment of distraction, the fish slipped away half a body length. Ning Qing quickly grabbed it again. This time, he didn't hesitate, his right hand plunged directly into the gill. His fingers touched the hard gill cover. He dug in forcefully, his nails wedging into the gill slit. Gurgle. The silver carp made a strange muffled sound, its body suddenly stiffening. Ning Qing felt his fingers plunge into the gills, the sensation wet and slippery. He tightened his grip, holding the fish firmly against him. The silver carp was still struggling, but its strength was clearly fading. Ning Qing didn't dare to let go. He stood there in the water, hands gripping the fish, feeling its life slipping away. 1 minute. 2 minutes. The silver carp's struggles became smaller and smaller. Finally, it stopped moving altogether. Successfully killed silver carp and gained 10 experience points. Gained, copper coins times 20. Obtained, silver carp meat times 3.5 kg. No axe. Ning Qing was startled for a moment, then quickly realized. It was because he already had one, wasn't it? Can everyone only hold one axe? This setting is reasonable, otherwise, someone could farm a bunch of axes, and the resource room would be meaningless. Ning Qing tossed the fish's corpse onto the shore and climbed up, gasping for breath. Soaked through, his clothes stuck to him, he was cold and shivering. His status dropped to 71%. In just this hour, he had lost a whole 17% of his status. Damn it, next time I absolutely won't touch fish without gear. Ning Qing muttered angrily as he walked toward the door. He placed his hand on the doorknob and pulled hard. Gray mist swirled in. The light in the corridor made Ning Qing squint. His first reaction was to look at 1699. The doorplate was still red. Lin Liqing hadn't come out yet. Ning Qing couldn't help but laugh. Goodness, is catching a squirrel this hard too? He shook his head and leaned against the wall to wait. Just as he was about to find a corner to wring out his clothes, he vaguely heard voices. They came from deep in the right side corridor. It was very far away, and the specific content could not be heard. Ning Qing glanced over there. The corridor was straight, but the light in the distance was dim, making it hard to see the details. Ning Qing had no interest in getting involved. He opened the floor channel. The messages scrolled quickly. 1123 Zhou Wei, Field Department, the lumber resource room has been found. Room 999. The doorplate is purple. 508 Ma Jiangwo, Field Department, everyone, don't rush, let's discuss how to allocate it. 418 Sun Dihai, boss, discuss what? I am the company boss, I should go in first. I have management experience and can allocate resources most reasonably. 712 Wang Lei, Operations Department, President Sun, isn't now the time to talk about this. 1389 Wu Jiqiang, Operations Supervisor, Wang Lei, what do you mean? President Sun is our leader, is there a problem with following the leader's arrangement? 987 Fong Na, Operations Department, leader? Who still acknowledges leaders now? Surviving is the hard truth. The channel was a mess of noise. Ning Qing quickly skimmed through and clarified the situation. The lumber resource room is room 999, and the doorplate color is purple. This is a new color, representing a special room. Currently, 4 small groups have formed on this floor. Chapter 17, Lin Liqing decides to submit. The next day in the Fierce Dorm, the originally loving Animal Protection Association had split into 4 small groups. Ma Jiangwo's group, centered around Ma Jiangwo, gathering some relatively rational and cooperative players. There were not many, but they had strong cohesion. Zhou Wei's group, the muscle of the field department, with some who had sided with them. They were the strongest in power, but their internal relationships were loose, primarily maintained by interests. Sun Dihai's group, members of the former company management, including Sun Dihai, Wu Jiqiang, and Zhao Qian, along with some employees still wanting to cling to their power. It was still nominally the company, but its authority had already crumbled. Fong Na's group, composed entirely of female players, with Fong Na as the leader. They had the weakest combat power but were highly united, and Fong Na had the kitchen, a scarce resource. All 4 groups had some lucky members who obtained axes. But they all paid a price. Ning Qing glanced at the number of online players. Online players, 62/124. 78 survived last night. Now only 62 were left. 16 more had died. There is no doubt, these people all died in the Black Room this morning. For the axe, for entry into the resource room, these people wagered their lives. And now, the four groups were negotiating who would enter room 999 first. The result of the negotiation was without suspense. Zhou Wei's group was the strongest in power, so they went in first. Sun Dihai's group used their boss identity and remaining authority to secure the second slot. Ma Jiangwo's group yielded to take the third. Fang Na's group had no choice but to be last. Ning Qing closed the channel, expression cold. In this place, raw violence was the core power. For Fang Na and her women to still be able to stand and talk was already considered lucky. After all, in extreme environments, women themselves were also a form of resource. Just as he was thinking, the door of room 1699 opened. Lin Liqing walked out. She looked no better off than Ning Qing. Her hair was messy, a few strands stuck to her cheek with sweat, her black dancewear clung tightly to her body, outlining her full curves. Her chest heaved violently, breathing heavily. There were a few faint scratches on her face, as if scratched by branches. But it was this disheveled appearance, coupled with her gentle yet charming face, and the skin barely visible under her drenched dancewear. Ning Qing felt his throat go dry. He forced himself to look away. Lin Liqing also saw Ning Qing. She paused for a moment, her gaze falling on Ning Qing's soaked pants and shoes, then looked at her own equally disheveled state. The two locked eyes. Then, they both laughed in unison. A bitter laugh. You. Lin Liqing wanted to say something, but did not finish. She shook her head, walked to Ning Qing, and opened her backpack interface. 1698 Lin Liqing has gifted you the item, squirrel meat times 1.5 kilograms. 1698 Lin Liqing has gifted you the item, candied chestnuts times 1 kilogram. 1698 Lin Liqing has gifted you the item, copper coins times 10. 1698 Lin Liqing has gifted you the item, rough logging axe times 1. Ning Qing was stunned. What are you doing? For you, I don't need it. You don't need it? Ning Qing frowned. The axe is the ticket to enter the resource room, don't you know? I know, but I can't get in. Lin Lu said, nodding. She paused, adding, Zhou Wei and his people are guarding the door, they won't let me in. Even if I have the axe and copper coins, they will snatch it. She was right. Ning Qing was silent for a few seconds and clicked reject. You keep it. But. No buts, this is what you fought hard for, keep it safe. Ning Qing interrupted her. Lin Lu looked at Ning Qing, her eyes complicated. She wanted to say something, but just then, her expression suddenly changed. Her brow furrowed, her lips pressed tight. What's wrong? Ning Qing asked. Lin Lu lowered her voice. Fang Na said their talks have fallen through. Ning Qing immediately opened the channel. Sure enough, the latest news was explosive. 987 Fang Na, Operations Department, Zhou Wei, what do you mean? Why are you snatching our spots? 1123 Zhou Wei, Field Department, who snatched? It's because you don't have copper coins, whose fault is that? 855 Li Li, Breeding Supervisor, we have copper coins. But why should we give them to you? 1123 Zhou Wei, Field Department, don't give? Then don't come in. 508 Ma Jiangwo, Field Department, Zhou Wei, don't be like this, let's negotiate. 1123 Zhou Wei, Field Department, Ma Jiangwo, stop pretending to be the good guy. The first one in was my person, and what happened? There's a guard inside called Bald Chang, who charges 30 copper coins to chop trees. My person didn't pay and was thrown out with an arm severed. Now he's lying on the ground, bleeding everywhere, who's taking care of him? Ning Qing quickly skimmed through and understood the situation. Someone from Zhou Wei's team got in first to the resource room. They found a guard named Bald Chang, who required 30 copper coins to chop wood, otherwise they would be expelled. That person, not believing it, tried to chop the tree forcibly, and as a result, was cut by Bald Chang and thrown out. Now that person was unconscious at the door of room 999, bleeding all over the place. But no one cared for him. The problem now was that Zhou Wei's team had 2 axes, but they had no copper coins left. So they were forcing Fang Na's team to hand over the copper coins, promising to share some wood after chopping it. Of course, Fang Na's team disagreed. The argument escalated. All members of Fang Na's team had retreated back to their own rooms. Players' rooms during the day could not be invaded, temporarily safe. And now, Zhou Wei's team was guarding the door of room 999, not letting anyone in unless they paid 30 copper coins as a toll. Ning Qing shut down the channel and looked at Lin Lu. Why don't you side with them? Lin Lu looked at him, answering bluntly, I feel they are a crowd of idiots. A crowd of idiots? Zhou Wei's side has strong fighters. Lin Le continued to shake her head, so what if they are strong? Zhang Wei is strong too, but he still died. In this place, relying only on force won't last long. She paused and continued, moreover, the way they look at me makes me uncomfortable. Ning Qing didn't say anything. Lin Le said again, you are also alone now, even if you have the axe and copper coins, they wouldn't let you into the resource room. Ning Qing smiled. This woman was testing him. So? What do you want to say? Lin Le took a deep breath and looked straight into Ning Qing's eyes. Following you is definitely better than following them. Oh? I am a murderer. Ning Qing smiled faintly. Lin Le nodded, I know, but Chen Dong deserves to die. She paused and began to give her reasons one by one. First, unlike Zhang Wei, when you look at me, your eyes aren't just filled with desire. The way you look at me is very pure. Second, you are strong. I can see that your door is different from mine, obviously upgraded. Being able to upgrade the door on the first day shows you have ability and resources. Third, I had some understanding of you before crossing over. I heard when you quarreled with Chen Dong. You said they were eating blood buns. In such a company, someone who can still speak the truth wouldn't have a bad nature. Fourth, you adopted that cat. In this place, someone who can still be gentle to a little animal. At least not a cold-blooded person. As she said this, she blushed deeply, her voice softening. Fifth, you are very handsome. The last part was said lightly, but Ning Qing heard it. He was silent for a few seconds. Then he stared at Lin Le Qing. Then you should know that following me, you need to pay something, right? This question was very straightforward. So straightforward that Lin Le Qing's face instantly turned crimson. She lowered her head, her fingers unconsciously twisting the hem of her clothes. After several seconds, she finally said in a voice that was almost inaudible, I know, I am willing. Chapter 18, Dog-Headed Man. Ning Qing looked at the blushing Lin Le Qing, confirming that he had just heard her answer. Then, the first thought that flashed in his mind was of her passive skill. Passive skill, Harmony. Effect, sharing a room with any opposite-sex player will guarantee a 100% attribute bonus, that opposite-sex player will also gain 50% of that bonus. Cooldown, 24 hours. Attribute bonus. How much exactly? Strength? Speed? Stamina? Or all attributes? If it adds 3 to 5 points, or even 10 points, then the value of this skill surpasses any piece of equipment. Moreover, it can be done once a day. Ning Qing's gaze fell on Lin Le Qing. This time, he did not hold back. His eyes slid from her face to her neck, then to her chest tightly wrapped in a black dance outfit, her slender waist, and her long legs. Bare and filled with scrutiny and desire. Lin Le Qing's body stiffened slightly under his gaze. But she did not retreat, nor did she dodge. She merely straightened her chest slightly, meeting Ning Qing's gaze. Since she had made a choice, there was no need to be shy. She had already come to terms with it. In this ghostly place, survival is the first priority. Dignity? Reserve? Those are luxuries. She could not afford them. Ning Qing looked at her for about 10 seconds. Then he spoke. His voice was very calm, revealing no emotion. All my actions are for myself, do you understand what this means? Lin Le Qing was taken aback. She looked into Ning Qing's eyes, which held no warmth, no promises, only a kind of almost cold clarity. She remained silent for a few seconds, then nodded. Understood. Ning Qing's meaning was very clear, he would not change any plans for her, he would not take risks for her, he would not sacrifice benefits for her. She could follow him. But if danger arose, if resources were insufficient, if a choice had to be made, he would choose himself without hesitation. That is, all actions are for myself. Very cruel. But very real. In this place, false promises are deadlier than knives. Then you can follow. Ning Qing finished speaking and turned to leave. He did not wait for Lin Le Qing's reaction and said nothing more. Lin Le Qing stood in place, watching his back, took a deep breath, and quickly followed. The corridor was very quiet. Occasionally, distant sounds of arguments could be heard, likely from the commotion near Resource Room 999. Ning Qiang walked along the wall, his eyes constantly scanning the door signs on both sides. Black, green, white. He stopped in front of room 1728. Black door sign. Golden prompt. Room, 1728. Resident, Little White Rabbit. Type, Animal. Level, 1. Strength, 1. Speed, 5. Stamina, 3. Status, 70%. Plunderable resources, rabbit meat 1.5 kilograms, 10 copper coins, axe 1. Attack advice, too easy. Ning Qing's gaze swept past without stopping. He continued forward. He stopped in front of room 272. Black door sign. Golden prompt. Room 272. Resident, dog-headed man. Type, monster. Level, 3. Strength, 10. Speed, 12. Stamina, 15. Status, 20%. Plunderable resources, Evolution Core 1, 2 silver coins. Attack advice, take her life while she's sick. Ning Qing's eyes widened immediately. Evolution Core? What is that? Just the name sounds extraordinary. And 2 silver coins, that's 200 copper coins. Most importantly is that she. Not it. But she. What does this mean? This dog-headed man was once human? Or does it have human consciousness? Ning Qing's breathing quickened. He quickly calculated the power comparison between both sides. Dog-headed man attributes, strength 10. Speed 12, constitution 15. But the status is only 20%. This means the actual attributes are strength 2, speed 2.4, constitution 3. While his own attributes are strength 8, speed 8, constitution 8, status 71%, and actual attributes are roughly strength 5.68, speed 5.68, constitution 5.68. A complete crushing. Not to mention he has a short knife and battle experience. And the dog-headed man's state is so poor, clearly, he has experienced something. Take her life while she is unwell. The golden hint said so. Ning Qing no longer hesitated. He turned to Lin Liqing. You go into 1728. Lin Liqing was stunned for a moment, glanced at the black doorplate of 1728, then looked back at Ning Qing. She didn't ask why, she just nodded. All right. She walked to the door of 1728, placed her hand on the doorknob, and looked back at Ning Qing. Ning Qing had already turned around, walking toward 272. Lin Liqing took a deep breath and pushed open the door. Gray mist surged out, swallowing her inside. The door closed. The doorplate turned red. Ning Qing stood in front of 272, taking one last look at the golden hint. 2 silver coins. Evolution Core. He licked his lips and pushed open the door as well. The gray mist dissipated. A strong, foul smell hit him in the face. It was the smell of dog feces, mixed with the odor of urine and something rotten. Ning Qing frowned and squinted his eyes to look into the room. This was an apartment room. Not big, about 30 square meters. Decorated exquisitely, with warm-colored walls, soft carpets, and a sofa covered with a furry blanket. But the whole room was in a mess. Dog feces and urine stains were everywhere on the floor, the sofa was torn apart with stuffing exposed, and the wallpaper was shredded with claw marks. The room was filled with dog toys, rubber bones, plush balls, and squeaking ducks. Pictures were pasted all over the walls. Ning Qing swept a glance. All the photos were of a dog. White, fluffy, with erect ears and black, round eyes. It was a West Highland White Terrier. Each photo had words underneath. Paby's first birthday. Paby is so good. Mom loves Paby. Ning Qing's gaze shifted to the center of the room. There lay a dog. The White West Highland Terrier. But it was already dead. The body was stiff, eyes wide open, with white foam at the corners of its mouth. Next to the dog's corpse lay 2 human bodies. No, they should be called remains. One was a male, about 30 years old, wearing a checkered shirt and jeans, with a large hole torn in his chest and innards spilled on the ground. The other was a female in her 20s, wearing a dress, her neck bitten through, head tilted to one side, her face frozen in terror. Both corpses had begun to rot, emitting a foul smell. And beside the dog and the corpses crouched a monster. Ning Qing's pupils constricted. That was a person. A woman's body. Naked, with pale skin, emaciated, ribs clearly visible. But her head was not a human head, but a dog's head. A West Highland Terrier's head. At this moment, the dog head was lowered, looking at the dead dog on the ground. The dog's mouth opened and closed, making whimpering sounds. Then, it raised its head and looked at Ning Qing. Vicious human. The dog-headed person spoke. Its voice was hoarse, as if it hadn't spoken in a long time, but it was indeed human language. You poisoned my son to death. It extended its forepaw, which was a human hand, but the nails were long and sharp, like a dog's claws. Son, my son, you died such a tragic death. Ning Qing stood frozen in place, gripping the short knife tightly in his hand. He watched this dog-headed man, watched it crying over the dead dog, and a strong disgust surged in his heart. Not fear of the monster, but disgust for the twisted, unhealthy emotions. He thought of those dog owners in the real world. Not all dog owners. But those who treated dogs as children or ancestors yet were indifferent or even vicious toward humans. My dog never bites people, yet the dog pounces and bites someone. If you don't provoke it, how could it bite you? Blaming the victim. You get bitten by a dog because you did too many bad things in your past life. A blatant curse. Even. It's just a bite, right? You didn't die. Is it really that serious? My dog is my family, my son. In Ning Qing's neighborhood, many people kept dogs. This type is basically all there is. They are gentle to their dogs, but harsh and merciless to neighbors, delivery workers, and strangers. They can fight fiercely for their dogs, yet turn a blind eye to those in need. They treat dogs like family, but see real humans as animals. And now, this dog-headed creature calls the dog son. There is no distinction between humans and animals. It has twisted to the extreme. Ning Qing coldly spoke, "Your son? Then who are those two people over there? Who are they?" The dog-headed creature froze for a moment, turned its head to look at the two corpses. Its eyes appeared somewhat confused. They wanted to hurt Peibi. Its voice became sharp. They poisoned Peibi. They deserve to die. Ning Qing understood. These two people must be players. They entered this room and encountered the dog-headed creature and its son. They might have wanted to kill the dog or just wished to defend themselves. But in the end, they died. And the dog also died. Perhaps it was a misfire, or perhaps it was poisoned. It didn't matter. What mattered was that this dog-headed creature, once possibly a human, had completely gone insane. It saw itself as the dog's mother. It regarded the dog as its son. And it viewed humans as enemies. So you just killed them? Ning Qing asked. The dog-headed creature screamed, "They deserve to die. Everyone who wants to harm Peibi deserves to die." It suddenly stood up. A human body, a dog's head. Naked skin covered in dirt and blood. Its eyes fixed intensely on Ning Qing. "Do you also want to harm Peibi?" Ning Qing did not answer, only tightened his grip on the knife. The dog-headed creature let out a low growl and lunged forward like a dog. It was too slow. Ning Qing sidestepped and slashed the knife into the back of the dog-headed creature. Pfff. The blade penetrated flesh, but not deeply. The dog-headed creature howled in pain and turned to lunge again. This time, Ning Qing did not dodge. He stepped forward, grabbing the claw that the dog-headed creature swung with his left hand, and thrust the short knife deep into its abdomen with his right hand. Ah! The dog-headed creature let out a chilling scream. But it did not retreat, instead, it opened its dog mouth and lunged for Ning Qing's neck. Ning Qing released his left hand, stepping back to avoid the bite. The dog-headed creature stumbled, the wound on its abdomen oozing dark red blood. Its state dropped significantly. Status, 18%. Ning Qing did not give it a chance to breathe. He circled to the side of the dog-headed creature and kicked its knee. Crack! The sound of bones breaking. The dog-headed creature cried out and fell to its knees. Ning Qing seized the chance and swung the short knife towards its neck. But the dog-headed creature suddenly twisted, and the knife struck its shoulder. Pfff. Another wound opened. The dog-headed creature wildly flailed its claws, trying to grab Ning Qing. But its movements grew slower, weaker. Its state continued to decline. 17%. 16%. 15%. Ning Qing kept leaving wounds on the dog-headed creature, draining its stamina, bleeding it dry. The howls of the dog-headed creature grew weaker. In the end, it collapsed to the ground, covered in wounds, blood pooling everywhere. It raised its head and looked at Ning Qing with its dog eyes. There was pain, resentment, and a hint of confusion in its gaze. "Peibi, my son." It reached out its hand, wanting to touch the dead dog beside it. But halfway through, its hand fell weakly. Status, 0%. The body of the dog-headed creature stopped convulsing. Successfully killed dog-headed creature, gained 40 experience points. Acquired, silver coins times 2. Acquired, evolution core times 1. Ning Qing panted heavily, looking at the corpse on the ground. He won. Unscathed. But there was no excitement in his heart. Only a kind of indescribable nausea. He opened his backpack, gazing at the evolution core. The size of a fist, dark red crystal, smooth surface, inside it seemed to have liquid flowing. Evolution core, normal. Target, pets. Effect, promotes pets to evolve with intelligence. Success rate, 5%. Pets? Yuan Bao. Ning Qing's eyes brightened. Although the success rate is only 5%, this is something that can make pets evolve. Absolutely a treasure. Then there are 2 silver coins. He was rich now. Ning Qing took one last look at the room. The corpse of the dog-headed man began to disperse. The dead dog did too. Only the bodies of the 2 human players lay there, slowly rotting. Ning Qing shook his head and turned to walk toward the door. Gray fog surged in. The light in the corridor made Ning Qing squint. Then he saw. In front of door 1728. Lin Liqing was holding a dead rabbit in one hand and an axe in the other. He was blocked by a man in his 30s. Wang Hu from the operations department, one of Zhou Wei's thugs. Wang Hu saw Lin Liqing and grinned. Nice catch. He took 2 steps forward. Lin Liqing instinctively stepped back, gripping the axe tightly. What do you want? I want something, of course. Wang Hu pressed forward a step. Brother Zhou said that all axes must be turned in for unified distribution, so give me that axe. Lin Liqing stepped back again, his back already against the wall. This is what I got with all my effort. Wang Hu sneered, you call that effort? Be sensible. Who calls the shots on this floor now? You know that, right? Hand me the axe, and I promise you'll have wood to use tonight. Otherwise. He didn't finish, but the threat was clear. Lin Liqing bit his lip. Don't force me to act, your delicate skin wouldn't fare well if you get hurt. His hand reached for the axe in Lin Liqing's hand. Lin Liqing held on tighter. Wang Hu. Don't go too far. Wang Hu's expression darkened. I am going too far, what can you do about it? He suddenly reached out and grabbed the axe handle. Lin Liqing held on tightly, refusing to let go. Let go. No. The 2 grappled in the corridor. Wang Hu was strong, and Lin Liqing was no match for him. It looked like the axe was about to be snatched away. At that moment. Hey! A voice rang out. Wang Hu paused and turned to look at the source of the voice. It was an unfamiliar man holding a rusted short knife. Who the hell are you? Get lost. Chapter 19, Ning Qing was blocked at the door. Wang Hu did not recognize Ning Qing. Ning Qing did not recognize him either but knew he was an enemy, which was enough. He walked closer, not looking at Lin Liqing, his gaze fixed on Wang Hu's face. That's hers. Wang Hu sneered, now it's mine. Do you have a problem with that? Ning Qing said nothing, just kept walking forward. 1 step, 2 steps. The distance closed to 3 meters. Wang Hu finally sensed something was wrong. This person's eyes were too cold, like looking at a corpse. And he had a knife in his hand. Though it was a broken knife, it was still a knife. Wang Hu let go of the axe and took a step back. What do you want? I'll tell you, my big brother is Zhou Wei, from the operations department. If you dare to touch me, Brother Zhou will kill you. Ning Qing kept walking forward. 2 steps. Just 2 meters apart. Who the hell are you? Wang Hu's voice started to tremble. Ning Qing stopped, his gaze sweeping over Wang Hu's slightly panicked face. Ning Qing. That name. Wang Hu's face went pale instantly. Ning Qing? The Ning Qing who killed Chen Dong? He stepped back in a big movement, his back hitting the wall. Ning Qing did not answer, just slowly raised the short knife in his hand. The knife point aimed at Wang Hu. Now, get lost. Wang Hu's throat moved, wanting to say something, but seeing the knife, he swallowed it back. He glanced at the axe in Lin Liqing's hand, then at Ning Qing, finally gritting his teeth. Just you wait, you are dead. After throwing down this harsh word, Wang Hu turned and ran. His footsteps faded away down the corridor, soon disappearing. Ning Qing then withdrew his gaze and looked at Lin Liqing. She was leaning against the wall, her body trembling slightly. Ning Qing stared at her for a few seconds, then spoke. This is the Mangue dormitory, not the real world. Lin Liqing looked up at him. Weakness is the poison of suicide. Why didn't you fight back just now? Why didn't you cut him? Lin Liqing opened her mouth as if to say something, but nothing came out. Ning Qing's gaze fell on the axe and the dead rabbit in her hand, and, why did you bring these out? Why not store them in your backpack? Don't you understand that wealth shouldn't be exposed? The continuous criticism made Lin Liqing lower her head. But strangely, the feeling of fear disappeared. Ning Qing was right. She was too weak. Weak to the point of not being able to protect what she had. Weak enough to need others to save her. In this place, weakness is original sin. She took a deep breath and forced herself to lift her head. I'm sorry. It's my fault for being so stupid. Ning Qing looked at her, saying nothing. Lin Liqing bit her lip and continued, I will change from now on. Ning Qing was silent for a few seconds, then nodded. Put the things away. Lin Liqing was taken aback for a moment, then reacted quickly, putting the axe and rabbit into her backpack. After doing this, she looked at Ning Qing, waiting for the next instruction. Ning Qing did not move right away. He opened the floor channel. Sure enough, Wang Hu was already shouting inside. 1123 Zhou Field Department, at everyone, I found the murderer Ning Qing. Near 1728. He's even mixed in with that stinky woman Lin Liqing. 508 Ma Jiangwo, Field Department, Zhou calm down, don't be impulsive. 1123 Zhou Field Department, calm my ass. Shendong is my brother, Ning Qing killed him, I have to take revenge. 418 Sun Di Hai, boss, little Zhou is right, a black sheep like Ning Qing must be removed. I support you. 1389 Wu Jiqian, Operations Supervisor, General Manager Sun is wise. Zhou, go ahead, we've got your back. 1123 Zhou Field Department, Wang Hu has already brought people over, 2 are enough to deal with Ning Qing and Lin Liqing. Wang Hu, I instruct you, if Ning Qing surrenders, that's it, if he doesn't surrender, then beat him half to death. Wang Hu, Field Department, Brother Zhou, don't worry, I will handle it. Ning Qing turned off the channel, his face showing little expression. The urgent thing was to level up, he still needed 53 experience points. There wasn't enough time. He needed to quickly find a suitable room to gain enough experience. Ning Qing. Lin Liqing suddenly spoke, her voice a bit hesitant. Ning Qing looked at her. Fong Na sent me a message. Lin Liqing said softly. What did she say? She asked, if the one who gave me chicken and pork is you. Ning Qing was silent for a few seconds. Wang Hu's commotion in the channel must have caught Fong Na's attention too. She wasn't stupid, with a little thought, she could guess. There was no way to hide this. Tell her, yes. Ning Qing said. A few seconds later. Fong Na said, she can continue to help us process food, but hopes we can provide some protection. Ning Qing raised an eyebrow. Protection? Yeah, she said Zhouwei's people look at her the wrong way, she's afraid. Lin Liqing didn't finish speaking, but Ning Qing understood. Fong Na had a kitchen and a water source, which were scarce resources at this stage. Zhouwei's people would eventually set their sights on her. She needed a backing. Ning Qing was the most suitable person she could find now. Tell her, okay, but she needs to pay the price. What price? We will discuss it later. Lin Liqing nodded and replied to Fong Na. After doing this, she looked at Ning Qing, wanting to speak but hesitating. Speak. Ning Qing said. Lin Liqing bit her lip. Do you regret it? Ning Qing was taken aback for a moment. Regret what? Regret saving me, if it weren't for me, you wouldn't have exposed your location or attracted Zhouwei's attention. Ning Qing looked at her, saying nothing. After a few seconds, he suddenly asked, then do you regret it? Huh? Lin Liqing didn't understand. Now everyone knows you're mixed up with a murderer, and Zhouwei said he wants to deal with you too. Lin Liqing was silent for a few seconds. Then, she raised her head, her gaze very determined. I don't regret it. Ning Qing looked at her and nodded. That's good. He didn't say anything more, turning and walking toward the left corridor. Lin Liqing quickly followed. The two walked side by side, pressed against the wall. Ning Qing's eyes kept scanning the door signs on both sides. Green, black, white. He stopped in front of room 265. Room 265. Resident, Little White Rabbit. Type, Ordinary Animal. Level, 1. Strength, 1. Speed, 5. Constitution, 3. Status, 70%. Plunderable resources, rabbit meat 1.5 kilograms, 10 copper coins. Attack suggestion, too simple. Ning Qing glanced at Lin Liqing. You go in this one. Lin Liqing was stunned for a moment. Me? Yeah. Lin Liqing bit her lip and said nothing more. She walked to the door of 265, her hand on the doorknob. After you go in, unless I message you privately. Don't come out. Ning Qing instructed. Lin Lo nodded. Then, she pushed open the door. Gray mist surged out, swallowing her whole. Ning Qing withdrew his gaze and continued forward. He currently had 147 experience points, still needing 53 more. He needed to find at least 3 more rooms. It was best if they were all ordinary animals for a quick kill. He stopped in front of room 263. Room 263. Resident, goat. Type, ordinary animal. Level, 1. Strength, 4. Speed, 6. Physique, 5. Status, 100%. Plunderable resources, goat meat 38 kilograms, 10 copper coins. Attack suggestion, an old acquaintance, it's a one-cut matter. 2 minutes later. Successfully killed the goat, gained 8 experience points. Gained, copper coins times 10. Gained, goat meat times 38 kg. Personal panel updated. Level 1, 155/200. Still need 45 points. Ning Qing exited the room, and the doorplate turned white. He continued forward. He stopped in front of room 261. Room 241. Resident, mouse. Type, ordinary animal. Level 1. Strength, 1. Speed, 3. Physique, 2. Status, 100%. Plunderable resources, mouse meat 0.5 kilograms, 5 copper coins. Attack suggestion, 1 kick can crush it. 1 more minute passed. Successfully killed the mouse, gained 5 experience points. Gained, copper coins times 5. Gained, mouse meat times 0.5 kg. Personal panel updated. Level 1, 160/200. Still need 40 points. Ning Qing continued to search for the next target. He walked briskly down the corridor, his eyes scanning the doorplates like a scanner. Black, black, black. Most were monsters or strange creatures, their attributes too high. He needed ordinary animals. Finally, he stopped in front of room 247. Room 247. Resident, big-eared monster, 1 star 1 level. Type, monster. Level, 3. Strength, 10. Speed, 7. Physique, 7. Status, 46%. Plunderable resources, stick times 1, silver coins times 2, toilet blueprint times 1. Attack suggestion, its status is poor, be brave, you can defeat it. Ning Qing's eyes lit up. After some time assessing, he could conclude that monsters offered much more experience than animals. More importantly, it had 2 silver coins and a toilet blueprint. Moreover, this big-eared monster's status was only 46%. What he needed most was construction blueprints. With a toilet, he could solve physiological issues. This room was worth entering. He reached out and grasped the doorknob. Just as he was about to push the door. "That's Ning Qing," a loud shout came from the right hallway. Ning Qing paused, turning to look. Wang Hu and another person, both holding rough wooden sticks. Their faces bore cruel smiles as they quickly approached. "Found you, murderer." Ning Qing's pupils constricted. They came really fast. He glanced at the door of 247, then at the two approaching. To enter or not to enter? If he entered, Wang Hu and the others would surely guard the door. When he came out, they would be waiting to trap him. If he didn't open it, he would have to run. But could he escape? Wang Hu was 2 people, he was 1. In a flash of lightning, Ning Qing made his decision. He gambled that this big-eared monster could give him unexpected experience gains. Gray mist surged out, instantly engulfing him. The door closed. The doorplate turned red. Outside the door. Wang Hu rushed to the door and kicked it hard. Damn! He went in. The other man followed, staring at the red doorplate, frowning. What now? Wang Hu kicked the door again, cursing, "Wait. He will come out eventually. We'll just wait here until he comes out. 2 of us can't deal with him?" The man thought for a moment, found reason in it, and sat down beside him. The 2 blocked the entrance at room 247, 1 left, 1 right. Inside room 247. Ning Qing quickly surveyed the area. This was a cave. About 30 square meters, the ground was rough rock, and a few torches were fixed to the walls, burning with a dim yellow light. There was a musty smell and the stench of some beast in the air. In the center of the cave squatted a creature. The big-eared monster. Its skin was dark green, short and sturdy. The most striking feature was its exaggeratedly large ears, almost as big as its head. It held a rough wooden stick in its hand, stained with dark red grime. Upon seeing Ning Qing enter, the big-eared monster suddenly raised its head, and a glint of fierceness flashed in its blood-red little eyes. "Human, another one sent to die." Ning Qing said nothing, just slowly drew out his short knife. The big-ear monster stood up and moved its shoulders around. Its condition was indeed poor, movement somewhat sluggish, with several wounds seeping green blood. But its gaze remained fierce. "I will kill you, eat your flesh." The big-ear monster let out a low growl and rushed forward with a wooden stick in hand. At a speed of 7 and 46% condition, its actual speed was only 3.22. Ning Qing's speed was 8, with 71% condition, making his actual speed 5.68. He was nearly twice as fast. Ning Qing sidestepped the swing of the wooden stick, striking back with the knife at the big ear monster's shoulder. Puff! The big ear monster screamed in pain, stepping back 2 paces as green blood flowed from its shoulder wound. It glanced at its injury, then looked at Ning Qing with even more ferocity. You seek death. It charged again, this time swinging the stick faster and harder. Ning Qing didn't take it head-on but continued to dodge. He was observing the big ear monster's attack patterns, looking for flaws. The big ear monster swung its stick 7 or 8 times, all of which Ning Qing evaded. Its breathing began to grow heavy, movements slowing down. Its condition was continuously dropping. 45%, 44%, 43%. Ning Qing seized the moment, suddenly lunging forward as the big ear monster swung and missed. The short knife stabbed toward the big ear monster's chest. The big ear monster tried to dodge but was half a beat too slow. Puff! The tip of the knife sank into flesh, but was caught by the ribs. The big ear monster let out a piercing scream, its left hand grabbing Ning Qing's wrist while its right hand swung the stick fiercely at Ning Qing's head. Ning Qing released the knife's handle, stepping back half a pace to avoid the blow. The big ear monster took the chance to pull out the knife from its chest and threw it aside. Blood flowed profusely from the wound. Its condition plummeted. 40%, 38%, 35%. Ning Qing glanced at the knife on the ground, then at the big ear monster. No more weapons. But he still had his fists. Ning Qing moved his wrist and charged again. The big ear monster raised the wooden stick, wanting to strike. But Ning Qing was faster. He rushed close, grabbed the wooden stick with his left hand, and struck the big ear monster's face with a punch. Bang! His fist slammed into the hard skull, making a dull thud sound. The big ear monster's head tipped back, its nose collapsing as green blood sprayed out. Ning Qing did not stop. He snatched the wooden stick and kicked the big ear monster's knee. Crack! The sound of breaking bones echoed. The big ear monster screamed in agony, falling to its knees. Ning Qing raised the wooden stick, smashing it down onto its head. Once. Twice. 3 times. Until the big ear monster no longer moved. Successfully killed the big ear monster, gained 50 experience points. Gained silver coins times 2. Gained wooden stick times 1. Gained toilet structure plan times 1. Personal panel updated. Level 2, 10/400. Congratulations! Your level has risen to level 2. All base attributes increase by 1. You gained free attribute points times 4. New function unlocked, attribute panel enhancement. A series of prompts appeared. Ning Qing panted, leaning against a rock, opening his personal panel. Player name, Ning Qing. Player ID, 520312XXXX. Player dormitory, E-District, Building 9527, 3rd floor, Room 302. Affiliated company, Animal Protection Association of Love. Dormitory level, 1. Star rating/rank, none. Level 2, 10/400. Strength, 9, +1. Speed, 9, +1. Constitution, 9, +1. Spiritual power, 0. Condition, 100%. Skills, none. Distributable attribute points, 4. So I can be at full condition when I level up. Looking at these 4 points of free attributes, Ning Qing pondered for a moment and allocated 1 point to speed, while giving all 3 points to constitution. In an instant, he could feel his muscles becoming firmer, breathing more smoothly. Ning Qing let out a long breath. The current him was indeed much stronger than before. With the short knife and wooden stick, the advantage was on my side. Ning Qing took a deep breath, gripped the short knife tightly. Then, he suddenly pulled open the door. Chapter 20, Lin Liqing, how big is your chest? The door opened. In front of him were 2 people. One was Wang Hu. The other was a dark-skinned man in his 30s, with high cheekbones. Both held rough wooden sticks and were just standing up from the ground, their faces showing shock, seemingly not expecting the door to suddenly open. In his vision, golden text appeared. Player, Wang Hu. Player dormitory, 261. Affiliated company, Animal Protection Association of Love. Dormitory level, 1. Star rating/rank, none. Level, 1. Power, 8. Speed, 7. Constitution, 8. Spirit, 0. Status, 65%. Skills, none. Lootable resources, stick. Attack suggestion, a poor wretch, you can beat him but gain little. Player, He Daxiang. Players dormitory, 700. Affiliated company, Love Animal Protection Association. Dormitory level, 1. Star rating / rank, none. Level, 1. Power, 9. Speed, 7. Constitution, 8. Spirit, 0. Status, 62%. Skills, none. Lootable resources, stick 1, axe 1, 25 copper coins. Attack suggestion: if he shows teeth at you, you have the strength to take him down. Ning Qing's gaze swept over this information, feeling reassured inside. 2 level 1 players. Their conditions are poor. Their attributes are also weaker than his. Especially speed, he has 10 points, they only have 7. A difference of 3 points is a life and death gap in combat. Yo-ho! Wang Hu was the first to react, grinning broadly. I thought you little thing were too scared to come out. He looked Ning Qing up and down, his eyes full of disdain. He Daqian was a bit more cautious. What's inside? What resources have you found? Ning Qing said nothing. He just stood there, coldly staring at the two. Talking to you, are you deaf? Wang Hu stepped forward, weighing the stick in his hand. Thinking you're tough after killing Chendong? Let me tell you, in this building, if you are a dragon, you have to coil, if you are a tiger, you have to lie low. He Daqian also stepped forward, the two of them subtly forming a pincer attack. Wang Hu continued with an arrogant expression. Boss Zhou said, come along with us and accept your punishment. If you're smart, hand over your stuff, maybe Zhouge will spare your life. Right. He Daqian chimed in, his eyes sweeping over Ning Qing's face, then glancing at the door behind him. And that Lin Liqing, how dare you occupy her? After we clean you up, our brothers will take turns having fun with that woman. Wang Hu let out a sneer. That figure, it's quite enticing. The more they talked, the more vulgar they became, the more reckless they grew. They looked at Ning Qing, as if he were a dead man. 2 men, 2 sticks, dealing with a kid with a short blade, they were sure to win. Moreover, this kid just came out of the room, he must have consumed a lot of energy. So, what will it be? Come with us, or Wang Hu asked in the end. He didn't finish, but his meaning was clear. If you don't want to drink the fine wine, then drink the penalty wine. The corridor was silent for a few seconds. Ning Qing's gaze moved from Wang Hu's face to He Daqian's, and then back again. Then he slowly spoke, his voice eerily calm. Chendong was killed by me, didn't you know? Wang Hu and He Daqian were both stunned for a moment. This question was strange. Of course they knew. It had already spread throughout the channel. You dare to admit? He Daqian opened his mouth, wanting to curse. But he only managed to say 3 words. Because he saw Ning Qing move. Not retreating, not dodging. But moving forward. Fast as a ghost. With 10 points of speed and a 100% status burst, Ning Qing instantly crossed 2 meters to stand in front of He Daqian. He Daqian wanted to raise his hand, swing his stick, back off. But it was too slow. With 7 points of speed and 62% status, his actual speed was only 4.34. A difference of more than double. In combat, this was a chasm. He Daqian wanted to dodge, but his body couldn't keep up with his eyes. Puff. The short blade plunged in. The blade sank more than halfway, leaving only the handle outside. He Daqian's body suddenly stiffened. He looked down in confusion at the knife now sticking out of his belly, terror filling his eyes. IF*CK. He mumbled. Then the excruciating pain surged in like a tide. Screams erupted in the corridor. Ning Qing did not linger. At the moment he stabbed He Daqian, his right hand had already released the handle of the knife, while his left hand quickly swiped in the backpack interface. This was a small trick he discovered in countless battles. As long as his focus was sharp enough, the items in his backpack could be seamlessly transitioned. The short blade disappeared, returning to the backpack. In the next second, a rough stick appeared in his left hand. At this moment, Wang Hu finally reacted. Damn, he roared. Both hands held the wooden stick, striking fiercely toward Ning Qing's back of the head. But Ning Qing had already anticipated it. As he took out the wooden stick, his body had already spun left, and his right hand naturally gripped the stick, holding it with both hands to block upwards. Bang! The 2 wooden sticks collided, producing a dull thud. The immense recoil made Wang Hu's wooden stick fly out of his hands. Ning Qing was not any better. This hard clash caused his hands to sting sharply, and looking down, he saw they had already cracked, oozing blood. But he had no time to care, the fight was not over. Wang Hu lost his weapon and was completely dazed. He glanced at He Daqian. The latter was holding his stomach, kneeling on the ground, blood pouring out from between his fingers, staining his entire lapel red. At this moment, He Daqian appeared in Ning Qing's eyes. Status fluctuating wildly. Status, 62%, 48%, 37%, 29%. Wang Hu looked back at Ning Qing again. Ning Qing held the wooden stick, standing before him, his gaze icy, showing no fatigue, no fear, not even an emotion. Like a killing machine. Yes, a killing machine. Wang Hu's heart suddenly contracted. Run. This thought instantly occupied his mind. He turned and ran, heading toward his dorm room, number 261. As long as he could run back to his room and shut the door, he would be safe. During the day, players' rooms could not be forcibly breached, it was the rule. But how could Ning Qing let him escape? Eliminate all evil. Being merciful to enemies is cruel to oneself. He understood this principle the moment he killed Shindong. Wang Hu's speed was 7 points, status 65%, actual speed 4.55. Ning Qing's speed was 10 points, status 100%, actual speed 10. The gap was too great. Wang Hu had only run 3 steps when he heard footsteps chasing after him from behind. Terrified, he turned back to see Ning Qing already just a breath away, the wooden stick raised high. No! Wang Hu screamed. The wooden stick came down. Bang! It struck the back of his head. In this blow, Ning Qing used all his strength. Crack! The wooden stick broke. And Wang Hu's body fell like a puppet with cut strings, collapsing to the ground. A dent formed in his skull, blood mixed with white brain matter flowing out from the wound. His status rapidly dropped to 0. Successfully killed dormitory player Wang Hu from room 261, gaining 5 experience points. Almost simultaneously, a blood red system announcement popped up in the center of vision for all surviving players. Player Wang Hu from dormitory 261, dead. No cause of death, no process. In front of the resource room number 999. 3 sides confronting each other, Zhou Wei's gang, Ma Jiangmo's group, and Sun Dihai's team. At that moment, all were dumbfounded. A few seconds later, the noisy voices finally broke out. 1123 Zhou Wei, Field Department, damn. Wang Hu is dead. What happened? 1389 Wu Jiqiang, Operations Manager, 2 men, both armed with sticks, couldn't kill a single Ning Qing? 855 Li Li, Breeding Supervisor, no. It can't be. 1123 Zhou Wei, Field Department, what about He Daqiang? What happened to He Daqiang? No one answered. Because He Daqiang was not dead yet. But he would be soon. Outside dorm room 247. Ning Qing was panting, walking back to He Daqiang's side. That previous burst of energy, although brief, consumed a lot. He glanced at his status bar. Status, 100% 96%. Dropped by 4%. Not bad. He walked to He Daqiang, looking down at the man lying on the ground. He Daqiang was still alive. But his status had dropped to 24% and was still continuing to decline. He Daqiang saw Ning Qing approaching, fear filled his eyes. He struggled to try to get up, but the wound on his abdomen was too deep, any movement resulted in excruciating pain. Ning Yi. His voice trembled, tinged with a sob. Spare me. He reached out, trying to grab Ning Qing's pant leg. Ning Qing stepped back half a step, avoiding it. I'll give you everything. He Daqiang continued, tears mixed with snot streaming down his face. Axe, copper coins, all for you, please, don't kill me. I'll follow you from now on. I'll do whatever you say. I'll be your dog. Ning Qing said nothing, he just coldly watched He Daqiang. He Daqiang was doomed. The short knife had stabbed into his abdomen, his internal organs were damaged, and he was bleeding profusely. Plus the effect of tetanus. This was a ruthless dormitory with no modern medical means, no antibiotics, no operating room. Death is just a matter of time. At that moment, the sound of a door opening came from down the hallway. It was Lin Liqing. Her face was pale, her breath rapid, and she was still holding that axe. Clearly, she had also seen Wang Hu's death announcement and worried that Ning Qing was being attacked, so she rushed out of room 265 without following previous instructions. She ran closer and immediately saw Wang Hu lying on the ground. The back of his head was dented, blood and brain matter spread all over the floor. Lin Liqing quickly covered her mouth, her eyes filled with terror. Her body swayed, nearly causing her to fall. But the next second, she saw Ning Qing. Ning Qing stood in front of He Daqiang, covered in blood, holding a wooden stick, but looked unharmed. Lin Liqing felt relieved and hurried over. Then, she saw He Daqiang. He Daqiang lay on the ground, blood still pouring from his abdomen. He Daqiang naturally saw Lin Liqing and struggled to look at Ning Qing. Ning Yi, please, spare me. I can help you catch women. Whoever you want. I can get them for you. Fong Na. Li Li. Zhao Qian, all can be done. Lin Liqing's expression instantly changed. From pale to ashen. Her hand gripping the axe turned white from the force, her body trembled slightly. But not from fear. It was from rage. She looked at Ning Qing, her gaze filled with a question. Ning Qing sensed her intent and nodded slightly. Lin Liqing took a deep breath, walked in front of He Daxiang, and raised the axe with both hands. He Daxiang saw this. His eyes widened, trying to say something. But Lin Liqing did not give him a chance. The axe fell. Puff. The sound of the axe blade cutting into bone was dull. He Daxiang's body shook violently and then became completely still. System announcement popped up again, player He Daxiang of Dorm 700, dead. Lin Liqing still gripped the axe handle, the blade embedded in He Daxiang's skull. She wanted to pull it out, but her hand shook. Not from exhaustion. It was from fear. Killing. She had killed. She tried again. Still couldn't pull it out. Her hand shook even more violently. At that moment, a hand came forward, gripping the axe handle. It was Ning Qing. He didn't say a word, just glanced at Lin Liqing. Ning Qing handed the axe to Lin Liqing. Lin Liqing took it and stowed it in her backpack. Then, she looked at Ning Qing, wanting to say something but hesitating. Ning Qing was also looking at her. His gaze slid from her face to her neck, then to her chest, waist, and legs. The earlier actions had made her sweat, the dance costume soaked with sweat, clinging to her skin, outlining her exaggerated curves, slim waist, and rounded hips. An alluring silhouette. Curves were enticing. Ning Qing looked at her, and suddenly a thought sprang to his mind: women are like roads, the more uneven they are, the more dangerous they become. Lin Liqing noticed his gaze. Her face flushed, but she did not shy away. Instead, she slightly raised her chest, meeting his gaze. Since she had already chosen to follow, there was no need to be coy. Ning Qing looked at her for a few seconds. Then he spoke, Lin Liqing, what is your breast size? Huh? Lin Liqing's face instantly turned red, from her cheeks to the roots of her ears. She didn't expect Ning Qing to suddenly ask this. In such a place, at such a time, right after killing 2 people. But she still answered, her voice very soft. I am 168 centimeters tall, with a chest measurement of 96, a waist of 64, and hips of 96. Ning Qing listened to these numbers, his mind didn't have much concept. He didn't understand the standard data for women's bodies. But his eyes could tell him. In front of him, Lin Liqing's black dance costume soaked with sweat clung tightly to her body, outlining a pair of full breasts, a slim waist, and rounded hips. The curves were exaggerated. Well-defined. One word popped into his head: top-quality beauty. I meant, how big is your chest? Lin Liqing quickly lowered her head, her face blushing as she replied, my chest is D. This Ning Qing could understand. Really big. He sincerely exclaimed. There was no teasing intent, just stating a fact. But once these words were spoken, the atmosphere subtly changed. Lin Liqing's blush had not faded, but the tight, fearful tremor of having killed someone slowly calmed down. So big. She instinctively glanced over, and indeed, it was so big. This glance reminded her that she was still a woman. In the next second, she reacted. Did Ning Qing intentionally use this topic to lighten her fear? It should be, right. After calming down a little, Lin Liqing raised her head and asked Ning Qing, with Wang Hu and He Daxiang dead, Zhou Wei will still come to trouble us, right? Ning Qing did not answer immediately. He turned and looked at the right corridor. His gaze passed through the dim light, glanced over the tightly closed doors, and gazed far down the corridor. There was Dormitory 999, the wood resource room. In the short term, it shouldn't happen. Lin Liqing was stunned for a moment, but did not ask why. She trusted Ning Qing's judgment. In this place, those who can survive all possess a beast-like instinct. Ning Qing's instinct was more accurate than hers. Let's go. Ning Qing withdrew his gaze and turned to walk down the left corridor. Lin Liqing quickly followed. The two walked one after the other, their footsteps echoing in the empty corridor. At the same time, on the third-floor corridor, deathly silence. From Wang Hu's death to He Daxiang's death, the two announcements were less than 2 minutes apart. Everyone saw it. But no one spoke. No one dared to speak. Outside Dormitory 999, the 3 confrontations, Zhou Wei's gang, Ma Jiangmo's group, and Sun Dihai's group were all frozen in place. Zhou Wei's face was ashen, his hand gripping the wooden stick trembled. He Daxiang is also dead, one of his subordinates murmured beside him, disbelief in his voice. Is Ning Qing a human or a monster? Another person responded, fear filling his eyes. He has already killed 3 of us. Qindong, Wang Hu, He Daxiang. We were just about to catch him. He's not coming this way, is he? This sentence was like a bomb, exploding in the crowd. Fear spread like a plague. People in Zhou Wei's gang looked at Zhou Wei, their eyes filled with hesitation and fear. Zhou Wei wanted to say something to stabilize the situation. But the words were on his lips, and he swallowed them back. Because he saw that Ma Jiangwo's people also began to retreat. Not to mention Sun Dihai's side, Wu Jiqiang had already pulled Sun Dihai back to the back of the crowd. "Let's go." Ma Jiangwo said one word, then turned to leave. His people immediately followed. Sun Dihai's side also moved. In the end, only Zhou Wei's gang remained. And a few players with axes who had gathered 30 copper coins. They looked at each other. Should we still go in?" someone asked. "Go in." A bespectacled man gritted his teeth and replied, then pushed the door open and walked inside. The others watched and fell silent. Because of this encounter, the crowd dispersed. No one mentioned capturing Ning Qing anymore. No one mentioned revenge anymore. Fear of Ning Qing overwhelmed revenge and greed. At the same time, on the other side of the corridor, Ning Qing and Lin Liqing arrived at the door of dormitory 1766. A black doorplate. Room, 1766. Resident, Pit Bull. Type, ordinary animal. Level, 3. Strength, 3. Speed, 5. Constitution, 5. Status, 100%. Lootable resources, dog meat 3 kilograms, 10 copper coins. Attack suggestion, regardless of any race, when weak, anger can also become cute. Inside is a pit bull. Lin Liqing was momentarily stunned and looked at Ning Qing. Her eyes showed surprise and doubt. She wanted to ask, "How did you know?" But the words were on the tip of her tongue, and she swallowed them back. She had her own sense of measure. In this place, everyone had their own secrets. Asking too much, one would die faster. "You go in. You can handle it." Lin Liqing nodded. She grasped the doorknob, ready to push the door. But at that moment, she paused. The friend message icon was flashing. It was Fong Na. A few seconds later, she turned to look at Ning Qing, her expression somewhat complicated. Fong Na said, "Their small team is feeling restless. A few women want to contact you through me." Ning Qing raised an eyebrow. "What's the purpose?" "They want your protection." Lin Liqing spoke very directly. Ning Qing smiled. It was not a happy smile, but one filled with sarcasm. "Tell Fong Na, I have no interest and no ability. I am neither a stud nor a saint." He paused, his voice growing cold. "She should never have this problem again, or I won't need her to help cook." Lin Liqing nodded and replied to Fong Na's message. Then, she took a deep breath and pushed open the door of 1766. Gray mist swelled out, swallowing her whole. The door closed. The doorplate turned red. Ning Qing withdrew his gaze and looked at the dormitory 1768 next to him. It also had a black doorplate. But before he could walk over, he had to pass by dormitory 1767. The door of 1767 was green, a player's room. Ning Qing didn't care and walked straight past. Just as he reached the door of 1767, the door opened. A young, chubby man wearing glasses stepped out. Around 20 years old, about 175 centimeters tall, with a plump face, wearing black-framed glasses. He saw Ning Qing and froze for a moment. Then, he noticed the blood on Ning Qing and the bloody stick in his hand. The chubby man's face instantly turned pale. At that moment, in Ning Qing's eyes. Player, Zhou Xiaobo. Player Dormitory, 1767. Affiliated Company, Animal Protection Association. Dormitory Level, 1. Star Rank / Level, none. Level, 1. Strength, 10. Speed, 5. Constitution, 12. Spiritual Power, 0. Status, 60%. Skill, Songstress. Plunderable resources, none. Attack suggestion, a poor guy, you can beat him but gain nothing. Ning Qing looked at this information, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. Strength 10, Constitution 12. These attributes are higher than that of an average adult male. And he has a skill, Songstress. What is that? What's the use? That said, the two didn't know each other. But the blood on Ning Qing and the killing aura made Zhou Xiaobo instinctively feel fear. He took a step back, retreating into his room, then bang slammed the door shut. Ning Qing stood in place, looking at the tightly closed door, silent for a few seconds. Am I really that scary? While talking to himself, he remembered Rule 6. Rule 6, the relationship between players depends on you. If you are strong enough, you can forcefully break into a player's dormitory day or night. Ning Qing walked to the door of 1767 and reached for the doorknob. He twisted it hard. It wouldn't budge. He pushed the door. The door didn't move at all. Ning Ge, Ning Yi. A voice from inside the door came with a crying tone. I'm not from Zhou Wei's side. Please spare me. The voice was filled with fear, as he had already realized the true identity of the blood-stained person outside. Ning Qing released his hand. He wasn't here to kill, just testing the rules. Didn't Rule 6 say you could forcibly break into a player's dormitory? But the door wouldn't open, how could he break in? He frowned. Is there a PvP time limit? Like not being able to break in for a few days? The game provided no hints. There were no answers, he could only give up. But since he was here, he had to ask something. Zhou Xiaobo. Ning Qing spoke, his voice calm. There was silence inside for a few seconds. Here. Zhou Xiaobo's voice was still trembling. Which department are you from? Ning Qing asked. He remembered Zhou Xiaobo's attributes. A seemingly harmless chubby man, but with unusually high strength and constitution. And that inexplicable skill. He wanted to know the reason. There was silence inside again for a few seconds. Then Zhou Xiaobo spoke. Big brother Ning Qing, I work miscellaneous tasks for the company, usually just delivering tea and water to clients. I'm 19 this year, the son of the landlord of the company's venue. I like cats, so my dad made a call to Sunday High, setting me up with a leisurely job. He spoke very detailed and honestly, leaving nothing hidden. Ning Qing listened, although he didn't get the answer to his question, he had nothing else to ask. Then, he walked toward dormitory 1768. Room, 1768. Resident, skeleton, 1 star 1 tier. Type, strange object. Level, 2. Strength, 11. Speed, 4. Constitution, 8. Status, 100%. Skill, Bone Blade. Plunderable resources, bone powder, 45 copper coins. Attack suggestion, a skeleton, you can use your speed advantage to kill it without harm. If you get hurt, you should reflect on yourself. Ning Qing glanced at the prompt, then pushed the door open and walked in. A few seconds later. The door of dormitory 1767 quietly opened a crack. Zhou Xiaobo poked his head out from the door crack, nervously looking around. The corridor was empty. Ning Qing was gone. Zhou Xiaobo let out a sigh of relief, but before he could fully relax, the door of dormitory 1766 next door opened. Lin Liqing walked out. She was also covered in blood, but her expression was calm. After a few moments of killing, her heart slowly settled down. Liqing Jie? Zhou Xiaobo's eyes lit up when he saw Lin Liqing. His voice was filled with joy and a hint of tears. Lin Liqing turned her head and froze when she saw Zhou Xiaobo. Xiaobo? You're okay? She hurried over, her eyes full of surprise. I thought, she didn't finish her sentence, but the meaning was clear. Zhou Xiaobo stepped out from the door and closed it. I'm fine, Liqing Jie. How about you? Are you hurt? He pointed to the blood on Lin Liqing. Lin Liqing looked down and shook her head. It's not my blood, it's the dog's. She paused and asked, did you see Ning Qing just now? Zhou Xiaobo's face went pale. I saw him, he was covered in blood, scared me to death. He looked at Lin Liqing, hesitated, and lowered his voice. Liqing Jie, you have to be careful, Ning Qing, he is a murderer, he killed Qindong, and Wang Hu and he Daqiang. Lin Liqing looked at Zhou Xiaobo, silent for a few seconds. Then, she smiled. Ning Qing? He is a good person, he won't harm me. Zhou Xiaobo was stunned. Huh? Lin Liqing looked at his expression, hesitated, then made a decision. Xiaobo, I have already pledged allegiance to Ning Qing. Zhou Xiaobo's eyes widened even more. Pledged allegiance? Lin Liqing nodded, he saved me and also gave me food. In this place, following him is safer than following anyone else. Zhou Xiaobo fell silent. He lowered his head, seemingly deep in thought. A few seconds later, he raised his head and looked at Lin Liqing, his eyes filled with hope. Liqing Jie, look, can I pledge allegiance to brother Ning Qing too? Lin Liqing was taken aback. Huh? She didn't expect Zhou Xiaobo to ask this. She quickly thought in her head. Ning Qing had just refused Fang Na. Fang Na had the kitchen, a water source, cooking skills, and a group of women. Ning Qing didn't want her. What about Zhou Xiaobo? A man. And a fat one at that. Why would Ning Qing want him? Lin Liqing judged that it wouldn't work. Ning Qing was somewhat interested in beauty. The main reason she succeeded in pledging allegiance was probably because of that passive skill, Huan. This skill was valuable to Ning Qing. What did Zhou Xiaobo have? Seeing Lin Liqing's reaction, Zhou Xiaobo understood the answer. His eyes dimmed. But he didn't lose heart. He gritted his teeth and continued, Liqing Jia, I have a skill that might help brother Ning Qing. Lin Liqing looked at him, what skill? Zhou Xiaobo took a deep breath and said, songstress. Lin Liqing raised her eyebrows at that name. Zhou Xiaobo continued, this is an active skill. When in a team, as long as I sing, I can provide a 30% attribute boost to my teammates. Chapter 22, The Songstress Man. Room, 1768. Resident, Skeleton, 1-star level 1. Type, Strange Object. The gray mist dispersed. Ning Qing stood in a small tomb. Several ghostly blue flames floated in midair, providing weak illumination. In the center of the tomb stood a skeleton. Its bones were stark white, and 2 ghostly blue flames flickered in its hollow eye sockets. It held a bone dagger, the blade also polished from bone. Seeing Ning Qing enter, the skeleton immediately raised its bone dagger and walked over with stiff steps. Ning Qing did not rush forward. The skeleton was a strange object and had the skill bone blade. He took a few steps back to create distance. The skeleton chased over and swung down with its bone dagger. Ning Qing dodged to the side and countered with a stick, smashing into the skeleton's rib. Crack! The wooden stick broke one of the ribs. The skeleton paused for a moment but quickly raised its bone dagger again. Ning Qing continued to retreat, circling around the tomb. The skeleton chased behind. But always just a few steps away. This is a kite. Using speed advantage, keeping distance, slowly wearing down the opponent's state. Ning Qing's wooden stick hit the skeleton again and again. Each hit wasn't lethal, but accumulated, the damage was considerable. The skeleton's state began to drop. 99%, 95%, 93%. The skeleton chased Ning Qing for about 3 minutes, and its state had already dropped to 49%. Then it suddenly stopped, and flames surged up in its eerie blue eye sockets. Crack, crack. Sharp bone spurs instantly grew on the surface of all its bones, ribs, spine, arms, leg bones. Each bone spur was about half a meter long, like sharp little knives, densely covering its body. Ning Qing's pupils shrank. Fortunately, he had kept his distance. If he had rashly engaged in close combat just now, he might have been turned into a sieve. The skeleton moved again, charging at Ning Qing with its full body of bone spurs. But due to its decreased state, the skeleton's speed was now only 2, moving as slow as a tortoise, posing no threat to Ning Qing at all. The next battle was still a war of attrition. 2 minutes later, Ning Qing circled to its front and struck fiercely at its eye sockets, where the eerie blue flames resided. Puff! The eerie blue flames went out. The skeleton's movements instantly froze. Then, it fell apart. Successfully killed the skeleton, gained 50 experience points. Gained 45 copper coins. Ning Qing took a deep breath. Gasping for air, leaning against the stone wall. The status bar showed 93%. In this battle, only 1% of his state was consumed. He glanced at the experience bar. Level 2, 65/400. From 15 points to 65 points, the skeleton gave 50 points of experience. Do monsters with stars provide such high experience? He whispered to himself. Then, he opened his personal panel to check his currency. Previously it was 4 silver coins, 59 copper coins. With the additional 45 copper coins, it was now 5 silver coins, 4 copper coins. Wait a minute. Ning Qing suddenly remembered something. When he looked at the skeleton's information earlier, it showed one of the plunderable resources was bone powder. Where's the bone powder? It seemed he received this prompt just a moment ago. He quickly scanned his backpack list. Chicken meat 0.5 kilograms, pork 121 kilograms, mutton 70 kilograms, dog meat 8 kilograms, cat meat 1.5 kilograms, monkey meat 5.5 kilograms, monkey brain 1, woodpecker meat 0.5 kilograms, silver carp meat 3.5 kilograms, rat meat 0.5 kilograms, weeds 1, pure wild honey 1 kilogram, lighter 1, rotten short knife 1, rough logging axe 1, wooden stick 2, toilet blueprint 1, evolution core 1, silver coins 5, copper coins 4. 20 slots, completely full. There is indeed no bone powder. Then he looked at the skeleton. At this moment most of the skeleton's bones had disappeared, leaving only a small pile of grayish-white powder, faintly glowing. Is that you? Ning Qing immediately approached. Your backpack is full, cannot pick up. So that's it. He had been wondering if he couldn't carry anything once his backpack was full. Now he had confirmation. Do I need to throw something away? He looked at the items in his backpack. Mainly food, tools, and gear were useful, while blueprints and cores were even rarer. Throwing any of them seemed unwise. In hesitation, he then looked at the small prompt in the upper right corner of the backpack interface. Backpack space can be upgraded. Backpack upgrade rules. Add 1 to 10 slots, cost 1 silver coin. Add 11 to 20 slots, cost 5 silver coins. Add 21 to 30 slots, cost 20 silver coins. Add 31 to 40 slots, cost 1 gold coin. Add 41 to 50 slots, cost 3 gold coins. Every additional slot after that, cost 10 gold coins. Ning Qing now had 5 silver coins and 4 copper coins. He thought for a few seconds. Let's increase by 4 slots first. Spend 4 silver coins. Spend 4 silver coins, backpack slots increased by 4. Current backpack slots, 24. Remaining currency, 1 silver coin, 4 copper coins. The backpack now had 4 more empty slots. Gained, bone powder times 2. 2 small piles of bone powder automatically entered the backpack, occupying 1 slot. Bone powder. Type, material. Description, one of the synthesis materials for poison, bone powder, man-eating tree fruit, poison spider's fangs. Effect, can be used to make gray poison or yellow poison. Poison? Ning Qing raised an eyebrow. Not fully understanding yet, it might be useful in the future. After confirming there was nothing left behind, he took one last glance at the tomb and then left. The next second, he stood in the corridor. As his vision cleared, he saw 2 people. Lin Liqing and Zhou Xiaobo. Lin Liqing saw him come out, her eyes brightening as she jogged over. As she ran, a pair of large lamps swayed violently, her black dance outfit couldn't contain it, creating an extremely exaggerated visual effect. Ning Qing's gaze was involuntarily drawn to her. But he quickly looked away, turning to Zhou Xiaobo. Zhou Xiaobo followed closely behind Lin Liqing, looking somewhat nervous. Ning Qing. This is Zhou Xiaobo, also from our company. He asked me if he could join you. After hearing Lin Liqing, Ning Qing said nothing, just looked at Zhou Xiaobo. Zhou Xiaobo felt uneasy under his gaze, but still mustered enough courage to speak. Ning Qing go, I have a skill that might be useful to you. What skill? Ning Qing asked knowingly. Zhou Xiaobo immediately replied, my skill is called songstress. As long as I sing, I can provide a 30% attribute boost to my teammates. Oh. Ning Qing initially thought songstress was a funny skill, like the actress Meng Zi from his past life, who cast debuffs with her singing. Unexpectedly, it turned out to be a legitimate buff skill. A 30% attribute boost. That's quite exaggerated. He wanted it. But Ning Qing showed no expression on his face. He did not immediately respond to Zhou Xiaobo, but instead looked at Lin Liqing. What do you think? Should I agree? Lin Liqing felt suddenly flustered under Ning Qing's gaze. She instinctively wanted to speak up for Zhou Xiaobo, but the words got stuck in her throat. She recalled her position. She was dependent on Ning Qing. She had no right to make decisions for him. I'm just introducing Xiaobo to you, how to decide is of course up to you. Ning Qing looked at her for 2 seconds, then nodded. He was satisfied with this answer. Then he turned back to Zhou Xiaobo. Your skill is indeed good, but where is the team mode now? Zhou Xiaobo immediately answered, since my skill exists, there must be corresponding scenarios for its use. Maybe it's because it's only the second day, and many game features haven't been unlocked yet. One wasn't enough, so Zhou Xiaobo quickly added, Ning Qing go, I also have some analysis and guesses, do you want to hear? Ning Qing raised an eyebrow, speak. First, the secret of colors. Green represents players, black represents bad things, and white represents empty rooms. But the things inside black rooms can vary greatly in strength. Some are as weak as chickens, and some are unbelievably strong. This means we can't just look at colors, we also need to figure out what exactly is inside. Ning Qing felt a stir in his heart. Zhou Xiaobo was right. But he had the golden vision and could see. Second, the time limit for nighttime attacks. Last night, the bad things attacked the player dormitory for only a minute. I observed the messages in the channel, everyone's door was attacked only once, each time for 1 minute. This is the rule, and it could also be a special case for the first night. Third, the refresh mechanism for white rooms. This morning I found that the room that was white yesterday turned black today. This shows that empty rooms refresh new inhabitants every day. If players clear a black room, it will refresh the next day. This gives players the possibility of continuous resource acquisition. Ning Qing listened, his rating of Zhou Xiaobo rising a notch. This guy really had a good mind. Also, we are the Benevolent Animal Protection Association, located on the 3rd floor of Building 9527 in Area A. But what about other floors? Other buildings? Other areas? There must be players from other companies too. In the future, we may have to compete with players from other companies. The more people, the more help. Ning Qing fell silent. Zhou Xiaobo's analysis was not far from what he had thought. In fact, some aspects were even deeper than he had imagined. How many black dormitories have you cleared? Ning Qing suddenly asked. Zhou Xiaobo's expression instantly became awkward. He adjusted his glasses, speaking softly, none, at all. Ning Qing was stunned for a moment. None at all? Zhou Xiaobo nodded. I enjoy playing games in the real world, so I can analyze this. But I'm timid. Fear of death. He said it so calmly, without any concealment. Brother Ning Qing, you see, can I hang out with you? Ning Qing didn't answer immediately but looked at Zhou Xiaobo a few more times before slowly speaking, a coward who fears death cannot. Zhou Xiaobo's face instantly turned pale. He understood Ning Qing's implied meaning, he had to prove his courage, prove that he was worthy of acceptance. Then I'll go open a black dormitory right now. Ning Qing nodded. That was exactly what he meant. Lin Liqing watched from the side, wanting to say something but ultimately kept silent. She originally wanted to lend her stick to Zhou Xiaobo, but after some thought, she gave up. This was Zhou Xiaobo's own test. No one could help him. Zhou Xiaobo took a deep breath and turned to look at the sides of the corridor. His gaze swept across the black doors, finally stopping at the opposite room 230. Then, he stiffly walked towards 230. 1 step, 2 steps. Getting closer and closer. But just as he reached the door of 230 and was about to push it open. Wait a moment. Ning Qing's voice suddenly rang out. Zhou Xiaobo halted, turning to look at Ning Qing. Ning Qing stared at the black doorplate of 230, golden hints appeared. Room, 230. Resident, Vampire King, 4-star 2nd tier. Type, Monster. Level, 6. Strength, 30. Speed, 40. Constitution, 50. Status, 100%. Skills, Flight, Resurrection, Summon Skeletons. Plundering Resources, Undead Charm, 100 gold coins. Attack Advice, don't go to deliver. Ning Qing's heart sank. This thing, even a touch would mean death for him, Zhou Xiaobo naturally was no exception. Don't go in there. Zhou Xiaobo was stunned for a moment. Why? Ning Qing didn't explain. He glanced at the nearby room. Room, 227. Resident, Monkey. Type, Ordinary Animal. Level, 1. Strength, 3. Speed, 6. Constitution, 5. Status, 100%. Plundering Resources, 3 kilograms monkey meat, 10 copper coins. Attack Advice, easy to handle. This one is acceptable. Ning Qing looked at Zhou Xiaobo and pointed at 227. Go to that one. Zhou Xiaobo followed his finger and saw the black doorplate of 227. What's inside? Ning Qing stared at him, silent for 2 seconds. Then, he answered, there is a wolf inside. He intentionally said wolf. He wanted to see if Zhou Xiaobo would still dare to go in knowing it was a wolf. If you can come out alive, I can consider taking you along in the future. Zhou Xiaobo looked at 227, his face pale, but in the end, he still walked over step by step. It might be fatal. He feared death. But as long as he could come back alive, he could become a badge of honor for the big shot. Take a gamble, a bicycle turning into a motorcycle. Chapter 23, Lin Liqing, do you want to enter my dormitory? The door of 227 closed. But Lin Liqing's eyes remained fixed on the closed door. Ning Qing glanced at her. Are you too close? Lin Liqing was stunned for a moment, turning to look at Ning Qing. What does he mean by that question? He wouldn't think that there's something between her and Zhou Xiaobo, would he? That won't do. After a few seconds, she quickly explained, I am college roommates with Zhou Xiaobo's sister and we are very good friends. I have been to her house many times, so I became familiar with Zhou Xiaobo. Ning Qing had just asked casually and never expected her to explain so much, so he took the initiative to change the subject. There's just a monkey inside 227. If he can't handle this, he won't survive in this fierce dormitory. In this place, weakness is original sin, fear is the death knell. Zhou Xiaobo had to cross this hurdle by himself, no one could help him. After hearing Ning Qing, Lin Liqing was silent for a few seconds and then nodded. You're right. Ning Qing glanced at her, said no more, and turned to walk deeper into the corridor, while Lin Liqing quickly followed. At this moment, Ning Qing's eyes scanned the doorplates like a scanner. Black, green, white. Soon, he saw a room whose resident was a stray cat. This is for you, inside is a stray cat. Upon hearing the word stray cat, Lin Liqing's expression clearly hesitated. But in the end, she nodded, walked to the door, and pushed it open to go inside. When the doorplate of Lin Liqing's dormitory turned red, Ning Qing continued to walk forward and stopped in front of room 1785. Room, 1785. Resident, Wolf. Type, Common Animal. Level, 1. Strength, 6. Speed, 8. Constitution, 7. Status, 71%. Lootable resources, wolf meat 17 kilograms, 40 copper coins. Attack advice, be careful of its bite, as long as you are cautious enough, it will pose no threat to you. As the advice suggested, 5 minutes later. Successfully killed wolf, gained 30 experience points. Obtained, copper coins times 40. Obtained, wolf meat times 17 kilograms. Ning Qing's personal panel updated, level 2, 95/400. Status bar, status, 93% 89%. Killing a wolf cost 4% health, which is a bit much. Ning Qing exited the room and was about to continue exploring when the door of room 227 opened. Zhou Xiaobo walked out, pale and panting, sweat all over his forehead. Seeing Ning Qing, he hurried over, excitement in his voice, "Brother Ning." It wasn't a wolf in there. It was a monkey. Ning Qing looked at him, smiled, and said nothing. When I went in, I saw a monkey squatting in a tree. It threw stones at me, and I dodged. Then I charged at it with a stick, and it jumped down trying to scratch my face, so I smashed it on the back. Finally, I hit it on the head, and it died. After speaking, Zhou Xiaobo took a breath and then asked to add Ning Qing as a friend, wanting to give all the loot to him. Ning Qing shook his head, "You should keep these things for yourself." Zhou Xiaobo hesitated for a moment but ultimately put the items away. "Thank you, Brother Ning." Ning Qing did not respond and turned to look at the room where Lin Liqing was. This woman, most likely, had her heart softened for a stray cat, or she wouldn't take so long. "You wait for her a moment." "Okay." Ning Qing turned around and continued to search for targets in the corridor. He stopped in front of room 1794. Room, 1794. Resident, Goblin. Type, Monster. Level, 1. Strength, 7. Speed, 7. Constitution, 7. Status, 60%. Lootable resources, 20 copper coins, decayed ring times 1. Attack advice, bad condition, take its life while it's weak. Ning Qing instinctively felt some disgust towards goblins. Perhaps it was because he had seen those animated works where goblins always harmed human women, especially the holy maidens and female knights. So tragic. And now, this goblin had only 60% status. It was definitely a good target. Of course, what Ning Qing looked forward to the most was that decayed ring. Up to now, he only had weapons, with no gear to use in his equipment bar. "You beast that harms holy maidens, you are dead." Ning Qing pushed the door open. The room was a cave, similar to the previous dormitory 286. A goblin was squatting in the corner, and when it saw Ning Qing come in, it screamed and grabbed a wooden stick to charge at him. But its condition was too poor. This battle was without suspense, it was purely a one-sided massacre by Ning Qing. Successfully killed goblin, gained 20 experience points. Obtained, copper coins times 20. Obtained, decayed ring times 1. Ning Qing eagerly locked onto the ring in his backpack. Decayed ring. Type, equipment, finger. Level, decayed. Effect, strength +1, speed +2. Equipment requirement, none. This is a good item. Ning Qing immediately put it into his equipment bar. All equipment can be hidden, and while hidden, attributes remain unchanged, but weapons lose some special effects. Personal attributes updated. Strength, 9-10. Speed, 10-12. Constitution, 12. With the +5 strength from the short knife, his maximum strength is now 15. Attributes improved across the board. Room 301, Liquor. Room 306, Caveman. Room 307, Marg. When he returns to 302 later, these monsters can be his targets. But for now, he has another target he wants to try. Room 1798. Resident, Skeleton Archer, 1 star, level 1. Type, Spectre. Level 1. Strength, 10. Speed, 3. Constitution, 7. Status, 100%. Skills, none. Lootable resources, decayed energy short bow, 80 copper coins. Attack advice, its attack frequency is 1 arrow every 3 seconds. The energy arrows have an attack range of 10 meters. If you adapt to the environment, you can easily take it down. Bow. Ning Qing's eyes lit up. This is double happiness. A ranged weapon in this place means safety. It means more tactical choices. Without time to celebrate the ring, Ning Qing immediately pushed open the door and rushed to the next battle. The scene of this dormitory was a cemetery. About the size of half a football field, in the center of the cemetery stood a skeleton. Different from the skeleton in Dormitory 1768, this skeleton was holding a bone bow in its hand. The bone bow was large, almost as tall as it was. Blue flames flickered in the eye sockets of the skeleton, staring intensely at Ning Qing. Ning Qing stood still, not moving. He glanced at the distance between himself and the skeleton. About 20 meters. He took a few steps forward. 15 meters. 10 meters. The moment he stepped into the 10-meter range, the skeleton moved. It raised the bone bow and pulled the string. An arrow made of blue energy condensed on the bowstring. Whoosh! The arrow shot out, slicing through the air with a sharp scream. Ning Qing had been prepared and retreated as soon as the opponent drew the bow. Sure enough, that fast-moving energy arrow collapsed suddenly when it reached 10 meters away. Seeing this, Ning Qing felt certain and began to observe the cemetery. There were piles of stones in front of many tombs, varying in size and useful for throwing. Without hesitation, Ning Qing bent down, picked up a fist-sized stone, and hurled it at the skeleton archer. The stone arched through the air, landing near the feet of the skeleton archer. Missed. The skeleton archer looked down at the stone, then raised its head to continue staring at Ning Qing. Because the distance between them was over 10 meters, the skeleton archer had completely lost the code for active attack. Ning Qing picked up another stone. Threw again. Still missed. The distance was too far, not accurate enough. But he was not in a hurry. 1 stone, 2 stones, 3 stones. Adjusting the force, adjusting the angle, adjusting the posture. 2.5 minutes later. A stone hit the skeleton archer's rib accurately. Crack. The stone broke one rib. The skeleton archer's body swayed. State reduced by 1%. State, 100%, 99%. Effective. Ning Qing continued to throw. The skeleton archer started to dodge. But its speed was only 3 points, and it seemed to only move in a small area. Most stones, it couldn't avoid. 1 stone hit its shoulder. Another stone hit its pelvis. State continued to decline. 5 minutes later. The skeleton archer's state dropped to 40%. Its movements became slower, and the blue flames in its eye sockets dimmed considerably. Ning Qing's state also dropped from 87% to 82%. His hands were sore. His arms were sore. Throwing stones was also a physical task. That's enough. Now the skeleton archer's state was only 40%, with an actual speed of only 1.2. Moreover, Ning Qing noticed that the skeleton archer's attack frequency had also slowed down. Before it was 1 arrow every 3 seconds. Now, it took about 5 to 6 seconds to shoot an arrow. Since that was the case, Ning Qing had a better way to fight, picking up a wooden stick and rushing in. For someone with a speed of 12 points, a distance of 10 meters would only take about 1 second even with a less than full state. Before the skeleton archer's arrow had fully formed, Ning Qing had already rushed to its front. The wooden stick came down. Bang! It struck the skeleton archer's skull. The skeleton archer swayed, but did not fall apart. Ning Qing continued to strike. Once, twice, 3 times. The skeleton archer tried to block with its bow, but the bow was too heavy to withstand Ning Qing's quick attack. State continued to decline. 35%, 28%, 17%. Until the flames in its eye socket suddenly extinguished. Successfully killed skeleton archer, gained 50 experience points. Gained, copper coin times 80. Gained, decayed energy short bow times 1. Ning Qing focused on this short bow. Decayed energy short bow. Type, weapon, ranged. Level, decayed. Effect, effective range 20 meters, basic 10 meters plus strength bonus. Equip requirement, strength greater than or equal to 8. Note, automatically condenses energy arrows, no need for physical arrows. Ning Qing's strength had reached 10, exceeding the equipment requirement. After acquiring it, Ning Qing immediately pulled the bowstring fully, aiming at a tombstone in the distance, about 8 meters away. A gray arrow made of energy particles automatically condensed on the bowstring. Whoosh! The arrow flew out. Missed. The arrow brushed past the tombstone. A shot landed in the dirt behind, creating a small pit. The power was good, but the aim was lacking. Ning Qing did not feel discouraged, he continued to practice. Aiming, drawing the bow, releasing the arrow. Aiming again, drawing the bow again, releasing the arrow again. 10 minutes later. He was able to hit a basketball-sized target from about 10 meters away with roughly a 50% hit rate. Barely enough. The most desired thing was already in hand, and Ning Qing then exited the room. The doorplate turned white. He stood in the hallway, looking towards the previous position. Lin Liqing and Zhou Xiaobo were not there. Ning Qing frowned. Could these two dare to go to the black dormitory without my reminder? It shouldn't be. Lin Liqing wasn't that impulsive. Zhou Xiaobo definitely didn't have the guts. While he was thinking this, the door of dorm 1767 opened not far away. Lin Liqing walked out from inside. Ning Qing's eyes widened. 1767? That was Zhou Xiaobo's room. How did she get in? Breaking in? Impossible. He had just tried, and the door wouldn't open. Just as Ning Qing was puzzled, Zhou Xiaobo also came out. He followed Lin Liqing, excitedly talking about something. Lin Liqing saw Ning Qing and her eyes lit up as she quickly walked over. Zhou Xiaobo followed closely. Ning Qing gu. We just discovered a new rule. Zhou Xiaobo spoke first. Ning Qing looked at Lin Liqing. Lin Liqing nodded and said, players can invite other players into their dorms, however, if the invited player has their own dorm, they must return to their room before dark. Invite? Ning Qing's heart stirred. This rule was a bit interesting, but he immediately thought of a question: can players invite others to their rooms to kill? Or can they deceive other players into inviting them over, then turn the tables? To be verified. Should we continue to open rooms now? Lin Liqing asked. With Lin Liqing's interruption, Ning Qing quickly glanced at her status, 64%, a bit lacking. Zhou Xiaobo's status was even worse, only 51% now. And he looked exhausted, with bloodshot eyes. As for Ning Qing himself, he had dropped to 79%. Though he could still fight, the consumption and risk would get larger, and efficiency would drop. You can have Fong Na make us some food. After saying that, Ning Qing transferred 0.5 kilograms of chicken and 5 kilograms of pork to Lin Liqing. Lin Liqing nodded and went to find Fong Na to explain. Let's rest for 1 hour, after 1 hour, we'll gather at the door of room 302. After saying that, he turned and walked toward the 302 room. He had 2 things to do. First, eat to restore his state. Second, to use the evolution core on the Yuanbao. If he was lucky, he could make Yuanbao evolve to gain intelligence. When he arrived at the door of 1767, Zhou Xiaobo stopped on his own. Ning Qing gu, I'm heading back. Ning Qing nodded. Then, the two of them hurried back. Not long after, they arrived at the door of 302, and Ning Qing stopped, turning to look at Lin Liqing. What are you following me for? Lin Liqing lived right across in 1698, but she did not go to open her door. Instead, she continued to follow him. Lin Liqing lowered her head, her face immediately turning red. You don't want to try my skill? Chapter 24, Mutual Joy. Ning Qing looked at Lin Liqing. Her face was very red, but her eyes showed no resistance and even a hint of expectation. Ning Qing remembered her skill. Passive skill, Mutual Joy. Effect: sharing a dorm with any opposite gender player will earn a 100% attribute bonus. That opposite gender player will also receive 50% of that bonus. Cooldown: 24 hours. Attribute bonus. How much exactly? He did not know. But he wanted to find out. A 50% feedback, even if it only adds a bit, is a real improvement. In this place, every single point of attribute could decide life or death. He had no reason to refuse. By the way, how do you invite other players into your dorm? Lin Liqing understood his meaning as soon as she heard him ask, and her face immediately turned bright red. You go in first, then, I just need to touch your door, and you will get a prompt. Ning Qing nodded. He pushed open the door of 302 and walked in. Yuanbao was originally lying on the bed, upon seeing its master return. Meow, it cried, jumping down from the bed and running over to rub against his leg. Ning Qing reached out to touch its head, then turned to look at the doorway. A few seconds later, a line of light blue text popped up in the center of his vision. Player 1698 Lin Liqing is requesting to enter your dormitory, defense or invitation? Below were 2 options, defense, invitation. Ning Qing chose invitation. The door opened. Lin Liqing walked in. She stood at the doorway, a bit uncertain. The light from the hallway shone in behind her, outlining her figure. The black dance outfit clung tightly to her body, sweat still not dried. Ning Qing said nothing. Lin Liqing also said nothing. The atmosphere in the room was a bit awkward. Finally, Lin Liqing made the first move. She bit her lip, walked to the edge of the bed, and turned her back to Ning Qing. Then, she started to take off her clothes. The zipper of the dance outfit was at her back. She reached behind to pull it, but her hand was a bit shaky and she couldn't get it open after several tries. Ning Qing walked over and reached out to help her. The zipper slid down. The dance outfit slipped from her body, piling at her feet. Her skin was very pale, shining like jade in the dim light. The curve of her back was beautiful, the spine flowing down to her waist. Her waist was thin. Her hips were round. Her legs were long. Ning Qing's breath hitched slightly. Lin Liqing turned around to face him. She covered her chest with her arms, but couldn't hide her full contours. Her face was very red, eyes closed, eyelashes trembling. Don't look. Ning Qing said nothing. He reached out, took hold of her wrist, and gently pulled her closer. Then, he kissed her. Yuan Bao was originally crouching by the bed, curiously watching these two humans. But soon, it was accidentally knocked off the bed by a foot. Meow. It protested, but no one paid it any mind. So it had to jump to the corner of the wall, curl up, and cover its eyes with its paws. During this, Ning Qing didn't notice. On the rough wooden surface of the wall behind Lin Liqing, a faint blue shadow began to emerge. The shadow was blurry, like a fog. But slowly it solidified into the shape of a woman. Long hair, blue dress. She quietly stuck to the wall, with no facial features, no expression. Just looking at the two entangled on the bed. 30 minutes later. Crack. A crisp sound echoed. One of the wooden beams of the bed broke. A section of the board collapsed. Ning Qing and Lin Liqing stiffened simultaneously. Then, the two quickly pulled apart. Lin Liqing grabbed the nearby dance outfit, hastily putting it on, her face already so red it seemed ready to drip blood. Ning Qing also put on his pants, sitting on the edge of the bed, breathing heavily. Awkwardness. Silence. Only the sound of their breaths and Yuan Bao's faint purr in the corner. A few seconds later. A line of golden prompts appeared in his view. Player 1698 Lin Liqing's harmony skill activated, you gained feedback, strength +1, speed +1, constitution +1. Ning Qing's eyes widened suddenly. It really works. He quickly opened his personal panel. Player name, Ning Qing. Player ID, 520312XXXX. Player dormitory, E-District Building 9527 Floor 3 Room 302. Affiliated company, Love Animal Protection Association. Dormitory level, 1. Star rating / rank, none. Level, 2, 165/400. Strength, 11, base 8 plus ring 1 plus upgrade 1 plus feedback 1. Speed, 13, base 8 plus ring 2 plus upgrade 1 plus feedback 1 plus free attribute 1. Constitution, 13, base 8 plus upgrade 1 plus free attribute 3 plus feedback 1. Spirit power, 0. Status, 74%. Skills, none. Overall attributes +1. And it's not a temporary boost, it's a permanent increase. This skill is truly amazing. Looking again at status, it dropped from 79% to 74%. A battle cost 5% of status. More tiring than fighting skeletons. Ning Qing turned to look at Lin Liqing. She gained a 100% boost, which meant strength +2, speed +2, constitution +2. Previously her stats were strength 4, speed 4, constitution 6. Now, strength 6, speed 6, constitution 8. The increase was even greater. But her status also dropped heavily. From 64% down to 57%. Her complexion was pale, forehead covered in sweat, hair stuck to her cheeks, looking weak. Ning Qing. Lin Liqing looked up at him, her gaze dazed. You're amazing. Ning Qing didn't respond. He reached out to help her up, letting her lean against him. Then, he looked at the broken wooden bed. A section of the board had collapsed, a beam broken. This bed, the quality is truly poor. Lin Liqing also saw her masterpiece, and instantly closed her mouth tight. He opened the dormitory upgrade / construction module and found the repair option for the wooden bed. Level 1 wooden bed repair. Requirement, wood ×1, copper coin ×5. Effect, repair damage, restore original function. Repair needs wood and copper coins. He took another look at the upgrade option. Level 1 wooden bed upgrade. Requirement, 1 silver coin, wood ×10. Effect, upgrade to level 2 wooden bed, restoring status by 2% per hour. Upgrading is more cost-effective. But he currently did not have enough wood. There were only 5 pieces of wood left in his backpack. Repair only needs 1, but upgrading requires 10. He still has to go to resource room 999 to chop trees. Let's not repair it for now, I'll wait until I go to the wood resource room and gather enough wood to upgrade directly. Lin Liqing leaned on his shoulder and softly hummed in agreement. A few seconds later, she suddenly remembered something and took out the food cooked by Fong Na from her backpack. Roast chicken, roast pork, the aroma instantly filled the air. Yuan Bao caught the smell and ran over with a meow, circling around Lin Liqing's feet. Can I give Zhou Xiaobo a little? Ning Qing thought for a moment and nodded. Give him 1 kilogram. Okay. Lin Liqing allocated out 1 kilogram of roast pork and sent it to Zhou Xiaobo through the friend system. Then, the 2 people and 1 cat began to eat. The roast pork was crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, rich in fat, bursting with flavor with each bite. The roast chicken was also very tender, simply seasoned, balanced with just the right amount of salt. Ning Qing ate very quickly. He could feel his energy recovering as the food went down. The numbers in the status bar began to fluctuate, 74%, 75%, 76%. Finally, it stopped at 86%. After eating about 1 kilogram of meat, his status recovered by 12%. Lin Liqing's status also rose from 57% to 65%. She recovered by 8%. The two had different physiques, so the recovery amount varied. Ning Qing's physique was 13 points, so he recovered faster. Lin Liqing's physique was 8 points, recovering a bit slower. But this had already led Ning Qing to a new conclusion: when uninjured, eating could restore a certain percentage of status based on the strength of one's physique. The higher the physique, the more recovery. After eating, Ning Qing felt much better. He turned to look at Lin Liqing. She was still taking small bites of chicken, her lips glistening with oil, her profile soft and gentle. Her dance outfit was not worn properly, the neckline open, revealing a patch of snowy white skin. Ning Qing swallowed hard. The previous battle, although tiring, felt good. And the attribute boost was concrete. He felt a bit reluctant to stop. Chapter 25, Chu Renmei craves Ning Qing's body. Lin Liqing noticed his gaze and blushed again. She put down the meat in her hands and said softly, "Once a day is enough. More won't increase attributes." Ning Qing looked at her and suddenly laughed. "How would we know unless we try? What if the skill description is wrong?" He reached out and pulled her into his arms. Lin Liqing gasped, and the chicken in her hand fell to the ground. Yuan Bao took the chance to grab it and ran to the corner to enjoy it. Ning Qing pressed against her, and his hand activated auto-navigation. Lin Liqing was initially a bit resistant, but soon softened, wrapping her arms around his neck and responding passionately. But at that moment, from the corner of Ning Qing's eye, he caught a glimpse of something on the right wall. There, a faint blue shadow emerged. It was subtle, like a wisp of mist. But it slowly condensed into the shape of a woman. Long hair. Blue clothing. Quietly sticking to the wall. No facial features. No expression. But Ning Qing could feel that it was looking at them. Almost simultaneously, the golden vision automatically triggered, and lines of text floated above the wall. Room, 304. Resident, Chu Renmei, 3 stars. Type, malicious object. Level, 8. Strength, 4. Speed, 50. Status, 100%. Skills, seduction, illusion. Available resources, cursed bracelet, 10 gold coins. Attack suggestion: physical attacks are ineffective, so don't throw your life away. Special reminder: your intimate actions with Lin Liqing have attracted her attention, you have now become her target. Ning Qing's movements instantly froze. Chu Renmei. Resident of the next door, 304. 3-star malicious object. Physical attacks are ineffective. Speed of 50 points. Now, she had taken an interest in him. Because of their previous intimate actions? Because she was also craving it? Ning Qing's back instantly broke out in a layer of cold sweat. All interest instantly vanished without a trace. Would Chu Renmei attack his door at night? Or could she directly come through the wall? The golden hint only said physical attacks are ineffective, but it didn't say she couldn't walk through walls. What if she could? What if she seeped out of the wall at midnight, lying at the head of his bed? Ning Qing didn't dare to think any further. Why aren't you coming? Lin Liqing was in his arms, her voice charming, filled with confusion. Ning Qing let her go and sat up. I thought about it, and I can't just indulge. I need to develop in the afternoon, level up to level 3, and I can't miss the wood resource room. Lin Liqing was taken aback for a moment. Then, her eyes widened slightly. You're almost level 3? Ning Qing nodded. I still need 235 experience points. Lin Liqing fell silent. She looked at Ning Qing with a complex expression. There was surprise, admiration, and a touch of relief. Her judgment was not wrong. Ning Qing truly was a superstar with potential. In this place, following him meant a greater chance of survival. She sat up, adjusted her dance outfit, and zipped it up. Then, she muttered softly, if only there was water. Ning Qing looked at her. What? Lin Liqing blushed and explained, well, we need to wash it first. Otherwise both you and I could easily get sick. Ning Qing immediately understood. The hygiene issue. In this place without running water or toilets, personal hygiene can easily become a problem. Infection, inflammation, illness. Once sick, the condition continuously declines, and it's likely one won't survive. You can trade meat for water. Didn't Fong Na generate 2 liters of water every day? She shouldn't use it all. Lin Liqing slapped her forehead. Look at my brain. She quickly sent a message to Fong Na. A few seconds later, she lifted her head. Fong Na agreed. 1 kilogram of meat exchanges for 500 milliliters of water. Let's trade, Ning Qing said. Just then, there was a knock at the door outside. Big brother Ning Qing? Sister Liqing? Are you ready? It was Zhou Xiaobo's voice. Ning Qing and Lin Liqing exchanged glances and quickly tidied their clothes and expressions. Ning Chang walked over and opened the door. Zhou Xiaobo stood outside the door, holding the roasted pork Lin Liqing had just given him, nibbling on it. He saw Ning Qing, then Lin Liqing behind him, and his eyes flickered. Then, he lowered his head and respectfully said, Brother Ning Qing, Sister Liqing. His attitude had clearly changed. Although he had previously called him Big Brother, it was more of a formality. Now, his tone had an added sense of awe and a hint of distance. Especially towards Lin Liqing. He no longer acted as close as before and kept a certain distance. Zhou Xiaobo was not foolish. He had seen Lin Liqing come out of Ning Qing's room and guessed the relationship between the two. So, he automatically placed Lin Liqing in the position of sister-in-law. Keeping distance was to avoid causing misunderstandings with Ning Qing. He was a clever person. My status has returned to 68%, I feel completely revived. Good. Ning Qing turned around and looked down the corridor, glancing at the nearby rooms. Room 309, black doorplate. Room 309. Inhabitant, pig. Type, ordinary animal. Although I don't know the exact effect, just hearing the name tells me it's a good thing. The liquor was not a good target before. But now, Ning Qing's attributes have been fully enhanced. Strength 11, Speed 13, Constitution 13. With the short knife strength plus 5, his actual strength can reach 16. More importantly, he has a bow. Having a ranged advantage allows him to kite. It's you. Chapter 26, Enhancement Potion. The door opened. Grey mist rushed in, then quickly dispersed. Ning Qing stood in a bright modern laboratory. White walls, metal workbenches, various glassware and instruments displayed around. In the center of the laboratory lay something. The liquor. Its skin was dark red, without eyes, and its brain was directly exposed. Its limbs were thick, claws sharp, and a long tongue dragged on the ground, the tip split like a snake's tongue. Hearing the sound of the door, it lifted its head and turned towards Ning Qing. Hiss. The liquor let out a low throaty hiss, its limbs gripping the ground, body slightly arching. This was a fighting posture similar to that of a cat's spiked-back dragon. Ning Qing grasped the short knife in his left hand and stepped back to create distance. The liquor moved. It was on all fours, like a giant lizard, quickly charging at Ning Qing. Ning Qing sidestepped to avoid its first lunge, retaliating with a slash to its back. Puff! The blade sank into flesh, but not deeply. The liquor's skin was tough, muscles firm, and coated with a slippery mucus, the short knife only making a shallow cut. The liquor howled in pain, its tail sweeping violently. Ning Qing jumped back to evade, the tail smashing into the nearby workbench, glassware shattering everywhere. Seizing the opportunity, he switched to his bone bow. Energy arrows condensed. Whoosh! An arrow shot towards the liquor's head. The liquor seemed to sense danger, turning its head away. The arrow grazed its ear, shot into the wall behind, creating a small pit. The liquor was enraged. It opened its mouth, and that long tongue shot out like a whip, aiming for Ning Qing's face. Ning Qing's pupils shrank, he suddenly tilted his head back. Hiss! The tongue grazed his chin, leaving a bloody mark, a stinging pain. Status, 86% 85%. Ning Qing's gaze turned cold. He no longer held back, unleashing his full power. The speed advantage was fully displayed. He ran around the laboratory, the liquor chasing behind, but always just a few steps away. He occasionally looked back and shot an arrow. At first, his hit rate was low, hitting 2 or 3 out of 10 arrows. But the liquor was large, and the laboratory space was limited, leaving little room to dodge. Gradually, Ning Qing found his rhythm. Distance, angle, prediction. In the 5th minute, an arrow struck the liquor's hind leg. The energy arrow exploded, taking 3% of its status. The liquor cried out in pain, its movements slowing. Ning Qing seized the opportunity, lunging forward, driving the short knife deep into its flank. Puff! The blade sank in halfway. The liquor thrashed wildly, claws flailing, tail sweeping chaotically. Ning Qing withdrew the knife and retreated, dodging its counterattack before advancing again. One slash, then another. The liquor's status continued to decline. Now it was covered in wounds, movement sluggish, even its tongue couldn't stick out anymore. Ning Qing finally circled to its back, stabbing a knife into its nape. Twisting hard. Crack. The vertebra snapped. The liquor's body stiffened suddenly, then went limp. Successfully killed liquor, gained 50 experience points. Gained, silver coin ×1. Gained, enhancement potion ×1. A battle, consuming 3%. But it was worth it. Ning Qing looked at the enhancement potion, a small glass vial containing a light blue liquid. Enhancement potion. Level, ordinary. Effect, randomly increases 1 point in 3-dimensional attributes, strength, speed, constitution. Absolutely a good thing. Ning Qing didn't hesitate, unscrewing the cap and drinking it in one go. The liquid was slightly sweet, bringing a cool sensation as it slid down his throat into his stomach. A few seconds later. Used enhancement potion, speed +1. Personal panel updated, speed, 1314. If only I could farm the liquor more. After leaving room 301, Ning Qing did not stop his pace. Room, 317. Resident, skeleton. Type, strange being. Level, 2. Strength, 11. Speed, 4. Physique, 8. Status, 100%. Skill, Bone Blade. Plunderable resources, bone powder ×1, copper coins ×50. Attack suggestion, old acquaintance, easy to handle. This battle was bland. Only 2 minutes. Success in killing skeleton, gained 50 experience points. Gained, bone powder ×1. Gained, copper coins ×50. Ning Qing glanced at his personal panel. Level, 2, 215/400. Just 185 experience points left to reach level 3. When he returned to the corridor, Lin Liqing followed behind him. All done? Lin Liqing nodded, yes. Less than 3 seconds later, Zhou Xiaobo also returned to the corridor, panting, with his wooden stick covered in blood. His status dropped from 68% to 55%, losing 13%, which was more than Lin Liqing's consumption. But both of them came out alive and gained a lot of meat. Zhou Xiaobo had an extra 50 kilograms of pork and 35 copper coins in his backpack. Lin Liqing had an extra 35 kilograms of mutton and 10 copper coins in her backpack. For a short time, there was no need to worry about food. Zhou Xiaobo walked up to Ning Qing, speaking respectfully, "Bro, I plan to exchange pork for copper coins and wood." Ning Qing glanced at him, not saying a word. Zhou Xiaobo continued, "I see many people in the trading channel are short on food. We can trade meat for their copper coins and wood, this way." "Can't be exchanged." Ning Qing interrupted him. Zhou Xiaobo was stunned for a moment. Why? Food is important, but it has not reached life or death level yet. But wood and copper coins relate to whether we can survive the night. Do you think anyone will trade something that can keep them alive for food? Zhou Xiaobo fell silent. He opened the trading channel and sent a message. 1776 Zhou Xiaobo, Operations Department, selling pork, 1 kilogram for 50 copper coins or 5 wood, DM if interested. After sending the message, indeed, someone replied. 855 Li, breeding supervisor, pork? Do you really have pork? 1776 Zhou Xiaobo, yes, just killed it. 855 Li, breeding supervisor, can you give me some? I haven't eaten all day. 1123 Zhou Wei, field department, where did you get the pork? Why don't you share it with the company people if you have pork? 1776 Zhou Xiaobo. No one mentioned exchanging copper coins or wood, just a lot of people wanting to mooch. Zhou Xiaobo waited another minute. A few people did offer other things. 601 Shenhao, breeding department, I have a towel, new, can I trade it for 1 kilogram of meat? 1245 Zhengting, finance department, I have a toothbrush and half a tube of toothpaste. 933 Lu Yang, field department, I have a few ladies' underwear, never worn. Just some daily necessities. To be honest, no one would care, but Lin Liqing's eyes lit up. She quietly exchanged some of her mutton from her backpack for the towel, toothbrush, toothpaste, and those few pieces of ladies' underwear. Previously, she had also traded for some water, enough to meet a certain degree of cleaning needs. Everything was for the next time with Ning Qing, so he wouldn't dislike her for being stinky. Chapter 27, Level 3. The three continued toward dormitory 999. Ning Qing's eyes kept scanning the door plates on both sides. He stopped in front of room 345. Room 345. Resident, zombie, 2-star second tier. Type, strange creature. Level, 2. Strength, 17. Speed, 4. Physique, 20. Status, 100%. Skill, Corpse Transformation, Heavy Hit. Plunderable Resources, Deadly Poison Bomb, 5 silver coins. Attack Suggestion, in close combat, you are definitely not its opponent, but you have ranged attack means. To be honest, a 2-star second-tier zombie is quite intimidating, but its speed is only 4. A speed of 4 dares to possess something that sounds very powerful like a deadly poison bomb and 5 silver coins. This is called wearing a jewel on one's head. You guys? Ning Qing turned to tell Lin Liqing and Zhou Xiaobo to wait outside. But before he finished, Lin Liqing interrupted him. Ning Qing, you don't have to keep taking care of me and Zhou Xiaobo, everything should optimize for your growth speed. Ning Qing was stunned for a moment, this woman is so understanding? Zhou Xiaobo was also stunned for a moment, realizing this is what they call a big sister-in-law. Okay. Ning Qing didn't say more and turned around to push open the door of 345. Grey mist surged out, engulfing him. The door closed. The doorplate turned red. Only Lin Liqing and Zhou Xiaobo were left in the corridor. Then Zhou Xiaobo spoke, Sister Liqing, how does he know the information about the dirty things in each room? Lin Liqing turned her head to look at him. The gaze appeared calm, but seemed to carry a hint of warning. You have skills, I also have skills, so it makes sense that he has relevant skills too. Zhou Xiaobo hesitated for 2 seconds, then nodded. Lin Liqing looked at him and continued, Xiaobo, since you've chosen to depend on us, then you must listen and follow instructions. Don't try to probe into his secrets, knowing too much is not good for you. Zhou Xiaobo nodded firmly this time, I understand, big sister. Lin Liqing felt a momentary daze upon hearing this title, and then her neck turned red. Yet, she ultimately didn't deny it. This title stirred a strange feeling in her heart. A bit sweet, a bit bitter. She was 27 years old, still a widow. Ning Qing was only 23, young, capable, and full of potential. He would surely be surrounded by beautiful women. What was she? A temporary partner? A tool for use? Lin Liqing suddenly felt a wave of disappointment rise within her. But soon, she suppressed this emotion. Now was not the time to think about these matters. Survival was the most important thing. Just then, Zhou Xiaobo suddenly cleared his throat lightly. Big sister, look over there, isn't that sun high? Lin Liqing raised her head and followed his gaze. In the direction of dormitory 999, about 30 meters away, a group of people was walking towards them. Leading the way was a balding, pot-bellied middle-aged man. Sun Dihai. Next to him were Wu Jiqiang and several former high executives of the company. They had clearly seen Lin Liqing and Zhou Xiaobo. Their steps came to a halt. The two sides were 30 meters apart, staring at each other. The air instantly became tense. At this moment, inside dormitory 345, Ning Qing stood on a mound of tombs. Dilapidated graves were scattered on the hillside, tombstones tilted, some already collapsed. In the center of the slope stood a zombie. Its skin was a grayish-blue, covered in corpse spots. Its eyes were murky without pupils, revealing uneven yellow teeth, and black, sticky mucus hung from the corners of its mouth. Sensing the intruder, the zombie slowly turned its head, looking at Ning Qing with those cloudy eyes. Then, it started to charge over. Too slow. Ning Qing didn't rush to attack. He stepped back a few paces to create distance, then raised his bone bow. Energy arrows condensed. Whoosh! An arrow shot towards the zombie's chest. The zombie couldn't dodge at all, the arrow struck true. Puff! The energy arrow exploded, creating a bowl-sized pit in the zombie's chest, dark, sticky blood oozed out. But the zombie merely swayed and continued advancing. Status, 100% 99%. Damn, it only dropped 1%? With a physique of 20 points, it's indeed tough. He continued shooting arrows. 1 arrow, 2 arrows, 3 arrows. Perhaps the zombie had no emotions at all, and wasn't afraid, thus it didn't avoid. Arrows kept hitting, causing its status to continually decline. 5 minutes passed. The zombie's status dropped to 40%. Its movements became slower, almost like a grandma crossing the street. Ning Qing kept up his training-style attacks for another minute. Successfully killed zombie, gained 140 experience points. Gained, silver coins times 5. Gained, highly toxic explosives times 1. Almost simultaneously, a series of notifications flashed in his view. You leveled up. Player name, Ning Qing. Player ID, 520312XXXX. Player dormitory, E District 9527 Building, 3rd floor, room 302. Affiliated company, Boai Small Animal Protection Association. Dormitory level, 1. Star level / rank, none. Level, 3, 5/800. Strength, 12. Speed, 15. Physique, 14. Spiritual power, 0. Status, 100%. Skills, none. Assignable attribute points, 4. Leveled up. Status fully replenished. 4 free attribute points remain. Ning Qing took a deep breath, suppressing his excitement. He quickly thought about it, then allocated the 4 attribute points. Strength +1, Speed +1, Physique +2. Panel updated. Strength, 12-13. Speed, 15-16. Physique, 14-16. This attribute was already comparable to some 2-star dirty things. Awesome! Ning Qing let out a long breath. Then, he looked at the new item he had acquired. Highly toxic explosives. Level, ordinary. Type, throwing weapon. Damage effect, at the moment of explosion, it causes a 10% status loss to targets within a 3-meter radius, while adding a poisoning effect that causes a loss of 3% status per second, lasting for 10 seconds. Improving toxin resistance can defend against the harm of highly toxic explosives. AoE damage. And there's a lasting poisoning effect. Good stuff. He took one last glance at the grave mound. The zombie's body had begun to dissipate, turning into black smoke that merged into the soil. He turned and walked towards the door. Just as his hand touched the doorknob, he heard voices. Outside dormitory 345. Lin Qing and Zhou Xiaobo stood together, leaning against the door of 345. Facing them were Sun Dihai, Wu Jiqian, and 6 other people. 8 people, all holding weapons. Wooden sticks, stones, and a rusty kitchen knife that had been found somehow. Lin Qing, no matter how strong Ning Qing is, he's only one person. No, now we add you and this fat guy. But we have 8 people here. You better think it over. Lin Qing bit her lip and said nothing. Zhou Xiaobo mustered his courage and stepped forward. Wu Jiqian. Sun Dihai. Don't do anything reckless. When we get back to the real world, I will have you put in jail. Wu Jiqian laughed mockingly. Back to the real world? Do you think we can go back? Even if we can go back, do you think I would be afraid of you? So what if your dad is the landlord? I have plenty of ways to deal with you. Sun Dihai chimed in. Ning Qing killed 3 people from our company, he must be punished. You two don't help the wicked. Punished? What's the difference between you and the 3 dead? You're all vicious people. Chen Dong wanted to rob Ning Qing, Wang Hu and He Daqiang wanted to rob too, they deserve to die. Lin Qing understood the reason why Ning Qing killed, she immediately reprimanded. Sun Dihai's expression darkened. Alright. You can't drink to celebrate, you'll drink the punishment instead. After his words, he turned and waved his hand to the people behind him. Take them down. After we take them down, we will hold Ning Qing accountable. He can't escape. The 6 people immediately moved forward. Lin Qing and Zhou Xiaobo stepped back, but their backs were against the door, and there was nowhere else to retreat. At that moment, the door of dormitory 345 opened. Ning Qing walked out and pulled Lin Qing behind him. I heard you want to hold me accountable? Chapter 28, Annihilation of Sun Dihai's group. Ning Qing's gaze fell on the 8 people across from him. Sun Dihai, Wu Jiqiang, and 6 other employees from the original company. They were holding wooden sticks, stones, and a rusty kitchen knife. The moment they saw Ning Qing, the movements of the 8 people halted together, the air froze at that moment. Lin Qing stood behind Ning Qing, tightly gripping the hem of his clothes, but her eyes no longer held the previous panic, instead, they held a sense of calm. Zhou Xiaobo stood a little behind her, his face still pale, but his back was straighter, looking at the people across from him with a bit more confidence. On the opposite side, Sun Dihai's expression changed. A little brother from the field department beside him took half a step back, his voice trembling. President's son Ning Qing, he is Ning Qing. Another man from the operations department also retreated. How about we just let it go today? What are you afraid of? Wu Jiqiang shouted, his eyes fixed on Ning Qing. There are 8 of us, they are just 3, plus a woman and a dead fat guy. If it really comes to blows, each of us can smash them dead with a stick. But his voice was also trembling. Ning Qing remained silent, he just coldly looked at Sun Dihai. President's son, didn't you want to hold me accountable? Why not now? Sun Dihai's face turned blue and white. Ning Qing's words were no different from a slap in the face. But he looked at the people behind him, and besides Wu Jiqiang still gritting his teeth standing in place, the others had clearly begun to retreat. What to do? He is the boss. He is the leader. At such a moment, if he retreated, how would he maintain authority in the future? Sun Dihai took a deep breath, forced himself to calm down. Ning Qing, you killed Qindong, Wang Hu, and He Daqiang, 3 lives. Today you must give an explanation. Explanation? Ning Qing laughed. Chen Dong wanted to rob me, Wang Hu and He Daxian wanted to kill me, they died because they brought it upon themselves. He paused, his gaze sweeping over every person on the opposite side. Do you all want to fight for it now? As soon as he said this, the few people on the opposite side took a step back. Only Wu Jiqiang kept standing firm, but after Ning Qing's gaze landed on him, he gritted his teeth and growled, "Stop talking nonsense. Mr. Sun, don't waste time with him. Do it." Sun Dihai knew there was no retreat today. If they backed down now, the morale would collapse, and the team would fall apart. He raised the wooden stick in his hand and pointed at Ning Qing. All of you, attack him, take him down. 5 people hesitated, but under Wu Jiqiang's glare, they still gritted their teeth and charged forward. But one person from the finance department quietly moved to the side and stood still, not moving. Lin Liqing immediately took a step forward, wanting to stand by Ning Qing's side. Zhou Xiaobo also gritted his teeth and followed behind. But Ning Qing stretched out his hand and stopped them. Stay back. Lin Liqing froze for a moment. Zhou Xiaobo was also stunned but reacted quickly, immediately signaling to Lin Liqing with his eyes. Big sis, step back. Big bro is about to show off. Lin Liqing. In the field. 15 meters. 10 meters. 5 meters. At the moment when the first person raised his wooden stick and prepared to strike, Ning Qing moved. He took out a small black ball, the size of a fist, from his backpack, deadly explosive. Without any hesitation, he tossed it toward the oncoming group. The 6 people on the opposite side saw it but couldn't react in time to recognize what it was. What is that? A rock? Move away. Some tried to dodge, but it was too late. There was a muffled bang. A cloud of dark green smoke suddenly erupted, enveloping a 3-meter radius in an instant. All 6 of them were caught inside. Ah! My eyes. Cough, cough, cough. The air was filled with shrill, miserable screams. The smoke carried a sharp, pungent odor, like rotting eggs mixed with sulfur. The 6 people covered in smoke instantly lost their sense of direction. Their skin turned red, blisters formed, as if they were being eaten away by strong acid. Their eyes burned, tears streamed down, their vision blurred. What was even more terrifying was that they felt a wave of weakness rush up from inside, dizziness making them unable to stand. Status, 81% 71%, explosion damage. Poison effect activated, 3% status lost every second, lasts for 10 seconds. And this was just the beginning. Ning Qing didn't stop. He took out a bone bow and began to form energy arrows. Whoosh! The first arrow hit the chest of the man from the field department. The arrow exploded, taking 22% of his status. The man screamed, clutching his chest and collapsing to the ground. Ning Qing didn't look at him. The second arrow flew toward a man from the operations department, hitting his thigh. Thud! The leg bone was pierced, and the man collapsed with a scream. The third, fourth, and fifth arrows. Ning Qing seemed like a cold-hearted archer, standing still, each arrow hitting its mark precisely. Each arrow wasn't fatal, but each one rendered a person unable to continue fighting. Screams, wails, and pleas for mercy filled the air. Ning Qing! Please spare me. I was wrong. I won't do it again. Let me go. I don't want to die. Some tried to escape. But after running a few steps, they were struck in the back by Ning Qing's arrow, falling to the ground. In just 10 seconds, the status of these 6 people had all dropped below 30%. They lay on the ground, their bodies rotting, skin charred black, eyes swollen, unable to even crawl up. Ning Qing put away the bow and drew a short knife. He walked over. 1 knife. 2 knives. 3 knives. Each knife struck precisely into their throat or heart. Successfully killed player XXX, gained 5 experience points. Obtained, copper coins times 10. Successfully killed player XXX, gained 5 experience points. Obtained, wooden stick times 1. Successfully killed. System messages popped up one after another. Ning Qing didn't look at them. He just mechanically swung the knife, put it away, and swung it again. 20 seconds later. 6 corpses lay on the ground. Now, only 3 people remained on the opposite side. Sun Dihai, Wu Jiqiang, and the finance department man who had been standing still. The man from the finance department was already so terrified that he had gone numb. His legs were weak, and he slumped to the ground, his pants soaked. Ning Qing glanced at him but didn't pay him any attention. His gaze fell on Sun Dihai and Wu Jiqiang. At this moment, Wu Jiqiang had completely broken down. His face was as pale as paper, and his body trembled like a sieve. Seeing Ning Qing look at him, he immediately knelt down with a thud. Ning Yi! Ning Yi, spare my life! He kept bowing his head while crying out, it's all Sun Dihai's fault. He forced me. I didn't want to come. It was him. It was all him. Sun Dihai is the mastermind. I was just following orders. Ning Yi, please spare me, I will be your dog from now on. Whoever you tell me to bite, I will bite. Sun Dihai was shaking with anger. Wu Jiqiang. You are spouting nonsense. Wu Jiqiang turned to glare at him, his eyes fierce. Am I spouting nonsense? Wasn't it you who brought us here? Wasn't it you who ordered us to catch Ning Qing? Sun Dihai, don't you dare shift the blame. Sun Dihai was so furious he couldn't speak. Ning Qing watched the scene without saying a word. He slowly lowered the bow in his hand. Lin Liqing and Zhou Xiaobo stood behind him, watching, thinking that Ning Qing had softened his heart and would spare Wu Jiqiang. But the next second, Wu Jiqiang saw Ning Qing lower the bow, and a hint of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. He knelt on the ground, his body slightly leaning forward, as if bowing his head. But his hand quietly moved towards his waist. He crawled forward while bowing his head. Ning Yi, spare me. I will be your dog from now on. He crawled to Ning Qing, only 1 meter away. Then, he suddenly looked up, his pleading eyes instantly turning fierce. Ah! Be careful. Chapter 29, a group of women want to depend on Ning Qing. Lin Liqing saw Wu Jiqiang's movement and cried out in panic. But Ning Qing's right hand moved the moment Wu Jiqiang looked up. The short knife appeared in his hand, slashing upwards. Puff! The tip of the knife accurately pierced Wu Jiqiang's throat. Wu Jiqiang's movements froze instantly, the wooden stick in his hand halted in midair, just 10 centimeters away from Ning Qing's calf. But he could no longer swing it down. He looked down at the knife stuck in his neck, his eyes bulging wide. You. He only said one word. Blood gushed from his throat, choking back the words behind. Ning Qing pulled out the knife. Wu Jiqiang's body fell backward with a thud, crashing to the ground. Successfully killed player 1389, Wu Jiqiang, gained 5 experience points. Acquired, wooden stick X1, axe X1. Ning Qing shook the blood off the knife and looked at Sun Dihai. Sun Dihai was so scared he lost his wits, glancing at Wu Jiqiang's corpse, then looking at Ning Qing, his lips trembled and he couldn't say a word. Mr. Sun, Ning Qing spoke up. Sun Dihai's body trembled. Ning Qing, don't kill me, he knelt down like Wu Jiqiang. I have money. I have a lot of money in the real world. I will give you 5 million, no, 10 million. A house, a car. Whatever you want, I will give it to you. He kept saying this while bowing his head. If you want women, I will find women for you. Models, internet celebrities, female streamers, however many you want, I can get them. I know many talent agencies, I can help you. He became more frantic, his words tumbling over each other. But Ning Qing only looked at him coldly, his eyes showing no sign of emotion. Sun Dihai saw the look in Ning Qing's eyes, and the last glimmer of hope in his heart shattered. He suddenly stood up and turned to run away. But he forgot that Ning Qing had a bow. Whoosh! The first arrow struck Sun Dihai's back. The arrow exploded, taking away 20% of his health. Sun Dihai let out a miserable scream and fell to the ground. But he wasn't dead yet. He struggled to get back up. Ning Qing walked up to him, raised his bow, and aimed at the back of his head. The second arrow. Puff! Sun Dihai's body suddenly stiffened, then went limp. Successfully killed player 418, Sun Dihai, gained 5 experience points. Acquired, silver coin X1, copper coin X55, pulse X2, box of condoms X1. Ning Qing put away the bow and glanced at the corpse on the ground. Then he turned to look at the finance department man who had remained motionless. The man, seeing him look over, trembled in fear, hurriedly lowering his head, too afraid to meet his gaze. Ning Qing looked at him for 2 seconds, then turned his gaze away. Not interested. He then turned and walked towards Lin Liqing and Zhou Xiaobo. The two looked at him, their expressions complicated. There was shock, as well as fear. They witnessed with their own eyes how Ning Qing killed. At first, they thought Ning Qing was too ruthless, but soon they understood. If Ning Qing had been a little weaker today, if he didn't have so many attack methods, then the ones lying on the ground would be the 3 of them. In this place, mercy is suicide. Ning Qing just did what he had to do. Let's go. The 3 of them, led by Ning Qing, continued walking towards dormitory number 999. After walking a few steps, Ning Qing glanced at his backpack. Just now, he killed 7 people, gaining a total of 35 experience points, 1 silver coin, 55 copper coins, 3 wooden sticks, 2 axes, 2 pulses, and 1 condom. Ning Qing frowned, having exchanged a bottle of highly toxic explosive for this junk. What a loss. At that same time, the floor channel exploded. Player 418, Sun Dihai, dead. Player 1389, Wu Jiqian, dead. A series of 7 death announcements followed. The channel was silent for a few seconds before it went completely crazy. 855, Li Li, breeding supervisor, they're dead, all dead. President's son is dead. Supervisor Wu is also dead. 1123, Zhou Wei, field department, damn. What's going on? Who did it? 508, Ma Jiangwo, field department, it should be Ning Qing. 712, Wang Lei, operations department, Ning Qing? He killed 7 by himself? 1123, Zhou Wei, field department, how is that possible? No matter how strong he is, he can't kill 7 by himself. Mysterious person, I saw it. 1123, Zhou Wei, field department, what did you see? Mysterious person, Ning Qing used something that emitted green smoke, severely injuring 6 people all at once, then shot them one by one. President's son and supervisor Wu begged for mercy, but they were also killed. 1123, Zhou Wei, field department. 508, Ma Jiangwo, field department, everyone listen, don't provoke Ning Qing. He is not someone we can handle. 1123, Zhou Wei, field department, Ma Jiangwo, what do you mean? Are you scared? 508, Ma Jiangwo, field department, yes, I am scared. If you want to die, go ahead, but don't drag my people into it. After the arguments in the channel, Zhou Wei's team completely split apart. Half of the people did not want to be enemies with Ning Qing anymore, while the other half still thought about revenge, but their voices grew quieter. In the end, no one knew who said, will Ning Qing come looking for us? This sentence fell like a bucket of cold water, drenching everyone. A few seconds later. 1123, Zhou Wei, field department, everyone, return to your rooms. Lock the doors. Zhou Wei was frightened, he was scared. Ning Qing killed 7 by himself, making him lose all courage to resist. On Ma Jiangwo's side, an emergency meeting was also underway. Ning Qing is too strong, we can't be enemies with him anymore. But, will he kill us too? We haven't provoked him, he shouldn't, right? What if? Brother Ma, why don't you go talk to him? Right, Brother Ma, you go talk to him, say we mean no harm, and that we should coexist peacefully. Ma Jiangwo silently contemplated for a long time, finally nodding. On the other end, Fang Na was in a group of women huddled in the corridor. After Zhao Qian learned about the deaths of Sun Dihai and Wu Jiqian, instead of being scared, her eyes brightened. Ning Qing is so strong, if we can get close to him, we'll be safe in the future. Fang Na, you're familiar with Ning Qing, you should talk to him, let him protect us. We can, pay some price. Fang Na frowned, what price? For men, isn't it just a few preferences? We have so many women here, surely there's one he likes. As long as he protects us, what's wrong with sleeping with him for a night? Lili nodded beside her, right, Sister Zhao is right. No matter how strong Ning Qing is, he's still a man, all men are lustful. The other women also echoed in agreement. Fang Na's expression darkened. Ning Qing is not that kind of person. Zhao Qian retorted, how do you know he's not? Have you slept with him? Fang Na was momentarily at a loss for words. I just feel that he's not like that. Zhao Qian scoffed, not like that? Fang Na, don't be too naive. In this place, strength is everything. If we women want to survive, we must rely on men. Ning Qing is the strongest man now, who else can we rely on? She paused, then continued, don't worry, you don't need to say anything. When Ning Qing comes over, we'll handle it ourselves. I don't believe he can look at so many women and not feel anything. Fang Na looked at Zhao Qian, then at the other eager women. A sense of powerlessness surged inside her. She knew she couldn't convince them. Do whatever you want, she turned and prepared to leave. Where are you going? Zhao Qian asked. I'm quitting. I don't want to be part of your plan. Zhao Qian laughed, mocking her, fine, you're so noble. Go live on your own and see how long you can survive. Fang Na didn't say anything, she just turned and walked away. On the other side of the hallway, Ning Qing, with Lin Liqing and Zhou Xiaobo, had already reached the area near dorm 1500. A few hundred meters ahead was dorm 999. But at that moment, a group of people suddenly appeared from the corner of the hallway. They were all women, 7 or 8 of them, ranging from their 20s to 30s. The 2 leaders, Ning Qing recognized. Zhao Qian, Li Li. Behind them, several other women followed. These women didn't rush forward with weapons like Sun Dihai, but instead. Some flicked their hair, some stuck out their chests, some twisted their waists, some bit their lips. Their movements were awkward, stiff, but the intent was clear, they were shamelessly trying to seduce. Chapter 30, Still Fighting Even When Death Is Near? Ning Qing looked at these women. His eyes scanned their faces, as if evaluating a product. Zhao Qian, the finance supervisor, about 28 or 29, with delicate makeup, fair skin, and a well-balanced figure. Normally, she would be considered a 6 or 7 out of 10 in beauty. Lily, the breeding supervisor, 35 years old, slightly plump, with a pair of E-cup breasts, and a somewhat charming look in her eyes. Also, a 6 or 7 out of 10. As for the other 7 women, they were all unattractive. Some had acne on their faces, some had rough skin, some were skinny like bamboo poles, and some were short and chubby like water barrels. With this kind of appearance, normally, Ning Qing wouldn't even have the interest to look twice. But now, they were deliberately trying to show off their charm. Flicking their hair, sticking out their chests, twisting their waists, biting their lips. Their movements were stiff, awkward, their eyes filled with desperation. Like wriggling pieces of fatty meat. It made him feel a little disgusted. When Zhao Qian saw Ning Qing's gaze stop on her, she was overjoyed. She took a step forward, her voice sweet and soft. Ning Qing, no, Ning Gu. We're all colleagues, and in this situation, it's hard for us women to survive. She paused, her eyes carrying a hint of suggestion. As long as you're willing to protect us, we can pay any price. Lily also nodded. Yes, Ning Gu. There are so many women here, you can have a different one every day. As long as you protect us, we'll do whatever you want. Other women chimed in. They looked at Ning Qing, their eyes filled with anticipation, as if they had grabbed the last life-saving straw. Lin Liqing stood behind Ning Qing, clutching the corner of her clothes tightly. Her heart raced, she looked at those women, then at Ning Qing. She started to worry, he won't agree, will he? Probably not, right? But there was some uncertainty. In a place like this, powerful men hold absolute authority. If Ning Qing wanted these women, no one could stop him. Lin Liqing bit her lip, lowered her head, not daring to look anymore. But the next second, Ning Qing spoke. Get lost. Just 2 words. The women froze, thinking they had heard wrong. Ning Gu? Zhao Qian asked hesitantly. Ning Qing looked at her and repeated, get lost. This time, everyone heard it clearly, and most of the women's faces turned pale. They finally realized that this man could not be seduced by their beauty. He could kill without blinking. Sorry, a timid woman spoke first, lowering her head and retreating to the side, pressing against the wall. Once one retreated, the others followed. Soon, only one woman remained, whom Ning Qing didn't recognize. She appeared to be around 40, slightly plump, with freckles on her face and an expression of inexplicable arrogance in her eyes. Player, Mo Billion. Players Dormitory, 1921. Company, Boai Animal Protection Association. Department, Breeding Department. Level, 1. Strength, 4. Speed, 3. Constitution, 5. Condition, 68%. Skills, none. Plunderable resources, none. Attack suggestion, a poor beggar. You can fight but gain nothing. Ning Qing didn't know her and had no interest in getting to know her. After a glance, he prepared to move forward. But Mo Bai Lian didn't let him. She stepped forward, blocking the way. Then, she spoke sharp. Several had already collapsed on the ground, unable to stand up. They looked at Ning Qing, their eyes filled with fear. But Ning Qing ignored them, turning to Lin Liqing and Zhou Xiaobo. Let's go. The 2 quickly nodded and followed behind. The 3 walked past those women without any pause. A few seconds later. In the channel, a voice message popped up. It was Mo Billion. Her voice was sharp, filled with tears. Help! Someone come save me. There's a green monster here, it doesn't kill me, but it looks at me with such disgusting eyes, like a man looking at a woman. After this voice message was sent, there was a response in the channel after a few seconds. 933 Lu Yang, Field Department, you opened the room yourself, figure it out yourself. 601 Shenhao, Breeding Department, if you can't deal with it, why even open the door? Isn't that asking for death? Soon, Mo Billion sent another voice message, I didn't open it myself. I was pushed in. 933 Lu Yang, Field Department, who? Are you crazy? It's Ning Qing who pushed me in. I hope he dies a horrible death. I curse him to hell, I curse his whole family to die. At first, some people cared about Mo Billion's situation, but when Ning Qing's name came up, no one in the channel dared to speak anymore. A few seconds later, Mo Billion sent another voice message. This time, her voice changed. It was filled with terror, and also pain. No, don't come over. Go away. Go away. Help. Save me, The voice suddenly stopped. The channel fell into a dead silence. No one spoke. No one dared to speak. In the corridor, Zhao Qian and Lili exchanged glances. What do we do now? Lili asked quietly. Zhao Qian's expression was grim. She glanced at the tightly closed door of room 498 and then at the direction where Ning Qing had left. If you ask me, who should I ask? How about we seek refuge with Ma Jiangwo? Lili suggested tentatively. Ma Jiangwo? Zhao Qian sneered, that old fool is a soft-hearted man, he won't survive in a place like this. Then Zhou Wei? Zhou Wei? Zhao Qian shook her head, he's more afraid of Ning Qing than we are, he's probably hiding in his room too scared to come out. And that bastard is very lecherous, always chasing after corpses. Lili fell silent. So what should we do? Zhao Qian bit her lip. Let's go back to the room, wait until Ning Qing leaves, then we come out. We should keep our distance from him in the future. The two turned around, gathered the remaining women, and hurried away. On the other side of the corridor, Ning Qing led Lin Liqing and Zhou Xiaobo to near dormitory 646. Ahead stood a man, around 50 years old, of medium build. He was Ma Jiangwo. When Ma Jiangwo saw Ning Qing, he walked straight up to him. Player, Ma Jiangwo. Player Dormitory, 508. Affiliated Company, the Animal Protection Association. Dormitory Level, 1. Star Rank/Grade, none. Level, 1. Strength, 8. Speed, 7. Constitution, 7. Spirit Power, 0. Status, 79%. Skill, nice guy, passive. Plunderable resources, 1 silver coin 25 copper coins, axe times 1, wood times 12. Attack suggestion, you can easily take him down, but there's no need to. Ning Qing looked at those resources, somewhat surprised. This Ma Jiangwo really has some things. 1 silver coin and 25 copper coins, plus 12 pieces of wood, this is definitely a considerable wealth at this stage. So the question arises, his current resource stack must be due to that passive skill. Just don't know what the effect is. Hello, Xiao Ning. Uncle Ma. In the real world, Ma Jiangwo was the company's security guard, known for being very kind, greeting everyone who came and went. Ning Qing had a good impression of him. Can we talk? Ma Jiangwo asked, his gaze sincere, without malice. Ning Qing thought for a moment and nodded. After receiving Ning Qing's positive response, Ma Jiangwo took a few steps forward and stopped 3 meters away from Ning Qing. This distance neither threatened the other nor hindered normal conversation. Xiao Ning, I know you are very strong now, and I know Sundi Hai and the others want to harm you, they are in the wrong, and you are defending yourself. He paused before continuing, but I want to say, we are all colleagues in the company, we are all human. In a place like this, if we can unite, helping each other, perhaps, there is a chance to survive together and even return to the real world. Are you willing to lead everyone? Unexpectedly, what Ma Jiangwo was about to say was these words. Ning Qing fell silent for a few seconds and then shook his head. Ma Jiangwo was taken aback for a moment. Why? Because this is the fierce and strange dormitory, not the real world. Ning Qing said bluntly. Here, human nature has no constraints. You surely heard the story of the farmer and the snake. Ma Jiangwo opened his mouth, wanting to say something but didn't. Ning Qing continued, I can lead you, protect you. But who can guarantee that you won't stab me in the back? Just like Sundi Hai, just like Wu Jiqian, just like that Mobilian earlier. Life is only one, why should I gamble on whether others are good or bad? After he finished speaking, Ning Qing also saw several players hiding at the door in the corridor behind Ma Jiangwo, secretly looking this way. But when their eyes met Ning Qing's, they quickly averted their gaze. Uncle Ma, you are a good person. But here, good people often die the fastest. Ma Jiangwo fell silent again. After a moment, he lowered his head inside, then stepped aside. Only then did Ning Qing lead Lin Liqing and Zhou Xiaobo past him. Halfway there, Ning Qing suddenly stopped. Uncle Ma, there's another saying you should have heard. Ma Jiangwo looked at him in confusion. Let go of the urge to help others, and respect the lives of others. Ma Jiangwo was stunned for a moment, then he smiled. The smile was bittersweet, but he seemed relieved. I understand. The corridor was quiet all the way. Occasionally, 1 or 2 players could be seen loitering in the corridor, but upon seeing Ning Qing, they quickly hid back in their rooms and shut the door. Thus, the 3 of them smoothly arrived in front of dormitory room 999. The color of the doorplate was not black, not green, and not white, but a golden color that had never been seen before. Room 999. Resident, Bald Shang. Type, Level 1 Administrator. Level, 20. Strength, 50. Speed, 50. Constitution, 50. Status, 100%. Plunderable resources, 999 wood, 999 gold coins, perfect forest hunter set. Attack suggestion? Do you also want to feel Brother Chan's love? Current status, cannot enter. Within the plunderable resources, there were 999 wood, 999 gold coins, and a perfect level equipment set. Any one of these would be enough to drive people mad. But Ning Qing was very clear-headed, and at this stage, he didn't dare to target Bald Chang. However, what does it mean that it's not enterable? Chapter 32, Bald Chang is truly strong. Just as Ning Qing was puzzled, the door of dormitory 999 opened. It was Fong Na. She leaned against the doorframe as soon as she came out, gasping for breath, her forehead covered with fine beads of sweat, a few strands of black hair sticking to her cheeks. She wore a beige knitted cardigan, a simple white t-shirt underneath, and light blue jeans. If Lin Liqing was the type of mature woman with a gentle charm and an eye-catching figure, Fong Na was the clean sister from the neighboring house. Probably around 25 or 26 years old, about 1.65 meters tall, with a well-proportioned figure, neither too fat nor too thin. At this moment, her face was full of exhaustion, her eyes bloodshot, and her lips slightly cracked. Player, Fong Na. Player Dormitory, 987. Affiliated Company, Love Animal Protection Association. Dormitory Level, 1. Star Rating / Rank, none. Level, 1. Strength, 5. Speed, 5. Constitution, 7. Spirit, 0. Status, 50%. Skill, Cook, Passive. Plunderable resources, 1 silver coin, 1 axe, 20 wood. Attack suggestion, you can easily deal with her. The golden prompt was automatically triggered, and Fong Na's data unfolded in Ning Qing's eyes. Cook. Ning Qing stared at that skill name, quickly calculating in his mind. In this ghostly place, the actual value of such a skill was quite high. Fong Na caught her breath, raised her head, and just happened to meet Ning Qing's gaze. She was stunned for a moment, then her body clearly stiffened. Ning Qing could tell she was nervous. This was normal. From this morning until now, Ning Qing had killed Sun Dihai, Wu Jiqian, and 5 others, and had just pushed Mo Billion into the goblin's room. Now the entire 3rd floor. No one is not afraid of him, and Fong Na is no exception. The two of them had worked together in the operations department. Fong Na was responsible for selling online pet supplies, working efficiently, and speaking little. Ning Qing had a decent impression of her. Fong Na. Just when the atmosphere became a bit stiff, Lin Liqing spoke first. She quickly walked up to Fong Na, reaching out to support her. How are you? Are you okay? Fong Na looked at Lin Liqing, her tense expression slightly relaxed, and she forced out a somewhat strained smile. Still alive. That's good as long as you're alive. Lin Liqing turned to Ning Qing. Fong Na helped us make food before. The figure of Bald Chang suddenly vanished. The speed was so fast that Ning Qing's eyes couldn't capture a trace. He only felt a gust of wind rush past him, and then Bald Chang appeared right in front of him, less than half a meter away. Ning Qing's heart jumped violently, and a layer of cold sweat instantly broke out on his back. Bald Chang circled around Ning Qing, sizing him up from top to bottom, a glint of surprise flashing in his small eyes. Yo! Your measurements are quite impressive. Much better than those useless guys before. Ning Qing remained silent, just standing still, his body slightly tensed. Relax, kid. Bald Chang patted his shoulder. You understand the rules, right? 30 copper coins, 10 minutes, how much you can chop depends on your skills. As Bald Chang spoke, he extended his hand, palm facing up. Almost simultaneously, a translucent payment interface popped up in the center of Ning Qing's vision. Entering the wood resource room requires payment, 30 copper coins. Current balance, 7 silver coins 9 copper coins, equivalent to 709 copper coins. Do you wish to pay? Ning Qing didn't hesitate and chose yes. Payment successful, deducted 30 copper coins. The moment the payment was completed, another line of text unfolded in his view. Logging rules. 1. Logging time, 10 minutes. 2. Logging efficiency depends on the player's 3-dimensional attributes total. 20 points or below, 2 units of wood per minute. 21 to 40 points, 3 units of wood per minute. 41 points or above, 4 units of wood per minute. 3. State consumption will continue during logging, minimum state requirement, 70%. 4. Timing starts with the first chop on the tree. Chapter 33 Good sisters must serve Ning Qing together. Have you finished reading the rules? Bald Chang asked. Ning Qing nodded. Then good. Bald Chang pointed to a nearby grove. Do you see those trees? Go. Remember, once you chop down the first stroke, I'll start the timer. Ning Qing looked in the direction he pointed. There was a relatively sparse grove, the trees were spaced out far, at least more than 10 meters apart. The types of trees were mixed, with pines, firs, and some broadleaf trees that he didn't recognize. The trunks were thick, and the bark was rough, looking very hard. Ning Qing took out the rough logging axe from his backpack. Then he walked to the front of the grove. The tree in front of him had a diameter of about half a meter, with dark brown bark and many vertical cracks on the surface. Ning Qing took a deep breath, raised the axe, adjusted his posture, and then struck down hard. Thud! The axe blade sank into the trunk with a dull sound. The wood was hard, the axe only went in about 2 centimeters deep, getting stuck inside. Ning Qing pulled it out with force, seeing the light yellow wood revealed in the cut. Logging timer started, 9 minutes 59 seconds. Current efficiency, 4 units/minute. Estimated state consumption, 20%. Outside dormitory 999. After Ning Qing disappeared, the atmosphere in the corridor became subtle. Lin Liqing and Fong Na stood together, while Zhou Xiaobo consciously retreated a few meters, turning his back to them, pretending to observe the door signs on both sides of the corridor. Liqing Jie. Fong Na spoke first, her voice very soft. Did you really get together with Ning Qing? She didn't say it clearly, but the meaning was obvious. Lin Liqing's face flushed, but she didn't deny it. Fong Na fell silent for a few seconds, her eyes complex. There was surprise, understanding, and even a hint of envy. Lin Liqing noticed her gaze, giving a self-mocking smile. Do you think I'm very shameless? Using my body for a man's protection? No. Fong Na quickly shook her head, her tone very serious. I didn't think that at all. In a place like this, surviving is more important than anything. You have your skills, Ning Qing has his abilities, you two are mutually beneficial. She said it sincerely. In the Mengue dormitory, morals, shame, and dignity were all luxuries, living was the only hard truth. Lin Liqing and Ning Qing taking what they needed was entirely normal. If it were her, given such an opportunity, she might also make the same choice. No, not might. It was certain. Fong Na was not that naive and ignorant little girl. She was 25, having struggled and crawled in society for several years. Having seen the bright side of human nature, and the dark side as well. She knew very well that in the face of desperation, the so-called bottom line is often easily broken. Then you. Lin Liqing looked at Fong Na, hesitated for a moment, and finally asked, do you want to rely on Ning Qing? Fong Na was stunned. She didn't expect Lin Liqing to be so direct. She opened her mouth, unsure of how to answer. To say she didn't want to? That would be a lie. Ning Qing is now the strongest player on the 3rd level, following him definitely has a much higher chance of survival than fighting alone. Besides, she had already asked Lin Liqing about the possibility before, but was rejected. But if she said she wanted to, why would she? Ning Qing already had Lin Liqing, did he still need her? Don't think too much. Lin Liqing saw her hesitation and then pointed at Zhou Xiaobo. Ning Qing even accepted someone like Zhou Xiaobo, you will definitely be fine. You have cooking skills, can make meals, and you have talents, all of which are real values. She paused and added, moreover, Ning Qing is not someone who only looks at appearances. If he only cared about looks and body, he would have already taken Zhao Qian and the others just now. The rest of the words were not finished, but Fong Na understood. Indeed, just now, although Zhao Qian's group had varying looks, there were still 1 or 2 who were quite good-looking. If Ning Qing was purely lustful, he could have easily taken them, at least to enjoy for a while. But he did not. Instead, he pushed the most enthusiastic Mo-billion into the goblin's room. This showed that Ning Qing had principles, had a bottom line, and was not the kind of person who could be controlled by base instincts. But Fong Na still hesitated. Will Ning Qing look down on me? When she said this, she instinctively glanced at Lin Liqing's chest. Lin Liqing was wearing a black dance outfit today, and although the zipper was up, the tight material still perfectly outlined her figure. That pair of ample breasts, slender waist, and rounded hips. Not to mention men, even she, as a woman, couldn't help but stare. Then, she looked at herself. Beige knitted cardigan, white t-shirt, jeans. Ordinary, unremarkable. She had breasts, but at most a C-cup, which was a size smaller than Lin Liqing's D. Her waist wasn't thick, but it wasn't that slim either. Her legs were long enough, but nothing extraordinary. Overall, she was just that type of ordinary appearance and figure that couldn't be found in a crowd. Lin Liqing followed her gaze, looked down at herself, and then burst out laughing. She patted Fong Na's butt. What are you thinking? If Ning Qing only recognized breasts, Zhao Qian's are also not small, why didn't he take her? Fong Na blushed. That's not what I meant. Lin Liqing put away her smile and said seriously, Fong Na, besides having the advantage of being a cook, you're also younger than me and have better stamina. And... She leaned close to Fong Na's ear, lowering her voice to a whisper that only the two could hear. Actually, I really can't handle him alone. That time at noon, it was just half an hour, and I was almost falling apart, the bed even collapsed. Fong Na's eyes widened instantly. She looked at Lin Liqing in disbelief, her face turning visibly red from her cheeks to her ears. The bed collapsed? How intense must that have been? Lin Liqing continued, her tone carrying a hint of helplessness and exhaustion, so if you can join, it will help me share the burden. Fong Na was completely at a loss for words. Her mind was in chaos. Was Lin Liqing inviting her to serve Ning Qing together? This is too. Seeing her expression, Lin Liqing knew she was conflicted and added, think about it. If you followed Ning Qing, then we would be sisters, and we could look out for each other, wouldn't life be much better? Fong Na took a deep breath, forcing herself to calm down. She glanced at the tightly closed door of room 999, then looked again at Zhou Xiaobo, who was still pretending to observe the door number not far away. Finally, he looked at Lin Liqing. Lin Liqing held her hand and whispered, when he comes out, I will recommend you to him. But you also need to express your own willingness. Ning Qing doesn't like beating around the bush, just say what you want directly. Fong Na bit her lip and eventually nodded. Okay. Chapter 34, Fong Na's Invitation. 10 minutes passed. Logging time over. Harvest from logging, wood times 40. Transmitting resources to storage house. The forest scene in his view began to twist, and the figure of Bald Chang sitting on the wooden cabin steps faded away, but in that last second, Ning Qing saw him smile at himself. Hey, kid. Ning Qing was taken aback. The gray mist should have already started transmitting, and everything around should be disappearing, and the sound shouldn't have come through. But he did hear it. Have you been to dormitory number 2000? Ning Qing stared blankly ahead, though only a gray mist remained. Dormitory number 2000? No. At the moment his voice fell, another system prompt appeared. Acquired, wood times 40. Ning Qing was completely confused. What was going on? Brother Chang, what's this? A meeting gift. Bald Chang's voice echoed again. Inside dormitory number 2000, there is a dormitory manager named Boss Li. When you become strong, I hope you can help me beat him up. Ning Qing's mind instantly filled with countless question marks. Dormitory manager? Boss Li? Beat him up? What in the world is all this? Isn't Bald Chang a level 1 manager? Is that Boss Li also a manager? What conflict is there between them? Why does Bald Chang want him to help? And why does Bald Chang think he could be strong enough to beat a manager? Wait, Brother Chang. Ning Qing wanted to ask more, but it was too late. The gray mist quickly pulled back, and he returned to the corridor. You're back. Lin Liqing's voice sounded beside him. Ning Qing turned his head and saw Lin Liqing, Fong Na, and Zhou Xiaobo standing in front of him. Lin Liqing had a concerned expression, Fong Na looked a bit tense, while Zhou Xiaobo remained as respectful as ever. Are you okay? Lin Liqing hurried over, looking him up and down, why does your face look so bad? Ning Qing took a deep breath and shook his head, I'm just a bit tired. That was indeed the truth. 10 minutes of logging consumed only 20% of his status, but after swinging the axe thousands of times, with intense concentration, he definitely felt a wave of fatigue now that he relaxed. How was the harvest? Lin Liqing asked. Ning Qing glanced at his backpack interface. 85 units of wood. If he used all this to upgrade the wooden door, he could raise the level 3 wooden door to level 4, requiring wood times 20, 5 silver coins, leaving him 65 units remaining. Upgrading the wooden bed required 10 units, more than enough. Not bad. Ning Qing didn't specify numbers, just nodded. Lin Liqing didn't ask further, she turned to Fong Na and said to Ning Qing, by the way, when you went inside just now, Fong Na invited me and Zhou Xiaobo to take a look at her dormitory. Ning Qing looked at Fong Na. Fong Na immediately stood up straight, like a student called on by the teacher. Her dormitory is quite special. Lin Liqing continued, and then Fong Na said she also wants to join our team. After she finished speaking, she signaled to Fong Na with her eyes. Fong Na took a deep breath, took a step forward, and looked at Ning Qing, her voice a bit tense. Ning Qing, I know my combat ability is lacking, but I can cook, and there's a kitchen, I can also handle food. If you're willing to accept me, I will do my best. Ning Qing looked at her, not answering immediately. From today's interaction, Fong Na seemed quite reliable. She had good sense, no nonsense, and practical skills. Having her on board would indeed increase survival capability. As for combat ability, Ning Qing had never hoped for much from others anyway. Your dormitory has a separate kitchen, right? Ning Qing suddenly asked a seemingly unrelated question. Fong Na was taken aback for a moment, then nodded, yes, my dormitory space is basically just a kitchen. Ning Qing was indeed a bit curious about this. His dormitory 302 was a standard square wooden house. There is nothing but a bed and a door. Take me to see it? Okay. Fong Na immediately nodded, a joyful expression on her face. It's just over there, number 987, very close. She pointed to the right side of the corridor, then turned around to lead the way. Ning Qing followed behind. As the two moved, Zhou Xiaobo instinctively wanted to follow, but as soon as he took a step, he was pulled back by Lin Liqing. What are you doing? Lin Liqing glared at him, lowering her voice to scold, can't you see? Why are you following them? Zhou Xiaobo was stunned for a moment, then quickly realized and retreated. Then, what are we doing now? He asked in a low voice. Lin Liqing glanced at the doorplate of number 999, then looked at the disappearing backs of Ning Qing and Fong Na, before kicking Zhou Xiaobo. Aren't you going in to chop wood? Are you just waiting for nightfall? Dormitory number 987. The door opened, Fong Na entered first, and Ning Qing followed behind. As soon as he stepped inside, Ning Qing was taken aback. It was indeed different. The size of the entire dormitory was the same as his number 302, about 20 square meters, but the layout and structure were completely different. In front of the door was a huge stove, a modern gas stove. To the left of the stove was a vegetable washing sink, with a faucet above it. The entire kitchen area occupied about 2/3 of the dormitory space, with various kitchen tools available, pots, spatulas, knives, cutting boards, dishes. And that first-class wooden bed was crammed in the corner, as if it had been forcibly shoved in later. This is my dormitory. Fong Na said softly, it looks like this when you come in, I haven't changed the layout. Ning Qing nodded, walked to the vegetable washing sink, and turned on the faucet. Click. A light sound, but no water flowed out. The water doesn't come at all times, Fong Na explained, it refreshes every day at midnight, automatically generating 2 liters of clean water. After you use it up, you have to wait until the next day. 2 liters. Ning Qing calculated in his mind. 2 liters of water is enough for one person, but this does not include showering or doing laundry. He walked over to the stove, looked at the 2 burners, and noticed there were no gas pipes or power sources beneath the burners. Ning Qing. Fong Na's voice came from behind, carrying a hint of hesitation. You see, can I join your team? Ning Qing turned around and looked at her. Her figure was indeed not as exaggerated as Lin Liqing's, but it was proportionate and clean, giving a comfortable feeling like a neighborly sister. The neckline of her knitted cardigan was slightly open, revealing the collar of her white t-shirt and a small portion of her collarbone. Her jeans wrapped around her long legs, which were very straight. But Ning Qing was not thinking about any of this right now. A thought flashed through his mind. Is your kitchen system a whole, or can it be split? He asked a strange question. Chapter 35, Fong Na's bed is also ruined. Split? Fong Na was stunned. Yes. Ning Qing walked to the side of the stove, reaching out to pat the countertop. Can these cabinets, the sink, and the stove be taken apart and moved to another room? This thought had suddenly occurred to him. If Fong Na's kitchen could be disassembled and moved, he could completely take these devices to his number 302 dormitory to create a safer, more comfortable living space. After all, Fong Na's number 987 dormitory was deep in the corridor, a considerable distance from his number 302, making it inconvenient to go back and forth. But Fong Na's answer disappointed him. She shook her head, I tried. These devices are all fixed in place and can't be moved or taken out of the dormitory. I even tried to take the pot out, but as soon as I left this door, the pot would automatically return to its original position. Ning Qing frowned. Sure enough, the system wouldn't leave such an obvious loophole. Though a bit disappointed, it was also expected. He nodded and looked back at Fong Na. Lin Liqing should have told you the conditions of following me, right? Fong Na's body stiffened slightly, then nodded, yes. What are the conditions? All actions will follow your lead, no hiding important information, resources will be allocated as needed, and... She said, her voice growing softer as she spoke, her face also turning red. And, there will be a cost. Ning Qing looked at her, saying nothing. Fong Na lowered her head, waiting for Ning Qing's answer. A few seconds later. Then just follow me. Fong Na's eyes instantly brightened. She raised her head, her face showing a relieved smile, but soon that smile turned a bit shy and somewhat at a loss. Then, she did something that Ning Qing did not expect. She started to take off her clothes. First the buttons of her knitted cardigan, 1, 2, 3. Then the white t-shirt, lifting it up from the bottom, revealing her flat little belly in black underwear. What are you doing? Ning Qing frowned at her. Fong Na paused her actions, her face turning redder. Liqing Jie said, this is a declaration of loyalty. Ning Qing was speechless. That guy Lin Liqing. He indeed needed the attribute bonus brought by the harmonious skill, and he did have needs for women. He was never a saint, in such an uncertain place, seeking pleasure was not a sin. But he did not like this kind of scene that felt like a transaction. However, seeing that Fong Na had already taken off half of her clothes, he had no intention of being pretentious. Fong Na's figure was indeed not as hot as Lin Liqing's, but it was very proportionate. Her flat belly clearly showed the outline of a hint of abs, clearly indicating she was someone who exercised regularly. Finally, Fong Na stood there, her hands covering her chest, her body slightly trembling, unsure if it was from cold or nervousness. Ning Qing walked over, reached out to grasp her wrist and gently pulled it away. At first, Fong Na was passive, her body like a salted fish. But soon, she transformed from passive to active. Ning Qing was taken aback for a moment but did not oppose. Sweat streamed down her forehead, dripping down her cheeks and onto Ning Qing's chest. It must be said that Fong Na's stamina was indeed better than Lin Liqing's. Lin Liqing was the charming type, with average endurance, but very good at seducing. Fong Na, on the other hand, was the practical type. Although her skills were rough, her stamina was abundant and her endurance strong. Time passed second by second. There was no clock on the wall, but Ning Qing could feel that at least half an hour had passed. Fong Na's state dropped to 35. About 10 more minutes passed. Fong Na's state dropped to 32%, already reaching the critical point. If it dropped below 30%, it would result in permanent state limit damage. After a while, Fong Na finally recovered a bit. She tried to prop herself up, but her arms went weak, and she fell back down. "Don't move," Ning Qing said. Fong Na was very obedient, and after a few more minutes, she finally found her bed. The bed. Ning Qing glanced at it. In the middle of the bedboard, a beam was broken. It seemed that the quality of this level 1 wooden bed was indeed poor, unable to withstand the wear. Ning Qing looked at his status bar. Status, 79% 75%. Consumed 4%. Then he looked at Fong Na. Her status was originally 50%, now. Status, 50% 32%. Consumed 18%. Ning Qing then added her as a friend and gifted her 20 kilograms of pork and 20 kilograms of lamb. "This meat is for you, take a breather before cooking it. Remember to upgrade the wooden door before nightfall, at least to level 2, tomorrow I'll take you to open a room." Fong Na nodded, her voice hoarse, "Okay." She really did not want to talk. Her status was only 32%, weakness surged like a tide, leaving her without the strength to even move a finger. Ning Qing dressed, glancing at the time. In the corner of his vision, a countdown showed. Time until night, 2 hours 17 minutes. More than 2 hours left. He planned to use another hour to open a room for upgrades, leaving the remaining time to go back to his room to rest, preparing for the second night. "I'm leaving," he said. Fong Na responded with another okay. Ning Qing turned and walked out of dormitory number 987. The door closed. In the room, only Fong Na was left alone. She sat on the shabby bed, wearing nothing, just sitting there. The room was filled with a strong, shared atmosphere. She looked down at the marks on her body, staring at the shabby bed. Suddenly, tears flowed down without warning. She didn't even know what she was crying about. Was it grievance? A little. Using her body for shelter, this kind of thing in the past, would. She didn't even dare to think about it. Was it regret? No, not regret. At least not now. In a place like this, surviving is more important than anything. Or was it something else? She didn't know. Tears flowed for a while, then stopped on their own. Fong Na wiped her face, took a deep breath, and forced herself to pull herself together. At that moment, the icon for her friend's message flashed. It was Lin Liqing. 1698 Lin Liqing, "Nana, how's it going?" Fong Na stared at the question, suddenly blushing. She hesitated for a few seconds, then replied. 987 Fong Na, You were right. 1698 Lin Liqing, is he really strong? 987 Fong Na, 1698 Lin Liqing, I really felt like he was going to kill me at noon. Thinking about it now, my legs are still weak. Looks like the saying, "There's no land that can't be cultivated, only cows that die from exhaustion," isn't accurate either. Fong Na blushed even more when she read this message. She thought for a moment, then replied. 987 Fong Na, yeah, I feel the same way. I can't even move now. You don't know, when I came back, I still had 50% energy, but now I only have 32%. 1698 Lin Liqing, 32%? You should eat something to recover. You still have to keep watch at night. 987 Fong Na, I'm preparing to do that. 1698 Lin Liqing, by the way, how many times did you too? 987 Fong Na, once, but it was a long time. The bed even collapsed. 1698 Lin Liqing, mine collapsed too. Looks like this crappy bed really is of poor quality. The two women chatted for a while longer, the topic becoming increasingly explicit. From positions to time to sensations, everything was discussed. At first, Fang Na was still a little shy, but as the conversation went on, she loosened up. After all, it was already like this, what was left to pretend about? Finally, Lin Liqing suggested. 1698 Lin Liqing, next time, let's go to his room together. I don't believe we two can't handle him. Chapter 36, Major Upgrade before the second night. 2 hours 17 minutes to the Dark Night. Ning Qing needed 800 experience points to level up from level 3 to 4. He only had 5, still 795 points short. The road is long and far. Damn. Room, 989. Resident, Skeleton, 1-star first rank. Type, Eerie Creature. Level, 2. Strength, 11. Speed, 4. Constitution, 8. Status, 100%. Skills, Bone Blade. Plunderable resources, Bone Powder, 45 copper coins. Suggested attack, Old Acquaintance, easily handled. Ning Qing pushed open the door. The gray mist dispersed, and it was another tomb room. Ghostly blue flames, cold stone walls, and in the center stood a skeletal figure. The battle was unremarkable. Successfully killed skeleton, gained 50 experience points. Gained, Bone Powder ×1. Gained, Copper Coins ×45. Status dropped from 75% to 74%, consuming 1%. The second room, number 982. Another skeleton. Same setup, same process. The third room, number 1015. Still a skeleton. The fourth room, number 1017. Room, 1017. Resident, Big Ear Monster, 1-star first rank. Type, Monster. Level, 3. Strength, 10. Speed, 7. Constitution, 7. Status, 100%. Plunderable resources, Wooden Stick, 1 silver coin, Cannon Construction Blueprint. Suggested attack, tough skin and flesh, but slow speed, you have a knife and a bow, just hit freely. Ning Qing's eyes lit up. Cannon Construction Blueprint? Defensive building. If he could make this, the safety at night would be greatly improved. He immediately pushed the door open. The room was a simple animal lair, with dry straw on the floor and some unknown bones piled up in the corner. A big ear monster was crouching in the center, holding a rough wooden stick. Upon seeing Ning Qing enter, the big ear monster immediately stood up, baring its teeth and letting out a low growl. Ning Qing didn't give it a chance. He immediately raised his bone bow, energy arrows forming. Whoosh! The first arrow hit the big ear monster's chest, creating a bloody hole. The big ear monster let out a pained cry, trying to charge forward, but its speed was too slow. Ning Qing took a few steps back to create distance, and fired another arrow. Whoosh! The second arrow hit its shoulder. The big ear monster's health started dropping rapidly. Ning Qing didn't stop, firing the third and fourth arrows. By the time the big ear monster reached him, its health had dropped below 30%, its movement sluggish, unable to even swing its stick. Ning Qing put away his bow, drew his short knife, and stabbed it into its throat. Successfully killed big ear monster, gained 80 experience points. Gained, Wooden Stick ×1. Gained, Silver Coin ×1. Gained, Cannon Construction Blueprint ×1. Status dropped to 70%, consuming 2%. The fifth room, number 1800. Another big ear monster. Same attributes, except there was no construction blueprint, only a wooden stick and a silver coin. Ning Qing followed the method, using long-range kites and close-range finishing moves. Successfully killed big ear monster, gained 80 experience points. Gained, Wooden Stick ×1. Gained, Silver Coin ×1. Experience, 315/800, status, 68%. The sixth room, number 1803. Room, 1803. Resident, Wolf. Type, Ordinary Animal. Level, 3. Strength, 8. Speed, 12. Constitution, 10. Status, 100%. Plunderable resources, wolf meat 24 kilograms, 2 silver coins. Attack suggestion, you have the overwhelming advantage, if you can't win, just go die. He pushed the door and walked in. The room was a wilderness, with dry yellow grass on the ground and a few solitary trees in the distance. A gray wolf stood in the center of the wilderness, its green eyes fixed intently on him. As the hint said, in the face of numerical advantage, Hockey Wolf was completely powerless. Successfully killed wolf, gained 50 experience points. Gained, Silver Coin ×2. Gained, Wolf Meat ×24 kg. Status dropped to 65%, consuming 3%. 6 battles ended. Ning Qing glanced at the experience bar, level 3, 365/800. Still short 435 points. But he did not intend to continue. With only 65% status left, continuing would be too risky. And there was less than an hour until nightfall. He had to go back to his room to upgrade his equipment and prepare for the night watch. He quickly counted his gains. Experience points, plus 360 points. Currency, silver coin times 5, copper coin times 35. Materials, bone powder times 3, wooden stick times 2. Special, cannon structure blueprint times 1. Food, wolf meat 24 kilograms. Adding to the previous accumulation, he now had currency, 12 silver coins, 14 copper coins. Wood, 85 units. Bone powder, 6 units. Wooden sticks, 6. Wolf meat, 41 kilograms. After reviewing the supplies, Ning Qing looked at the countdown again. Time until night, 31 minutes. It's time to go back. Dormitory 302. The door opened, and Ning Qing walked in. Yuan Bao was resting on the bed, and upon seeing him return, it meowed, jumped off the bed, and rubbed against his leg. Ning Qing patted its head and then started to work. First, he looked at the damaged level 1 wooden bed. The middle beam of the bedboard was broken, and a section of the bedboard had sagged. The quality of this bed was indeed poor, it couldn't withstand wear and tear. He opened the Dormitory Upgrade/Construction module and found the upgrade option for the wooden bed. Level 1 wooden bed upgrade. Requirement, wood times 10, 1 silver coin. Effect, upgrade to a level 2 wooden bed, restoring 2% status per hour. Payment, wood times 10, 1 silver coin. A flash of light passed. The originally crude wooden bed began to change. The bed frame became much sturdier, and the wood changed from ordinary pine to a type of hardwood. The surface even showed simple carved patterns. The bedboard was no longer just a bare wooden board, but instead, it was swapped for a straw mat and bamboo mat. Although still very simple, it at least looked a bit more comfortable. Wooden bed. Level 2. Function, restores 2% status per hour. Upgrade requirement, wood times 20, 5 silver coins. Yuan Bao saw the bed change and curiously jumped on it. But as soon as it stepped onto the bamboo mat, its paw was stunned, and it meowed, hurriedly jumping off, then ran up to Ning Qing and rubbed its head against his chest. Ning Qing smiled, holding it in his arms. Then, he began to upgrade the wooden door. Level 3 wooden doors were already very sturdy, made of hardwood, with iron cladding and a metal bolt. But Ning Qing felt it was still not enough. Chu Renmei lived next door in room 304, with physical attacks being ineffective and speed at 50. In case she could actually pass through walls or had some special means, even the sturdiest door might be useless. But having an extra layer of protection would provide some psychological comfort. He found the upgrade option for the wooden door. Level 3 wooden door upgrade. Requirement, wood times 20, 5 silver coins. Effect, upgrade to a level 4 wooden door, significantly increasing defense. Payment, wood times 20, 5 silver coins. A more intense light enveloped the wooden door. The door panel's material changed from hardwood to a kind of deep black wood, gleaming with a dull luster. The iron cladding became wider and thicker, and the edges were polished to a sharpness like a blade. The metal bolt upgraded too, becoming 3 interlocking door latches, tightly clasped with the ring on the doorframe. Just looking at it brought a sense of security. Wooden door. Level 4. Status, 100 out of 100. Upgrade requirement, wood times 40, 10 silver coins. Ning Qing tested the latches, they were heavy but very smooth. Once all 3 latches were secured, the entire door panel remained motionless, as if it were welded to the wall. He nodded in satisfaction. Then he looked at the remaining resources. Wood, 55 units. Currency, 6 silver coins and 14 copper coins. You can upgrade the wooden bed 1 more level. Chapter 37, is the ingot evolving into Pikachu? To upgrade the level 2 wooden bed to level 3, it needs wood times 20, 5 silver coins. Pay. A glow flashed again. The level 2 wooden bed disappeared, replaced by a commonly seen solid wooden bed in the real world. The dark brown headboard was carved with simple cloud patterns. The bed frame was solid and heavy, with 4 legs standing steadily on the floor. On the bed, there was a thick spring mattress, topped with a white quilt. Although it didn't look high-end, at least it was decent bedding. Not bad. This way, it won't poke Lin Liching when I give her an injection tomorrow. Wooden bed. Level 3. Function, restores 3% status every hour. Upgrade requirement, wood times 40, 10 silver coins. The ingot jumped up again. This time it didn't jump down immediately. The The spring mattress was soft and the quilt was very comfortable. It stepped on the quilt, found a cozy spot, then burrowed in, revealing only a small head, making a satisfied purring sound. Ning Qing looked at it, unable to hold back a laugh. Then he glanced at the remaining resources. Wood, 35 units. Currency, 1 silver coin and 14 copper coins. Now he really had no options left. However, he still had a blueprint. Ning Qing took out the cannon blueprint from his backpack. The drawing was made of parchment, yellowed, with damaged edges, but the patterns and text on it were very clear: a cannon platform, with a long barrel and a stable base. Cannon blueprint. Type, defensive building. Construction requirement, 1 silver coin. No need to hesitate at all. Ning Qing paid 1 silver coin. The blueprint turned into a burst of white light in his hand, then floated to the corner of the room, hovering in the air. The white light slowly spread, condensed, and finally turned into a cannon platform. About 1 meter high, with a metal base, secured to the ground with 4 supports. The barrel was about 1.5 meters long, with a diameter as wide as a bowl, the cannon body dark silver with simple runes engraved on the surface. Cannon. Type, defensive building. Level, 1. Attack frequency, 1 round per second. Attack damage, deals 15% physical damage to targets of 2 stars or below. Upgrade requirement, 10 silver coins. 1 round per second, each dealing 15% physical damage. This means that if the dirty thing coming is 2 stars or below, it can be killed with just 7 hits from the cannon. Of course, the premise is that it can be harmed by physical attacks. As for something like Chu Renmei, which is immune to physical attacks, this cannon might be useless. Now I really have nothing left. Ning Qing looked at the remaining 14 copper coins, chuckling bitterly and shaking his head. Then he remembered another item in his backpack. The evolution core. He took out the fist-sized dark red crystal. The surface of the crystal was smooth, and inside it seemed to have liquid flowing, glimmering with an eerie shine in the dim light. Evolution core, common. Target, pet. Function, encourages the pet to evolve intelligence. Success rate, 5%. 5% chance. Very low. But Ning Qing was not the kind of person who hesitated. Whether to be a lucky king or a non-lucky one, you have to try to know. He walked to the bedside, reached into the quilt, and grabbed the snoring ingot. Meow? The ingot protested with a cry, its limbs flailing, trying to break free. Don't move. Ning Qing held it down and then offered the evolution core to its mouth. He didn't know how to use it, so he could only give it a try. In the next second, a prompt appeared. Target, ingot, cat. Do you want to use the evolution core, common? Ning Qing took a deep breath and chose yes. The evolution core turned into a dark red stream of light, flying from Ning Qing's hand, then precisely entering the ingot's forehead. The ingot's body suddenly stiffened. Ning Qing watched it nervously. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Suddenly, the ingot's body began to tremble violently, its fur standing on end, and a flash of red light shone in its eyes. Then, Ning Qing felt a current coming from the ingot, flowing through his hand and spreading through his body. Hiss. He instinctively let go. Yuan Bao fell onto the bed. But the next second, Ning Qing was stunned. Yuan Bao did not get hurt, instead, it stood firmly on the bed, its body changing. Its size visibly grew larger, from the size of an ordinary house cat to that of a small leopard. Its fur color changed from a regular orange and white mixed to a deeper orange-red, with white arcs of electricity jumping at the tips, crackling, and popping. The most striking change was in its eyes. Those amber eyes, always a bit silly before, now appeared sharp and spirited, as if electric light flowed deep within the pupils. It turned its head to look at Ning Qing. The previous dependence and naivete in its gaze were gone, replaced by a kind of spirit. It was as if it suddenly understood everything. Ning Qing quickly opened the pet panel. Pet. Yuan Bao, cat. Species, demon. Talent, thunder. Rank, 3 stars. Level, 1, 0/200. Strength, 10. Speed, 15. Constitution, 10. Spiritual power, 10. Status, 100%. Skill, Thunder Bite. Growth potential, 2, strength, speed, and constitution increase by 2.0 each time leveling up. All attributes skyrocketed. This was no longer evolution, it was a complete transformation. Wow, a 5% chance really came true. Ning Qing couldn't help but exclaim. In this moment, as he looked at Yuan Bao standing on the bed, his mind flashed to an anime he had seen, Pokemon. Isn't this Pikachu? Ning Qing then tried to call out, Yuan Bao, come here. Yuan Bao looked at him but did not move immediately. Its gaze was complex, as if it were thinking and adapting to its new body and consciousness. After a few seconds, it took a step forward, walking towards Ning Qing. But after just 2 steps, it suddenly stopped. Then it turned around, facing the right wall of the room. That was the direction of dormitory 304, where Chu Renmei's room was. It arched its back, its fur bristling, and let out a low, threatening huff from its throat. Its eyes were fixed on the wall, the pupils narrowed to a fine line, and the electric sparks within flickered faster. Ning Qing's heart tightened suddenly. He followed Yuan Bao's gaze. The wall was still the same wall, made of rough wooden boards, with no abnormalities. But Yuan Bao's reaction couldn't lie. It was giving a warning. Chapter 38, The Formation of the Mysterious Kill Team. Yuan Bao's fur was flickering with arcs of electricity in the dim room. Ning Qing immediately summoned a short knife from his backpack and stood beside Yuan Bao. Chu Renmei. 3-star mysterious being, physical attacks invalid, speed 50 points, skills, seduction, illusion. If she could really walk through walls, or has some special means to bypass the defense of the 4-level wooden door, appearing directly in this room. Ning Qing tightened his grip on the short knife. His palms were sweaty. It's false to say he wasn't scared. His current attributes ranked as T0 among players, but compared to Chu Renmei, he was simply not on the same level. What does a speed of 50 points mean? His maximum speed was 16 points, which was less than a third of hers. Not to mention physical attacks being invalid, this meant that his short knife, arrows, and even the newly created cannon would be useless against Chu Renmei. But being scared was one thing, his mind still had to work. Ning Qing forced himself to calm down and began to analyze. If the player's dormitory has any other break-in points besides the door, then the rules of this fierce mysterious dormitory have a fatal flaw from the very beginning. Because this means that no matter how high level you upgrade the door, you might still be breached from other places by those creatures that can walk through walls, teleport, or dig underground. Then the setting of upgrading dormitories would be meaningless. The system wouldn't design it this way. The player's dormitory should only have the door as a breakthrough point. He said this while keeping his eyes glued to that wall. A minute passed. Yuan Bao huffed at the wall for a full minute. Then, its fur slowly settled, and the threatening sounds from its throat ceased. It turned its head and glanced at Ning Qing. The vigilance in its eyes had not completely faded, but at least it was no longer so tense. Then it walked to Ning Qing's feet and rubbed its head against his calf. Meow. The sound was soft, like a reassurance. Only then did Ning Qing relax and crouch down to hold it in his arms. Little guy, if we can get through tonight safely, I'll take you to fight monsters and level up tomorrow. Yuan Bao seemed to understand. It meowed twice, its voice tinged with a bit of excitement, then squeezed itself into Ning Qing's arms and found a comfortable position to nestle in. Ning Qing held it, feeling the warmth radiating from its body, along with that weak electric sensation. After evolving, Yuan Bao was indeed different. He glanced at the countdown in the corner of his vision. Time until night, 20 minutes. At this moment, the friend message icon flickered. It was Fong Na. 987 Fong Na has sent you an item, grilled pork chop times 3 kilograms. Ning Qing clicked to receive it. In his backpack, a package wrapped in oil paper appeared, still steaming, the aroma wafting through the air, instantly filling the entire room. Yuan Bao's nose twitched, and it immediately raised its head from Ning Qing's arms, eyes fixed on the oil paper package in his hand, making a gurgling sound in its throat. Greedy cat. Ning Qing smiled and opened the oil paper package. Inside were 3 golden grilled pork chops, each the size of a palm, over 2 centimeters thick, with simple salt and black pepper sprinkled on top, rich in fat, the meat looking very tender. No joke, Fong Na was really a culinary genius, she cooked so well. He broke off a small piece, blew on it to cool it down, and offered it to Yuan Bao. Yuan Bao opened its mouth to catch it, swallowing it almost without chewing, then continued to look at him eagerly. Eating so quickly? Ning Qing broke off another piece for it. Ning Qing was hungry too. Since morning, he had only eaten the roasted chicken and pork made by Fong Na. After battling 6 rounds just now, his stamina had dropped significantly to 65%. He picked up a pork chop and took a big bite. As he ate, he watched Yuan Bao. The little guy's eating habits had changed. Before, it would take small bites, chewing slowly like a young lady. Now, it was gobbling down, finishing a palm-sized pork chop in 3 bites, then staring at the next piece in Ning Qing's hand. Your appetite at least 5 times what it used to be. Ning Qing said, breaking the second pork chop in half and giving 1/2 to Yuan Bao. Out of the 3 kilograms of pork chops, Ning Qing ate about a kilogram while the remaining 2 kilograms all went into Yuan Bao's belly. After finishing, Ning Qing glanced at his status bar. Status, 65% 72%. Recovered by 7%. With a physique of 16 points, plus the recovery effect of the level 3 wooden bed, the efficiency of food recovery was indeed good. Yuan Bao's status was always at 100%, but after eating, it clearly looked much more spirited, its eyes brighter, and the arcs of electricity on its body danced more vigorously. Ning Qing wiped his mouth and opened the communication channel. Floor channel, 3rd floor. Number of online people, 48/124. This number made Ning Qing's pupils slightly constrict. When he first entered yesterday, there were 124 people. On the first day during the day, a few died, and on the first night, 46 died, leaving 78 people. Today during the day, another 30 died. This was only the second day, and the death rate had already exceeded 60%. And tonight, there would certainly be another batch of deaths. At this moment, the channel was very quiet. The last few messages were from 10 minutes ago. Everyone was waiting for the night to fall. Ning Qing scrolled through the message records and found someone mentioned the group chat function. He exited the floor channel and searched in the system interface for a while, and sure enough, found a new icon next to the Friends module, Group Chat. He clicked to open it. The interface was simple, with only a Create Group Chat button, and below it was empty. Ning Qing clicked to create it, and the system prompted, "Please name the group chat." He thought for a moment and typed, "Murder Squad." Yes, before he crossed over, he was a fan of Demon Slayer. Please select friends to invite. The list only had 3 names, Lin Liqing, Fong Na, Zhou Xiaobo. All selected, click confirm. Group chat Mysterious Murder Team created successfully. Current members, Ning Qing, Lin Liqing, Fong Na, Zhou Xiaobo. Almost at the same time, 3 welcome messages popped up. 1698 Lin Liqing has joined the group chat. 987 Fong Na has joined the group chat. 1767 Zhou Xiaobo has joined the group chat. Then, messages started flooding in. 1698 Lin Liqing, we have a group now. 987 Fong Na, this function is great, no more private chats in the future. 1767 Zhou Xiaobo, boss is mighty. This is much more convenient. 302 Ning Qing, what level are your doors now? 1698 Lin Liqing, I harvested 20 units of wood in the resource room, and now I'm at level 3. 987 Fong Na, I'm also at level 3. 1767 Zhou Xiaobo, just like you two sisters, I'm at level 3. Looking at these messages, Ning Qing was calculating in his heart. If tonight's attack rules are the same as the first night, each dormitory will only be attacked by one dirty thing for 1 minute. Then a level 3 door should be able to hold up. But the question is, will the rules change? He didn't know. 302 Ning Qing, when night falls, if my door is attacked, I need to be ready with weapons behind the door. If the door breaks, I'll try to buy time. 1698 Lin Liqing, got it. 987 Fong Na, understood. 1767 Zhou Xiaobo, boss, don't worry. Although I'm not strong in combat, I can still run away. The countdown was still ticking. Time until night, 15 minutes. At this moment, Zhou Xiaobo sent another message. 1767 Zhou Xiaobo, boss, now on the 3rd floor, you're the only one who has leveled up, and you're at level 3. Ning Qing raised an eyebrow. 302 Ning Qing, how do you know? 1767 Zhou Xiaobo, I asked around. I've asked the people on Ma Jiangwo's side and also some from Zhou Wei's side. Now on the 3rd floor, out of 48 people, besides you, the highest level is 2, and there are only 3, Zhou Wei, Ma Jiangwo, and Zhao Qian. The others are all level 1. Ning Qing was somewhat surprised. He knew he leveled up quickly because he had golden hints, allowing him to choose targets precisely and attack the weak instead of the strong, which was efficient. But if Zhou Wei and Ma Jiangwo could reach level 2, it showed they were not simple. Especially Zhao Qian, a woman, also reaching level 2 was a bit unscientific. How did she manage that? Chapter 39, Zhou Xiaobo was a spy. 1767 Zhou Xiaobo, boss, I also found out some people's starting rewards. 302 Ning Qing, speak. 1767 Zhou Xiaobo. Zhou Wei, active skill, Fury. Effect is a significant short-term increase in strength and speed, but afterwards will fall into a weak state. Zhao Qian, passive skill, wealth gathering. Effect is an increase of 10% in currency rewards from any source. Lili, active skill, golden swallower. Effect is you know. Seeing the last message, Ning Qing frowned. Golden swallower? This skill name is too straightforward. 1767 Zhou Xiaobo, also, Zhao Qian, Lili, and their group of women have completely allied with Zhou Wei. Zhou Wei's side now has a total of 21 people, 14 men and 7 women. This number made Ning Qing's heart sink. With his relationship with Zhou Wei's team. Although he was strong, he wasn't strong enough to face 21 people alone. 1767 Zhou Xiaobo, those 7 women are now slandering you harshly, their words are very ugly. Among the 14 men, some are also criticizing you, but because of your strength, they don't dare to act rashly. Zhou Wei's final statement was, let's see the situation after the second night. See the situation after the second night? The meaning is very clear, if Ning Qing dies tonight, then that's it. If he doesn't die, but his condition is damaged, then they might take action. 1698 Lin Liqing, 21 people Ning Qing, you need to be careful. 987 Fong Na, to me, they are just a bunch of rabble, they can't accomplish anything. Ning Qing didn't respond. He was thinking about the source of Zhou Xiaobo's information. 302 Ning Qing, how do you know so much about Zhou Wei's side? The group chat fell silent for a few seconds. Then Zhou Xiaobo replied. 1767 Zhou Xiaobo, boss, I'll say it straight, an hour ago, I contacted Zhao Qian, saying I wanted to join Zhou Wei's team. 1698 Lin Liqing? 987 Fong Na? Ning Qing was somewhat surprised, but he didn't immediately explode. Zhou Xiaobo was a smart person, and smart people do not do foolish things. Since he dared to confess in the group, he must have his reasons. Indeed, Zhou Xiaobo continued to explain. I have always thought that Zhou Wei is a potential threat, and we need to prevent problems before they arise. The best way is to place a spy beside him. But Zhao Qian already knows you are Ning Qing's person, would she believe you saying that? My reason. Boss, I'll speak plainly, please don't be angry. I won't. I said the boss is a pervert, and now with Liqing Jia and Na Jia around, he completely looks down on me and has already kicked me out. I'm alone now and want to find a backing. Ning Qing. Lin Liqing. Fong Na. The 3 of them fell silent at the same time. This reason is indeed simple and brutal, but surprisingly persuasive. Zhao Qian believed it, she pulled me into Zhou Wei's group, which is called the Wei Go Battle Team. Anyway, if there are any updates in the future, I will tell the boss in real time. Ning Qing looked at the screen and smiled. This kid is quite interesting. Ning Qing, well done. Zhou Xiaobo, thank you, boss. Also, I found out there are 14 people in Ma Jiangwo's side, 9 men and 4 women. Among the remaining 9 people, 5 are already seriously injured, waiting to die. Additionally, 4 want to come to you. Come to us? Ning Qing rejected it without thinking. Ning Qing, no, too many people are troublesome. Lin Liqing has the Hawan skill, which can provide attribute bonuses. Fong Na has the chef skill, which can handle food and the kitchen. Zhou Xiaobo has the songstress skill, though it hasn't been used yet, but his mind is sharp enough to be a military advisor. Adding more people would not only be useless but might also slow us down, not to mention that having too many people increases the risk of internal traitors. Zhou Xiaobo, understood, I have already helped you refuse. At this point, Ning Qing began to genuinely appreciate Zhou Xiaobo's cleverness. This kid not only analyzes the game well but also plays intelligence and acts as an undercover agent, his mind works fast. He is a useful talent. Now, what he was most curious about was how Zhou Xiaobo would use that songstress skill. Team mode. If the team mode comes out, then Zhou Xiaobo's skill value would significantly increase. A 30% attribute bonus would definitely be a magical skill in team combat. But he didn't know when the team function would open, he could only wait. 5 minutes tonight. They chatted a little more in the group. Lin Liqing asked Fong Na how her condition was recovering. Fong Na said she ate something and recovered to 45%, but still felt weak. Zhou Xiaobo said he was at 80%, ready to tough it out. Ning Qing glanced at his own status, 72%. With a level 3 wooden bed, he recovered 3% per hour, and before night fell, he could recover a bit more, probably reaching about 73%. He finally shared a rule about the night he summarized last night in the group. Ning Qing, on the first night, each player's dormitory will only be attacked once by a dirty thing, and the attack lasts for 1 minute. But I'm not sure if this rule still applies tonight. Lin Liqing, 1 minute, so as long as we can hold on for 1 minute, it's fine? Ning Qing, in theory, yes, but if the rules change or the thing that comes is too strong and breaks in, then we have to rely on ourselves. Ning Qing, in short, once the dormitory door begins to be attacked, you must grab your weapon and stand behind the door. If the dirty thing breaks in, drag it out for as long as you can, maybe you can hold it off until the attack time passes. Fong Na, understood. Zhou Xiaobo, received. 1 minute tonight. The glowing stone on the ceiling seemed to automatically dim, barely illuminating the outlines of the room. Yuan Bao jumped out from Ning Qing's arms, jumped onto the bed, facing the door, its body slightly arched, and it began to emit a low-ha sound from its throat. It sensed something. Something is approaching. Or rather, something is waking up. Ning Qing stood up, walked behind the door, then took out a dagger from his backpack, holding it in his right hand. His left hand pressed against the wall, feeling a slight vibration from the wooden planks, which was not coming from outside the door, but from the entire floor. It was as if countless things were waking up from a slumber. 30 seconds to night. Ning Qing took a deep breath and glanced at the cannon floating in the dormitory space. The cannon had risen, aimed towards the door, its runes glowing faintly with silver light in the dim atmosphere. 10 seconds to night, 10-9-8. Night descends. Four bloody characters occupied the entire view, just like yesterday, without any warning. At the same time. Bang! The first banging sound came from deep in the corridor. It was not his door. Then, a second, a third sound. Bang! 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 The banging echoed like firecrackers in the corridor. Screams, wails, curses. Death notifications began to jump out in the channel. Player XXX, dead. Player XXX, dead. Player XXX, dead. Ning Qing's eyes were fixed on his own door. Outside the door, something was coming. Chapter 40, Chu Renmei's Dark Humor. Bang bang bang. The banging sound came from the corridor, not from his own door. Ning Qing immediately leaned against the peephole to look outside. Through that little round glass, he saw a massive figure standing in front of dormitory 1698. Half-orc. Nearly 2 meters tall, with bulging muscles and dark red skin, holding a huge wolf-tooth club. At this moment, it was swinging the club, smashing it against Lin Liqing's door. Another half-orc? Ning Qing frowned. The attacker on Lin Liqing last night was also a half-orc, and now it was another one. Did this woman have a grudge against half-orcs? But then he thought, this was actually a good thing. He had seen the half-orc's strength on the first night, its attacking method was simple. Although it looked scary, the actual threat wasn't that big. Moreover, Lin Liqing's door was now level 3. It was completely impossible for the half-orc to break through a level 3 door in 1 minute. 55, 56, 57. Ning Qing silently counted the time in his heart. He needed to verify if the rules from last night still apply tonight. Each dormitory would only be attacked once by a dirty thing, and each attack lasted for 1 minute. If the rules hadn't changed, as long as Lin Liqing's door could withstand that 1 minute, she would be safe. 58, 59, 60. Just on cue, the half-orc's movement stopped. It pulled back its wolf-tooth club, tilted its head, staring at the 1698 door for a few seconds, letting out a low roar from its throat, and then turned to leave. Great! The rule of 1 minute of attack time had not changed. Ning Qing sighed in relief. He immediately opened the friend's interface and messaged Lin Liqing. 302 Ning Qing, how's it over there? The reply was almost instant. 1698 Lin Liqing, I was scared to death. The door is still intact, but the condition is down to 78%. A level 3 wooden door lost 22% of its condition after being attacked by the half-orc for 1 minute. This damage was a bit higher than Ning Qing expected, but still within an acceptable range. 302 Ning Qing, hurry and repair it, there might be more than one round of attacks tonight. 1698 Lin Liqing, repairing requires 3 units of wood. I don't have any left. Without thinking, Ning Qing opened his backpack and sent 5 units of wood directly. 1698 Lin Liqing, thank you. I'll repair it immediately. 302 Ning Qing, after you finish, stay behind the door. Don't relax. 1698 Lin Liqing, okay. What about you? Not attacked yet? Ning Qing was about to reply, not for now, but he stopped mid-sentence. Because outside the door, something was coming. It was not the sound of solid footsteps, but a floating sound, like fabric rubbing against the ground, and that sound stopped right in front of dormitory 302. Ning Qing's body instantly tensed up, he slowly raised his head again to the peephole. Then, he saw a face. Pale, swollen, with eyes like 2 hollow pits and a mouth twisted into an exaggerated arc, revealing black, rotten teeth inside. Chu Renmei. She was pressed up against the door, her face almost stuck to the peephole. Ning Qing stumbled back a step in shock. Yuan Bao also jumped down from the bed, fluffed up its fur, and let out a low huff towards the door. Then, a song began to play. It did not come from outside the door but directly appeared in his mind. Melancholic, sharp, carrying a melody of some ancient opera. Ning Qing could not understand the lyrics at all, but that tune made his whole body break out in goosebumps. He tightened his grip on the short knife in his hand, but deep down he knew this thing was useless against Chu Renmei. After all, it was ineffective for physical attacks. But in the next second, the singing stopped. In its place was a woman's voice. It rang directly in his mind, as if someone was whispering in his ear, yet the voice was ethereal and hollow. You, and her, in bed, continue. Ning Qing was stunned. What did that mean? What was Chu Renmei saying? Otherwise, damn it. Ning Qing forced himself to calm down. With more courage, he leaned closer to the peephole again. Chu Renmei was still standing outside the door but wasn't leaning in as closely now. Her hollow eyes seemed to be looking straight through the peephole at him. At the same time, a golden prompt automatically triggered, and Chu Renmei's information unfolded in his view. Then Ning Qing noticed the information had changed. Resident, Chu Renmei, 3 stars. Type, Spectre. Level, 8. Power, 4. Speed, 50. Status, 100%. Skills, Seduction, Illusion. Plunderable resources, Cursed Bracelet, 10 gold coins. Attack suggestion, Chu Renmei has an obsession with romance, this is an opportunity. If handled well, perhaps you could capture a spectre without harm. An obsession with romance? Can a spectre be captured? Ning Qing was confused. Was Chu Renmei addicted to watching him give Lin Liqing injections? Or was there some unfinished business from her past related to this? But no matter what, this attack suggestion at least indicated one thing: Chu Renmei had no direct intention to kill him now. While he was thinking, footsteps suddenly emerged from outside the door. Soon, he saw the owner of the footsteps through the peephole. A goblin strolled by, holding a wooden stick. Its green skin looked particularly disgusting in the dim light. It was originally just passing by but suddenly stopped in front of door 302. Then it turned its head to look at Chu Renmei. Chu Renmei also looked at it. In the next second, a hint of black mist flickered in the goblin's eyes. Its expression changed, from cunning and lewd to a dazed, controlled state. Then it raised the wooden stick and smashed it down toward the door of 302. Bang! The first hit. Ning Qing immediately glanced at the door's status bar. Status, 100/100. It hadn't dropped. The defense of a level 4 wooden door was indeed not something a level 1 monster like a goblin could break through easily. Almost at the same time, the suspended cannon in the dormitory moved. The cannon base automatically rotated, aligning the cannon barrel toward the door. The runes on the cannon glowed faintly with silver light. Whoosh! A silver energy projectile shot out of the cannon. Strangely, the projectile did not pierce through the door but passed through it like air, hitting the goblin outside the door. Puff! The projectile exploded in the goblin's chest, creating a bloody hole the size of a bowl. The goblin screamed and staggered back, but the black mist in its eyes hadn't dissipated. It raised the wooden stick again, smashing the door once more. Bang! 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 4 continuous hits. The state of the wooden door finally began to decrease. Status, 100%, 99%, 98%. 5 hits, and it dropped by 2%. During this time, the cannon fired 3 more projectiles. Whoosh! 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 All 3 shots hit. The goblin's status dropped dramatically, and when the 4th projectile struck its head, its body stiffened suddenly before it fell down weakly. Successfully killed goblin, gained 20 experience points. Gained, copper coins times 20. When the system prompt popped up, Ning Qing was still slightly stunned. Was that it? He hadn't done anything, just stood behind the door watching, while the cannon automatically defended itself, and 4 projectiles had taken down a goblin. 20 points of experience, 20 copper coins. Though not much, it was free. This defensive building was worth it. But before Ning Qing could celebrate, Chu Renmei's voice echoed again in his mind. Next time. Seduction. 2-star monster. Chapter 41: Lin Liqing's Night Raid on 302. Alright. So that's how it is. Ning Qing finally understood that the goblin from before was controlled by Chu Renmei's seduction skill, which is why it attacked his door. But what she meant was, if I don't do as she says, next time she will lure a more advanced monster to attack the door. This sentence also revealed another piece of information: the number of attacks on the second night would be more than 1 round. Ning Qing forced himself to calm down. A 2-star monster is at the level of a wolf warrior. Can a level 4 wooden door withstand a minute? I don't know. Ning Qing didn't dare to gamble. He looked at Chu Renmei outside the peephole and quickly analyzed in his mind. First of all, can Chu Renmei directly pass through the wooden door? If she can, she wouldn't need to threaten, she could just come in directly. So, my previous judgment was wrong, the wooden door can defend against all dirty things attacks. Then, according to the hint, Chu Renmei's obsession can be used, and I don't need to confront it head-on. Just as he was thinking, Chu Renmei's voice rang out again. I will count to 10. 10, 9. 8. Ning Qing gritted his teeth. He had relied on the golden hints to get this far, there was no reason to doubt. So he replied, Aunt May, who do you mean by she? The countdown instantly stopped. Chu Renmei's voice appeared, still intermittent, 1698, big chest, woman. Ning Qing felt quite helpless, then began to reason, Aunt May, it's night now. Outside there are monsters, people can die. I will guard, let her, to your dormitory. Chu Renmei's meaning was very clear, she would ensure Lin Liqing's safety to her dormitory. Ning Qing was speechless. He peeped through the peephole again. Chu Renmei was now floating in the position between dormitory 302 and 1698, her blue battle robe almost merging into the darkness under the dim light, only that pale face stood out exceptionally. And there were truly no other dirty things approaching on both sides of the corridor. All the monsters and strange things passing by directly turned around when they saw Chu Renmei. To be honest, the naturally suspicious Ning Qing began to doubt if this was Chu Renmei's trap. To trick him into opening the door, and then take the opportunity to come in. But the golden hint appeared once again. Attack suggestion, Chu Renmei has an obsession with romantic love, this is an opportunity, if handled well, maybe you can subdue a strange thing without getting hurt. This suggestion stirred Ning Qing's heart. If he could really subdue a 3-star strange thing, then his survival ability in this fierce strange dormitory would directly increase several levels. Just as he was in a dilemma, he saw the door of the opposite dormitory 1697 open. A monster over 2 meters tall, muscular, with a wolf's head and a human body walked out. Wolf Warrior. Strength 35, Speed 30, Constitution 15. If he refused Chu Renmei, then this thing would be lured by her to smash the door. Can a level 4 wooden door withstand it? Ning Qing didn't know, but he didn't want to try. Hurry! Chu Renmei's urging voice rang out again. Meanwhile, the wolf warrior had already turned its gaze towards 302. In its eyes, black gas began to rise, just like the goblin earlier. Ning Qing no longer hesitated, quickly opened the friend interface, and sent a message to Lin Liqing, briefly explaining the current situation. After sending the message, he waited a few seconds. 1698 Lin Liqing, isn't she a ghost? Why does she like to watch people? Ning Qing didn't know how to explain. This was too outrageous. But the next second, he suddenly heard 3 heavy banging sounds from the opposite side. Bang! 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 Through the peephole, he saw the wolf warrior smashing Lin Liqing's door. With 3 slaps, pieces of the level 3 wooden door flew everywhere. At this speed, it was unlikely to hold for a minute. Lin Liqing was obviously scared, she immediately sent a message. 1698 Lin Liqing, something is smashing my door. So strong. The door's condition is dropping so fast. But strangely, after 3 slaps, the wolf warrior stopped. It stood still, the black gas in its eyes slowly dissipating, then it shook its head, as if just waking from a dream, and looked around in confusion. Upon seeing Chu Renmei, it immediately retreated. In this scene, Ning Qing instantly realizes that this is Chu Renmei warning him. Do you see that? That is controlled by Chu Renmei. She is telling you to come over now, or next time it might not just be 3 knocks. Don't worry, Chu Renmei will escort you to my side. This time, Lin Liqing did not reply immediately. Late at night, leaving her own room, she might die. But if she doesn't go, she might die from the door being broken down. It seems she has no choice. Gamble a bit? After a moment of commotion in the hallway. Player 1698 Lin Liqing is requesting to enter your dorm. Defense or invite? Ning Qing chose invite. The door opened. A shadow quickly dashed in. Lin Liqing leaned against the door, gasping for breath, her chest rising and falling violently. Seeing Ning Qing, her tense body relaxed a bit, but the fear in her eyes had not completely faded. It's okay now. Ning Qing stepped forward, pulling her into his arms tightly. Her body was still trembling, and Ning Qing could feel her heart racing, thumping against his chest through a layer of fabric. After almost half a minute, Lin Liqing finally spoke with a quiver in her voice. The dirty things in the hallway are watching me, but they don't dare to come closer because Chu Renmei is floating in the middle. It's all over, it's safe. Ning Qing gently patted her back. Almost as soon as he finished speaking, the sound of a door closing came from the adjacent room 303. Then, in the hallway outside room 302, various footsteps and low growls began to sound again. The earlier calmness was because of Chu Renmei's deterrence. While she was present, other monsters, animals, and strange things didn't dare to come close. Now that she returned to her room, those things became active again. This relaxed Ning Qing slightly. But the next second, Yuan Bao's reaction made his newly relaxed heart tense up again. Ha! Yuan Bao's fur stood on end, and it activated its spiked-back dragon form towards the right wall, the arcs of electricity at the tips of its fur standing out in the dim room. Clearly, Chu Renmei was paying attention to the two in room 302. The purpose was obvious, to make the two do what she wanted to see quickly. Is she still watching? Lin Liqing lifted her head from Ning Qing's embrace, glancing at Yuan Bao and then at the wall, her face growing even paler. Yes. Ning Qing nodded helplessly. At this moment, in this environment, being forced to do something by a female ghost. Who would be interested? But even if they weren't interested, they had to do it. Chu Renmei's threat was very real. She could manipulate goblins, briefly control wolf warriors, and intimidate the other monsters in the hallway. If they didn't do as she said, they might not make it through tonight. In this situation, Ning Qing was the first to look away, then took Ning Qing's hand and walked towards the 3-level big bed. Chapter 42, Chu Renmei was pleased to watch. The two sat down at the edge of the bed. The bed was a level 3 wooden bed, with a solid wood frame, a spring mattress, and a soft white quilt. If it were usual, this would definitely be enjoyable. But now, sitting on it, they felt completely stiff. Ning Qing took a deep breath and reached out to unzip Ning Qing's dance dress. His hand trembled a little. Not because he was nervous, but awkward. But Ning Qing pressed down on his hand. Don't rush, let me tell you a few jokes first. Ning Qing was taken aback, looking up at her. Ning Qing still had a blush on her face, but her eyes were much steadier than before. Tell jokes at a time like this? Ning Qing nodded. To lighten the mood, it's not good to be too tense. Ning Qing looked at her, understanding her intention. She was using this method to help them relax, to free them from the oppressive feeling of being watched. Okay, you go ahead. Ning Qing cleared her throat and then started. Do you know what my biggest strength is? Ning Qing instinctively glanced at her chest. The black dance outfit was soaked with sweat, clinging tightly to her, the collar slightly open, indeed unfathomable. Big, he honestly replied. Ning Qing's face turned red. Gently poked him, not that. What is it then? Ning Qing glanced at Ning Qing and quickly looked away, her voice carrying shyness. My biggest strength is hard work and ability. Ning Qing was taken aback. He thought Ning Qing would say something like gentle, kind, or can cook, but instead it was hard work and ability. Is hard work and ability really a strength? He instinctively questioned. Ning Qing's face turned even redder. She bit her lip and quietly said, that's 2 strengths. Ning Qing, ? After 2 seconds, he realized. Hard work. Ability. 2 strengths. You. He widened his eyes, looking at Ning Qing, unsure of what to say next. This woman really knows how to play. Seeing his expression, Ning Qing burst into laughter. After laughing, the tension on her face eased, and her body became less stiff. Ning Qing felt the same. Although the joke was a bit risque, it worked wonders. Anything else? He asked. Ning Qing blinked her eyes. Yes. Actually, I noticed I have a disease since I was little. Ning Qing's expression tensed slightly. What disease? He was a bit worried that Ning Qing might really have some hidden ailment. Getting sick in such a place could be troublesome. But Ning Qing covered her mouth and laughed softly, responding, no disease. Ning Qing, are you kidding me? One moment you say you have a disease, the next you say you don't. Ning Qing giggled charmingly and continued, I told you. I have a disease. What kind of disease? Ning Qing pressed on. After this question, Ning Qing suddenly leaned closer, putting her ear next to Ning Qing's. Warm breath grazed his earlobe, bringing a slight tickle. Then, she lowered her voice, it's that I have no disease. Didn't you notice at noon? Ning Qing. He froze for 2 seconds, then suddenly realized. Damn. This woman. She really knows a lot. After 2 jokes, Ning Qing felt completely relaxed. Not only relaxed, he felt a bit heated too. Ning Qing clearly felt the same way. Her face was still red, but her eyes no longer shied away, and her body was no longer stiff. Instead, she leaned closer to Ning Qing. Unknowingly, they had both turned to lie side by side on the bed. Ning Qing rested one hand on Ning Qing's waist, her fingers restlessly moving, while she continued with a third joke. For a man to succeed, he must persist in 3 things, you know? Ning Qing was stirred, feeling hot all over, instinctively asking, what do you mean? The first persistence, persistent effort. The second persistence, persistent stubbornness. The third persistence, persistent commitment. After Ning Qing finished, her eyes fixed on Ning Qing, sparkling with amusement. Remember? She asked. Then, without waiting for Ning Qing to reply, she kissed him. Yuan Bao, not knowing when, jumped off the bed and squatted in the corner, turning its back to them, paws covering its face. On the wall, Chu Renmei might still be watching. But at this moment, Ning Qing didn't care anymore. To hell with the watching. To hell with the coercion. He just wanted to do one thing now. An hour later. Everything was over. Ning Qing lay on the bed, breathing heavily, drenched in sweat. His status dropped from 72% to 60%, consuming 12%. Ning Qing was beside him, her bare body wrapped in a white blanket, exposing only her shoulders and a small part of her chest. Her condition was worse, dropping from 55% to 34%, losing 21%. At this moment, her eyes were half closed, her gaze somewhat hazy, breathing light and slow, as if she might faint at any moment. Sleep. Ning Qing said, his voice a bit hoarse. Mum. Lin Liqing mumbled in response, snuggling into his arms, then almost instantly fell asleep. A few seconds later, soft snores began. She was truly exhausted. Ning Qing was tired too, but not to the point of instantly falling asleep. He lay there for a while, waiting for his breathing to steady, then slowly sat up. Covered in sweat. Sticky, uncomfortable. His biggest wish right now was to take a shower. But there was no bathroom here, no hot water, not even a basin of clean water. Ning Qing sighed and wiped his sweaty face with his hand. Then, he saw Yuanbao under the bed. Yuanbao crouched in the corner, looking up at him. Its gaze was strange. A bit resentful. A bit dissatisfied. And a bit disdainful? Meow. Yuanbao called out, its voice stretched out, as if complaining. Ning Qing was stunned for a moment, then smiled. He reached out his hand to Yuanbao, come here. Yuanbao looked at him for a few seconds, then reluctantly walked over and jumped onto the bed. Ning Qing picked it up and placed it next to Lin Liqing. Lin Liqing was in a deep sleep, feeling the furry thing close by, instinctively reached out and pulled it into her arms, continuing to sleep. Yuanbao struggled a bit, but couldn't break free, and finally gave up, curling up in Lin Liqing's embrace, closing its eyes. Ning Qing watched the scene and smiled. Then, he turned his head and looked at the wall on the right side. Waiting for a few minutes, there was still no unusual sounds. It should be here too. Tomorrow, I must observe its state. If possible, tame her and get that cursed bracelet. Chapter 43. The He-Huan CD arrived, come on. Ning Qing woke up in a daze. In the corner of his vision, the blood-red digital clock was flickering, 2:17. It was just past 2 in the middle of the night. He turned his head, Lin Liqing was sleeping very deeply, one hand resting on his waist. Yuanbao curled up at their feet, its fluffy belly rising and falling. Outside in the corridor, scratching sounds, banging sounds, and screams had completely disappeared at some point. He couldn't sleep anymore. Gently moving Lin Liqing's hand aside, Ning Qing sat up against the head of the bed. He first glanced at his status bar. Status, 70%. From 60% after the injection game ended, it had recovered to 70%, with the 3-level wooden bed restoring 3% per hour. The effect was really good. He switched to group chat. The icon for Ghost Killing Team was flashing. Clicking in, the last few messages were a conversation between Zhou Xiaobo and Fang Na in the early morning. 1767 Zhou Xiaobo, I made it. The second round was still goblins, bashing for 1 minute, the wooden door's status is still at 62%, a 3-level wooden door is indeed sturdy. 987 Fang Na, it's the second round here too, with a wild dog. The door has lost quite a bit of durability, now at 41%, it's a bit dangerous. 1767 Zhou Xiaobo, Najia, hold on, it's almost on. The boss in Luqing Jie's side has had no movement, it should be safe. 1767 Zhou Xiaobo, after gathering some info from Zhao Qian and random messages from the channel, the second night's attack mode is roughly, maximum 2 rounds, each round no more than a minute, with about half an hour interval. Survive 2 rounds, and tonight counts as living through it. 1767 Zhou Xiaobo, also, casualty statistics, Zhou Wei's team lost another 4, Ma Jiangwo's side lost 3, and the remaining lone wolves, lost 7. Now there are only about 34 living people left on the 3rd floor. Ning Qing looked at these numbers with an expressionless face. In just 2 days, 90 people had died. The death rate was comparable to the brutal World War II. As he was thinking, there was a faint movement beside him. Lin Liqing had woken up at some point, lying sideways looking at him. In the dim light, her eyes were bright, glistening as if just awake. Awake? Ning Qing asked softly, his throat a bit hoarse. She responded vaguely, her warm body pressed closer, her arm naturally wrapped around his waist, but her hand slid down a bit unsteadily. I refreshed my skill. Ning Qing grabbed her misbehaving wrist, but your status is only 46%, aren't you afraid your body can't handle it? Before sleeping, he had checked, her status had gone from 34% to 46%, still weak. Lin Liqing gently broke free, and her whole body seemed to melt into his embrace, tilting her face up, her breath brushing against his chin. Only dead cows tire fields, not tired fields tire cows. Her voice was soft and sultry, with her other hand reaching into her backpack, pulling out a bottle of still half-full mineral water, stuffed into Ning Qing's hand. Here, quench your thirst first. Ning Qing was stunned for a moment, and then realized he had been teased by this beautiful woman again. So he smiled wickedly, you helping me? Lin Liqing's face flushed deeply, but she didn't back away, taking the water bottle, pouring some water into her palm, then. 1 minute later. Player 1698 Lin Liqing Yihuan skill activated, you received feedback, strength +1, speed +1, constitution +1. Done. Ning Qing felt certain in his heart, immediately opened his personal panel. Strength, 13. Lin Liqing received a 100% bonus, turning his attributes into strength 8, speed 8, and constitution 10. These numbers were already not worse than an ordinary adult male's. Ning Qing was about to speak about this, but was gently pinched at his chest. Lost in thought again. Lin Liqing leaned close to his ear, her voice carrying a hint of dissatisfaction and playful pouting. At this time, don't think about anything else. Alright, Ning Qing smiled and turned over, casting her in shadow. This fuss continued for more than half an hour. The quality of the Tier 3 bed was indeed outstanding, with a solid wooden frame as stable as a rock, only the mattress making a regular, muffled sound. Yuanbao had long been awakened, hiding from the foot of the bed to the corner, turning its back to the direction of the bed, its fluffy back shadowed with no meaning to live. It attempted to cover its ears with its paws, but the delicate sound seeped in everywhere. Finally, at some moment, Yuanbao could no longer tolerate it. Meow. It suddenly turned around, its fur standing on end, tiny blue-white arcs of electricity crackling at the tips of its fur, suddenly lighting up the dim corner. Ah! Hiss. Ning Qing and Lin Liqing both jolted, a faint current racing over their skin, not painful, but enough to instantly dissipate all the romantic atmosphere. Both of them were a bit dazed, looking toward the corner. Yuanbao squatted there, its amber eyes watching them eerily, its pupils narrowed into a fine line, with residual sparks of electricity inside. That gaze clearly conveyed a message: is this never ending? You little rascal! Ning Qing was both amused and helpless. Just when things were getting good, this sudden shock completely broke the mood. Lin Liqing buried her flushed face into the pillow, her shoulders subtly trembling, unsure if she was laughing or feeling embarrassed. Alright, sleep. Ning Qing pulled over the quilt to cover both of them, casually bringing over the still sulking Yuanbao and stuffing it beside him on the right. Yuanbao struggled symbolically a couple of times, then ultimately curled up in resignation. Waking up again, Ning Qing was gently nudged awake by Lin Liqing. Wake up, it's almost dawn. Ning Qing opened his eyes and saw Lin Liqing already dressed, the zipper of her black dance outfit pulled up to the top, sitting at the edge of the bed looking at him. In the corner of his vision, the time displayed, 7 hours 29 minutes and 15 seconds. There was half an hour until daybreak. He sat up and glanced at his status. Status, 80%. Lin Liqing's status had also risen from 46% to 65%, recovering 19%. Was that recovery a bit too much? Here. Lin Liqing handed over a plastic cup, inside was half a cup of clear water, with a toothbrush already squeezed with white paste balanced on the rim. Ning Qing was taken aback. Where did this come from? Changed it with 2 kilograms of pork for the Ma Jiangwo team. Lin Liqing pointed to a somewhat old aluminum basin in the corner, and that basin, someone from their side brought some daily necessities. Ning Qing took it, silently brushing his teeth. The cool mint flavor spread in his mouth, mixed with a slight fishy taste of water, but brought a long-lost illusion of a normal life. Having a woman at home makes everything different. He rubbed his face and sincerely praised. Previously alone, surviving but not living, there were none of these little details. Lin Liqing smiled slightly and handed over a piece of roasted pork wrapped in oil paper, still from Fong Na's cooking, with a delightful aroma. You eat too. Ning Qing took it and bit down hard. I've already eaten. After a piece of pork went down and a few sips of the energy drink, the status bar began to change, 80% 88%. Recovered by 8%. With high constitution and quality food, the recovery rate was astonishing. After enjoying the meal, Ning Qing noticed that Lin Liqing's posture seemed a bit awkward. She had her legs pressed tightly together, her cheeks slightly flushed, and her gaze wandering.